draw the attention of the younger players, and we'll pull in some more regulars for Drive Club.
Next up is Nismo GT Academy. This time it's Australia, and we now know the 6 finalists for this region.
Yeah, they'll be joining the 6 US finalists, and there's also 6 finalists each from Japan, North Africa, and I can't remember the final region for the life of me right now. Is it Thailand?
Yes, or is it Philippines?
Yes. Anyway, so joining the 6 US finalists that Jordan's going to be talking about a little bit later. There's 6 guys from Australia. I think they're mainly from Queensland, but since the final was actually held in the Gold Coast, that's probably not that much of a surprise. I think they took over basically a film theme park for the weekend, a place called Warner Brothers Movie World, and there was the live event was there as well. So people turned up there Wednesday through Saturday and tried to qualify for the Saturday and Sunday finals, and they've had the usual Gran Turismo test, and then a little bit of driving gymkhana and the media test and the dreaded fitness test with the bleep test. But yeah, we've got 6 again, a wide range from 20 through to 30, which doesn't seem that wide a range now that I'm 37. And they'll be heading to Silverstone and joining the American 6 that Jordan's going to be speaking about later.
Another news item and another sim. It's been a great week for diversity. Project Cars and an expansion pack with the Audi expansion pack, which I think people knew was coming, but have been excited for nevertheless.
Yeah, for sure. With Project Cars kind of has this open development framework. There's not too many surprises like you get with other sims, but it's definitely a good addition to the series. I think I'm a big Audi fan, and this obviously I think the Audi 90 IMSA GTO is a very, very cool addition, which I don't believe has been in too many other racing games. So that's a fun one. This new track, that also came with the pack, it's a New Zealand track. I believe it's pronounced Ruapuna. I think is that correct? Can you guys correct me on that?
That's how I'd say it.
Ruapuna, yes. I've not actually had a chance to drive this track yet, but I think you don't see too many circuits from New Zealand or even Australia really, other than Mount Panorama, featured in sim racing games. So it's kind of a fresh addition and a bold choice from Project Cars there. But I like to see new tracks that maybe aren't as well known internationally. I like to see them get exposure in mainstream racing games like this. It's a great way to introduce people to not introduce them, but maybe expand their horizons in terms of what's out there in the motorsports world.
I also like this trend that we've got now, where when new tracks are being introduced to these games, it's every single variant of that track that is being put in the game. I think that thoroughness is appreciated.
Absolutely, and that's something that Project Cars has done right. I'm sure they've seen a lot of the criticism of Gran Turismo. That's definitely one thing that frustrates people, because you can see that these tracks have multiple variations there, and yet they're not available for some unknown reason. And so I'm glad to see them embracing all the variations of this circuit in particular, and it's a great way forward. I also like the way that they're steadily releasing content, because that's the way people expect games to evolve today, and they expect new things to come out to keep it fresh. And that's the world we live in now, for better or worse. And I personally think it's for the better. But a steady stream of new content, 3 to 5 cars per month, really keeps the game feeling fresh and keeps it feeling interesting. So I like the DLC, for lack of a better term, the DLC strategy that SMS is using for Project Cars.
What do you think about the price point? I mean, Gran Turismo players are in a way spoiled by the free constant content that does come through. What do you think about the price?
Personally, it doesn't really bother me. I know for some players who may need to get approval from their parents or something like that, I can see how it could be a pain point. I know when I was certainly younger and getting into racing games, that would have been sort of a awkward conversation to have with mom and dad to ask them if I could buy 3 new cars for my racing game and a new track. But I don't really have a problem with it as long as the games come out with sufficient content and it's an adequate price point, and you see the value in the amount that they're charging for it. I think that's fine. It costs money to produce these cars and this new content and to license all this new stuff. So I don't really have a problem with it. I think as long as they keep DLC under around the $8 mark, I think it's generally okay. As long as they don't get carried away with it, and as long as they keep coming out with free content every once in a while as well, that'll help keep people satisfied and make them feel like they don't have to keep paying to enjoy the latest that the game has to offer.
The only point of contention that I could see is that this is clearly an Audi branded release, and some people could be a little put off by that fact that they're paying for something that it looks on the outside that Audi could be sponsoring.
True, that's a valid criticism, and that may very well be the case. The SMS may be making money on both ends of this deal, but if you don't like that, or the cars don't seem to be worth that to you, or the track, then you shouldn't buy it, and you should vote with your wallet. And these game developers will be watching the numbers very closely, and if enough people don't buy it, then they'll either not produce it or won't charge for it in the future. If Audi comes to them, or other manufacturers come to them in the future and say, hey, we want to have a featured car pack, and they say, well, it's going to have to be free, then or else people won't buy it, and they can look back and reference these other DLC packs that they've done. Then maybe the car companies will say, hey, look, if we want to get players using our cars in the game, we're going to have to subsidize this more, and maybe put more of the burden on the manufacturers to get these cars in the games. But it's sort of interesting. I would love to be a fly on the wall inside these game development studios to see just how these relationships actually form, and how they come to these price points, and how the exchange of money actually works. I think that's a fascinating side of the racing game development equation. But I think if you don't like it, vote with your wallet and don't buy it. And maybe that'll change. Maybe we won't get content. Maybe, who knows? But for me, if I think these cars are interesting. I think the track's interesting. So sure, $5.49. That's cheaper than my dinner was last night. So it's not a big problem.
This is also marks another new prototype in sim games, another new Audi. The first new Audi since Forza 5 introduced the 2012 version of the R18. And then before that, it was Gran Turismo 6 with the 2011 car, which was also featured in Forza 4. This, of course, is a first-generation, fully fledged P1H. Of course, they've been around since 2012, but the balance between internal combustion engine and hybrid power unit is almost 50-50 with these cars. The car obviously won Le Mans in 2014, the race nobody wanted to win. I believe the car that won had its turbos changed mid-race, but still went on to win. Looking forward to getting behind the wheel of that particular car?
Yes, I know I am. It's always interesting to see how these hybrids drive in these games, and I just love to. I don't know. I really appreciate what Audi's doing from a technical perspective, and appreciate their reliability. And it's fun. It's fun to see what these cars feel like on the track. And I think especially as you said with this current generation racing game, it's really interesting to see how the cars look and how they sound. Most importantly, Project Cars has great sound in my opinion, and I can't wait to get behind the wheel and check it out. I've not had a chance to do it yet, as I mentioned earlier, but I'm really looking forward to it for sure.
Okay, and that's about it for the news. Let's have a look at what's going on around the forums. Okay, so Famin's been looking through the forums because that's his job, and he's found some interesting threads to share.
Yeah, obviously this week is leading up to one of the biggest events in world motorsport, the Spa 24 Hours at the lovely and again one of the best rated racing circuits of any kind, the lovely Spa-Francorchamps. The GT Academy teams are there as usual. A two-car lineup of GT3 class GTRs. One is in that the white, black, and red livery that we've seen quite a lot so far this season, and the other's wearing the same blue, white, and red retro livery that one of the Nismo GTR LMP1s was wearing at Le Mans, which is a novelty.
Yeah, although the rule is never run a retro livery, it will never turn out well, so hopefully that car can break that streak.
Yeah, I think it was the first car of the three that actually retired from Le Mans this year, so that's not going well. But yeah, alongside the usual GT Academy guys, there's actually a GTPlanet forum member racing in one of the support races at Spa this weekend. Kart number 38, one of our South African members, he's been trying to forge a racing career of his own outside of GT Academy, and he's had a last minute invite to head to the circuit and race in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo,
which follows the Blancpain series all year, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the key support races, but I think he said this is the very first race he's not had to pay to drive, so that's a nice point for a racing driver in their career. I've spoken to a few drivers in a few series, and it's surprising how many of them have to pay for their seats.
Yeah, it's a milestone, isn't it?
Yeah.
The story of qualifying has been a lot of cars having their times deleted for track limits, which is something we know all about. The 22 car of Ricardo, Gaetan, Florian and Olivier Pla, they were 21st in qualifying, so they missed out by one for the Superpole top 20, so that must have been by, 2/10 of a second? So that was tight there. Pole did eventually go to an Audi, surprisingly, of Nico Muller and Frank Stippler, but it's a 24-hour race, so pole doesn't really matter at all, does it, Jordan?
No, it really doesn't, especially not for a 24-hour race, especially one as challenging as Spa. But Audi certainly knows how to win endurance races, so they're in a good position.
Okay, what was the second second thread you found, Famin?
We were talking earlier about the Ruapuna expansion pack for Project Cars. One of our forum members with a very difficult to pronounce name, Smutisi, during an online race with a friend of his, got slightly poked out of control and found himself driving through a marshal's post. He's posted a video in the Project Cars forum called Troll Hole, where he replicates it. This marshal post is penetrable from the outside but impenetrable from the inside, so as soon as your car goes into it, it can't get out, and because it's smaller than the car, it essentially instantly destroys the car, and all sorts of crazy things can happen, like firing you under the map. But actually, the GTPlanet members in general have been very good over the years at discovering ways out of circuits.
Yes, it's always a good topic, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's always nice to see whether there is any loopholes that the developers have left in. I can think of in Gran Turismo GT Arena. There's clearly a pit lane there. You just you can't use it.
Yeah, you can. There is a circuit exit at the GT Arena as well, but people have been using exploits at say the Nürburgring and Special Stage Route 7 in GT5 and GT6 as ways of gaining quick credits. I think the Nürburgring one you could escape. I think it was at the Ford chicane, and you could drive back under the circuit, and you could clip between the start line and the Schumacher S in a little circle, and it would count as a full lap. So you could do a full lap in about 2.5 seconds. and that was a way to get lots and lots of easy money in GT6 early on. And the same thing applied to Special Stage Route 5. You could escape underneath the map. Sorry, Route 7, not Route 5. Was it Route X? No, it was Route 7. The motorway replica. So the Wangan replica. You could leave the track at one of the slip roads and head back out under the circuit. And because the track ran either way on a suspension bridge, the same thing applied. You could drive underneath the map and do little circles, and it would count as full laps. So people were doing 99 lap online races of that circuit in a couple of minutes, and getting millions and millions of credits for it. So it's a kind of a hot topic with the console games, escaping circuits.
Yes, it is. I've always wondered about people, how they find those things, because they seem, obvious or easy after they spread on the forums, but then I'm like, who has the time and patience to sit around and say, okay, I'm going to try in this corner and try to get the car out here? I'm like, wow.
They're like the velociraptors in Jurassic Park. They're systematically testing the outer fences to find for weaknesses.
Yes, it's amazing.
Apologies to anyone who's offended by being compared to a velociraptor.
I don't think anybody would be offended by that.
Clever girl.
So, the final thread that you dug up this week?
That was a fun one in the Automotive Cars in General forum, which we've all seen the 10 lottery cars and the 5 fantasy cars and the X many this type of car. But a member named Populux Cowboy has posted a thread, 10 cars for the rest of your life, which was essentially to pick 10 cars of any kind from anywhere. Custom and concept cars are allowed, but only ones that are still existing now in running condition, that you take now you will last you until you expire, without changing any of them. And that's been a fun discussion thread.
So did you come up with your list of 10?
Mine was a little bit more flippant. I came up with a list of 1. I suggested the TVR Cerberus Speed 12 on the basis that if I had one of those, the rest of my life would be short enough that I wouldn't have to bother picking any others.
Yes, that makes perfect sense. Jordan, maybe not 10, maybe 5 or 3?
What, you think he's going to have a very short life?
Not wanting to put him on the spot.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it is hard. I mean, it's one of those questions where you're like, well, you think, oh, that would be easy at first, but then you start thinking of it and you're like, well, I'm not sure. But yeah, I think, a few that come to mind for me probably, I've always loved the Audi R8. I thought that's, not to go back to, I said I liked Audis earlier, so that, I suppose that makes sense. But I think that's sort of a classic car, sort of a practical car that is also very fun to drive. I don't think you would ever really get tired of that. Of course, there's classics that you kind of have to put in there, like the McLaren F1, Ferrari F40. I think those will never really get old. I think they'll age very well, but you might not want to drive them every day, of course. A few other, I think, obviously the MX-5 Miata. Pick your year there, but I think that's another car that will sort of always be around. And might have to go with maybe like a Jeep Wrangler. I think that would be. I see somebody else has posted that in their list as well, and I think that's kind of a fun little SUV that sort of it'll always have a place. It'll always have
hedging your bets that there'll be some kind of apocalypse.
Right.
At the end of your life.
Exactly. Sometimes it snows and you want to have a nice vehicle. Of course, I would have also liked Range Rovers, of course, Land Rovers. So might throw one of those in there as well. And gosh, I don't know. There's so many. It's hard. It's really hard to do. It's hard to pick just 10, really.
Okay, well, let's move on to our topic of the week, or topics of the week, as it is this time round. Let's start off with Jordan and your trip to the North American Nismo GT Academy finals, where you hosted the PlayStation live stream.
Yes, I sure did. It was my third year, actually, hosting the live stream for the U.S. National Finals. And I did it first in 2012. That was actually for IGN's their streaming thing. And then PlayStation took it over in 2014. And of course, we did it this year for 2015. And I got to say, it's really interesting. I feel like the broadcast gets better and better every year. I'm not sure if you guys had a chance to watch it, but it it felt more comfortable this year, and it was a lot more fun. I had Andrew Comric Picard, who you may have seen. You may know him from. He's done a lot of different TV shows, and he's really more well known as a rally driver. He's done a lot of different rallies. Holds the Pikes Peak hill climb record for a front wheel drive car. He was driving that Scion TC, I think it was, that had the giant front wing. It's sort of a notable, unusual car, and he set the front wheel drive record for that. But he's just a really interesting guy. He's done a lot of stunt driving. He did some production for Top Gear, and just a really, really fun guy to talk to. And we really had a great rapport. And the competition this year was very good as well. I sort of made more of an effort this year to get to know the guys before they actually showed up, so we could actually talk more about their backgrounds and who they are, where they come from, that sort of thing.
Do you want to talk a bit more about, for those who don't know, the format of the event, and perhaps a bit about how it was set up and how the event unfolded?
Sure, yeah. Well, it all started, the guys arrived, and the first part of the competition this year was the online racing portion, which was what was live broadcast. And that consisted of 4 rounds of 2 races each, and they scored points in each race. And they were initially seeded by qualifying time, which was the Nissan, their Vision GT car at Laguna Seca. And so everybody set a benchmark time, and that sort of seeded the players into these groups of 4. There was 5 groups of 4. And they all raced, and they all had the same number of points up for grabs in each race. So the first race, the winners all score 4 points. Second place scores 3 points, and so on. And then after each round, they were regrouped based on how many points they had. So it kept all the point standings very close over each round, because even if you lost your first race, you were going to be grouped with presumably slower drivers for your next round, and maybe you could win if you actually had some skills. So it kept the racing close and sort of kept the groups diverse throughout the event. And so at the conclusion of the 4 rounds, they had a special bonus race this year, which was kind of cool. They brought on Nicholas Hammond and Brian Heitcotter, the previous winners, and had a race with them to win some prizes. They had a Thrustmaster steering wheel and that sort of thing. And so that was the main event. That took up most of day 1. And then day 2, they also had a media challenge. They had various media outlets come in and local news stations and ask them questions and that sort of thing, just to see how the guys could talk to other people and sort of ask them some awkward questions to see how they reacted. And they also had a fitness challenge, basic fitness test, just a plank test, push-ups, and the bleep test.
Sort of Famin's favorite.
Yes, Famin's favorite. And
yeah, I love all the fitness tests equally.
Yeah, and actually the guys did pretty well on that one. I was personally pretty impressed with how they did, and I think the organizers were as well. And the last challenge was a autocross challenge. They put them in some Nismo 370Zs and had them go around a little course at the Nashville Super Speedway, which has it's an oval obviously, but it has sort of a road course on the inside as well. So they had some extra challenges, some cone slaloms and things for them to spice up the course a little bit. And so basically over the course of 2 days and all those challenges, they kind of had an idea of who they wanted to put through to represent the U.S. in the top 6. Of course, this year is very different. In previous years, we know we're going to have a U.S. winner, but this year it's not necessarily the case. They're going to send the best of the U.S. into the international region finals at Race Camp at Silverstone this year. So they'll be going up against the best from North Africa and Australia, who we talked about earlier, and the other regions I think were. Well, we had trouble with this earlier, didn't we? But
It was Japan and
Indonesia or the Philippines. I can't remember which one we said.
yeah, but anyway, it doesn't matter. But anyway, it was it's sort of different this year, so you kind of feel like you're sort of pushing them out. You know, as an American, you're like pushing. Here's our best, and good luck to them. So I really loved getting to know the guys, and I think that they made great selections. I had a chance to talk to all of the 6 who were eventually selected, and I think they would be good GT Academy champions. I didn't really get to see them drive in the cars, but I know they all did well on their fitness tests, and they were all very easy to talk to, well spoken, and they did great in the challenges, the virtual racing challenges as well. So I feel pretty good about our representatives this year, I got to say, and it was a lot of fun.
You've got a couple of guys. I've been to a fair few national finals and race camps as well. And you've got a couple of guys there who really do look the part. I think Arman Aga Khan and Ryan Lynch. They're really just in their post photographs. They're kind of bringing over that confidence that a GT Academy would really need.
Yes, they do, and that confidence translates into their one-on-one interactions as well. You know, we had dinner the first night after the online racing portion, and I sat with let's see, Armin was not at my table, but Ryan Lynch was, as well as Tyler Utley, who's the famous dentist who's made it through
Yes.
race camp, and you know, both of them were just very well spoken and very easy, fun to talk to, and they would be, you know, if I was running a race team, I would be happy to work with those guys. They seem, you know, very smart and very just, yeah, competitive and well spoken and good representatives all around. So well done this year to those guys.
I think the most underestimated part of the process is the media test and the performance there, because you are ultimately going to be representing one of the largest car manufacturers in the world and their brand. So do you think people are taking that bit of the process more seriously because of the requirements put on these guys?
Well, they should. You know, they absolutely should. But and I think they did. Nissan, for their part, did a much better job of organizing media. You know, and getting them to come. They did a much better job than in previous years, from what I could see. And you know, having them ask really tough questions is more in line of what they would actually see at actual race camp. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't think a lot of the guys maybe realize that they're really always watching them, and really everybody's talking behind the scenes. The people from Sony, from PlayStation, from Nissan, to me, and everybody is sort of talking about them all the time. And so the way you carry yourself, the way you come across, you know, that matters, and beyond the media challenge. I think the media challenge is it's extremely important. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's almost sort of a formality, because you do get to have so much interaction with the guys, you know, through organizing them at breakfast and putting them on the bus and just talking to them. I know that the Nissan people have a lot more interactions, and sort of the things that they were saying, sort of I could kind of see what they were saying in terms of some of the guys. And you know, you don't want to be arrogant, you don't want to be boisterous, you don't want to be a jerk, basically. And you know, I think that hurts some of the guys' chances, and they may not have realized that they were being tested, but you're really always being watched. And so for anybody who's listening who may want to move forward in the competition in the future, you know, definitely be nice and be somebody that you would definitely want to be around, and be somebody that you would want to work with. So you're always being watched, you're always being tested, and it's definitely a competition. You can't really rest on your laurels too much.
I mean, this isn't just GT Academy, it's for all young racing drivers, whatever the category, Andrew. I mean, I don't think we're going to see another Kimi Räikkönen again, are we?
It's certainly possible. They say if you want to win, hire a Finn, and I don't think a Finnish guy has won GT Academy yet. But yeah, it's certainly the case that all of the Academy winners have been relatively effusive and outgoing. I think Jan was fairly quietly spoken, but he's now much more comfortable within himself, and he's a very larger than life character.
He's now referred to by the boss, Darren Cox, as Mr. Hollywood.
That's not all that surprising. He's a very, very personable chap. But yeah, you have to be, as Jordan says, don't be a jerk. I mean, there have been a few guys at race camp who the judges have taken a dislike to, even though they're at race camp, because either they're slightly too arrogant, maybe, or just a little bit better in their head than they are on the track. There were some British guys who made a bit of a Horlicks, as we say, of their race camp, entirely on the PR front, where after the first day they were a bit tired and hungry, and they headed out to the local McDonald's near to Silverstone, but they were still all wearing all of their GT Academy branded gear, and they didn't realise that they were basically out there showing the name of Nissan and Sony, having a McDonald's. So yeah, you are being watched all of the time by everyone.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, and you have to be likable. I don't think that can be stated enough. You know, if you have to be agreeable, you have to be likable, competitive, but likable. That's the main thing. And for some people, you know, that's hard to sort of reprogram in their personality. But
Yeah.
you know that's just part of it. But it is something. If
I hope that wasn't directed at me then. You know.
but
I am very old and set in my ways now.
no, it wasn't directed at anybody in particular. But it's true. It's something that I think a lot of guys may think, oh, I've got the speed, I'm good to go. You know, I'm gonna nail the physical fitness. I'm gonna be fast in the car, etc. But that's definitely not all of it.
Well, look at the categories that Nissan compete in. The main ones are LMP1, LMP2, and GT3, and they are all. All motorsport is a team sport, but in particular, in between the drivers, they are team sports. So you've got to be aware of where, if you win the title of Nismo GT Academy champion, where you might be placed and what type of racing you would be doing.
Right, absolutely, and you know that's you're going to have to work with people from all over the world, and you're going to have to race in stressful situations. Things aren't going to go well. You know, if you're at Le Mans and you're in the 24-hour race, you know, testing the new GTR LM, and things aren't going too well, which might happen sometimes, then you've got to be upbeat. You've got to be positive. You don't want to be in a weird mood bringing the team down. You want to say, let's keep fighting, guys. Let's just keep going. And that's, if you're in a weird mood in race camp, you're going to be in a weirder mood come race day.
Yeah, I mean, going back to what you were saying about it being a team sport, something that we see time and again at race camp is the assault course, the big physical test. A lot of the guys who are successful and are still in the competition much, much later on aren't the guys who ace the assault course. They're the guys who complete the assault course and then help their teammates to finish it as well.
Right.
And we've seen this over and over again. And it's not necessarily the case that if you're not very good at the fitness test and you're struggling through the assault course that you're not going to get through. But we have seen guys who are extremely good at the assault course, and they have gone back and they have helped their mates, their countrymen, to get through the assault course themselves as well. Mm-hmm. And we see it again and again and again. That the guys who get through are the guys who are so personal, so personable, so friendly, so outgoing that they will do what they can to help their friends out.
Yes, well said.
I think that's a good note to end that topic on. So we'll see how those 6 progress. So looking back a bit further now to last month, Famine, you were at the Goodwood Festival of Speed this year, and you talked to someone rather interesting.
Yes, we got an invite about a week and a bit before the event to go down to Goodwood and speak to Kazunori Yamauchi, which turned out to be a one-on-one interview in a nice quiet room, which was fortunate because I was getting sunburnt quite badly. So we were invited down to talk about the Vision GT project. Kazunori was there in this instance to talk about the Infinity Vision GT and the design direction of Infinity, but he also turned up later on at the Peugeot stand to talk about the Peugeot Vision GT as well. So he was definitely there in his capacity as gaming / manufacturer liaison. But yeah, we had a good 20-minute chat with Kazunori, one-on-one with translator San, of course, as well. All about Vision GT, past, present, and future. Although obviously I can't give away too much about the future part of it. So it was quite interesting to hear him talk about the cars, especially the Mazda LM55 Vision Gran Turismo, which was part of the central sculpture at the Goodwood Festival of Speed this year. It was put up on a lovely kind of herringbone steel sculpture alongside the 787B, which Mazda won Le Mans with in 1991. So big boots to fill. But
I mean, would you say that's perhaps the most, in inverted commas, realistic Vision GT car, and perhaps is a statement from Mazda?
Yes. There have been a lot of rumblings about Mazda returning to Le Mans. Maybe not next year, but certainly the year after. And the LM55,
which makes sense with the change in regulations for P1 for that year.
Yes, next year it's kind of as you were, but there was a big change the following year, isn't there?
Yeah.
And I think they're also increasing the grid sizes as well.
Because they're building some new garages, so they can fit the cars in.
So that'll be good. But yeah, it does kind of look forward to something. But Kazunori's reaction to seeing it. It's just, he said he basically walked underneath it and saw it up there in the sky and thought to himself, nice. which he actually said in English, which is it's always fun when Kazunori speaks English. His English is very, very good, but he very rarely uses it.
And so Vision Gran Turismo is obviously all about concept cars and about future ideas and letting design studios get really creative. What impact do you think that this project has had on not only the idea of building concept cars, but how that goes into the production cars and bringing those cars to the virtual world?
I mean, it's a good question. I mean, some of the manufacturers, especially early on, they've kind of turned the project over to students, to design engineering students. Perhaps possibly as some kind of test. But
it's a recruitment process.
Yeah. But some of them are taking it very, very seriously indeed, to the point where now some manufacturers are wanting to get a second or even third Vision GT car into the game. Not necessarily into GT6, which probably doesn't have too many years left in it, but certainly into Gran Turismo. But yeah, I mean, several of the cars are not necessarily completely production ready, but pretty close to iterations of cars that we're going to see in the next few years. I think Toyota were pretty much first to that with the FT1, which is so close to what a production car could be. What I mean, people called it the next Supra when they first saw it. The Mercedes Vision GT, a company in, I think it was in the US, is actually building those out of SLRs. it might be SLSs, but I think it's SLRs. The first Volkswagen Vision GT basically was a hybrid 600 horsepower Golf, convertible, admittedly, but again, not massively removed from a road car. The Mazda, we might see the Mazda on circuit with very little change in the next couple of years. The Infiniti, that's pretty close to the design ethos of Infiniti at the moment. You can see a lot of their next car, the Q30. You can see a lot of the concept in that. So yeah, I mean, Vision GT is a kind of you like it or you don't thing. A lot of people aren't necessarily fans of it because we're getting hypothetical concept cars instead of actual new cars to the game. But we're looking at cars that you might be seeing in 3 or 4 years' time.
Yeah, I think a lot of the people who don't like or claim they don't like the program, I think they just feel a sense of contempt for it because I think they believe that these cars are somehow taking the place of or pushing out production cars that might be able to make it into Gran Turismo 6. I think that's sort of where some of those bad feelings come from, and I don't think
when it's perhaps quite the opposite.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, we may not be getting anything if it wasn't for the Vision GT program, and I think,
And also, it's building relationships with those manufacturers.
absolutely. You know, I think that a lot of these Vision GT cars are sort of I think it's sort of, I don't want to say excuse. I don't want to use the word excuse, but I believe it's sort of it's a good way it's a good way for the companies to kind of share their internal concepts in a way that can be used more than just for a reveal at an auto show. You know, more than just a picture. They can actually use that concept car to really promote the brand by putting it in Gran Turismo. And so anything that makes them feel that Gran Turismo is more important is a very good thing for us, the players, because that's important, and ultimately we're all beholden to the manufacturers to get their cars in these games. Us as the fans and Kazunori and even the other game manufacturers, we want them to really feel like these racing games are the future, and so. I think it's really important for everybody to support the project, and I don't believe that it is somehow taking away from the other games the other cars that we could be having in the game. Personally, I think the only thing that's, in terms of Gran Turismo 6, what's keeping some modern production cars from coming into the game is Gran Turismo 7. I think Polyphony is wisely holding on to a lot of the new cars so that we'll have more new things to explore in the next game. But I think it's a wonderful project, and I think we may not really see the true fruits of this labor until the years to come.
I think one of the complaints that I've seen the most is, and I share, is the lack of interior cockpits. Famin, what did Kazunori have to say about that?
Yeah, it was one of the questions that I did actually put to him. And he said that effectively it came down to timing. A lot of these cars, because the reveals in the real world are physically set, usually motor shows, sometimes festivals like the Wörthersee Volkswagen Festival, and the timing is very specifically set, and so they have to get at least the exterior model of the car ready for that time. And they were finding that some manufacturers were not necessarily particularly diligent with providing them with interiors, particularly because these are all fictional, I suppose, cars to an extent. So they don't have an interior unless the manufacturer designs one,
and
then it won't be.
Often that's two separate teams
Yes.
In a company doing the exterior and the interior. And one thing you see quite often at car shows is concept interiors, which aren't either in an existing car, or they're not really in a car at all and they're just showing this concept dash or something. So they're almost two separate concepts.
Yeah, and a lot of the time, some concept cars will show up with opaque windows, just because they don't actually physically have an interior. But with the Vision GT cars, there may not be a full size real version of it, so the interior might not be the same. You can't scan the interior to the same quality as you can the exterior modelling. But he did say it was something that they hoped to have interiors for all of them.
Yeah, I think I think people also underestimate just how difficult it is to create the interiors in the game, and when they may say, oh, look, this company published a sketch for the interior, or, we see some type of crude model, that shows an interior for a Vision GT car. Well, that the company may not want that to be represented in the game because maybe it's not in a final state. And, if they produce the car or send the external specifications and mechanical specifications to Polyphony in time to release the car in the game, and then they don't prepare the internal design, I guess, for lack of a better term, then how's Polyphony supposed to model that? And then you have to consider the logistics too. Once they do complete the interior, well, they're going to have to send another team back out to scan and photograph and collect all the data that they need to recreate that. So it's a lot of work, and I think for these cars, which have sort of been developed very quickly, kind of makes it much more challenging. I think we sort of take the interiors for granted a bit these days.
So, looking back at last week's racing, we had the 13th round of the 2015 GTPlanet Endurance Series, which was the 4 hours of Scuba. I'm informed the correct pronunciation is by Famine. Is that right, Scuba?
Close enough, yeah.
Close enough. So this was with the GT300 class and the TCN1 class. First time these two classes had raced together. Due to the constricted nature of the circuit, we reduced the car count. Lightning Speed Motorsport took pole in their Mazda RE Animera RX-7 in GT300, and pole in TCN1 was taken by Scar Honda R in their, obviously, Honda CRZ touring car. Story of the race was really, of the opening of the race, was Race on Oz Racing and their Subaru BRZ GT300. They started from the pit lane due to a qualifying infraction, so they spent the opening stages of the race getting past those touring cars and getting back onto the lap, whilst the number 65 Mazda of Lightning Speed Motorsport did battle with the number 68 Subaru of Swift Autosport. They were close throughout that opening stint, weren't they, Framin?
Yeah, it was. There was a little lead that was pulled out very early on, but it then rapidly diminished, and they changed position not too far into the race. But yeah, it was a good tooth and nail battle up at the front there. I think they dropped the third place car pretty effectively. But yeah, then Race on Oz wouldn't be kept down.
No, and I think it was all about the second driver, because of course two drivers competing in the car, switching around the halfway point. Swift Autosport faded a little with their second driver, whereas Lightning Speed kept a very similar pace, but it was just the consistency of rookie Mustafa, who just kept putting in the laps time after time to close down that gap, and did at one point take the lead, didn't he?
He did, yes. I think he had Did he have the race fastest lap as well?
He did. He's 53.269, which was all of a quarter of a second quicker than the best time from the Lightning Speed Motorsport car.
Yeah. So not bad for a rookie driver.
No, he got promoted fairly quickly. In the touring car class, the battle at the front was really between the Scar Honda and the VEC racing team and in their Lexus. That's a French team. Unfortunately, some procedural infringements towards the end of the race cost them some penalties. Changing their driver in the final hour of the race cost them some time and put them back. But that's nothing to take away from the great display from the Honda team.
Now, I find the CRZ an interesting car because obviously it has the hybrid assist, so it's significantly, well, not significantly, but I suppose around Tsukuba, probably a good margin quicker in the first 5 or 6 laps of a driver's stint, and then it kind of eases back as the battery diminishes, but it still has a bit of regenerative braking there, so there's always a little bit of an electric boost every now and then. So it's an interesting car to drive, and it's a good choice of car for them, I think.
And of course, at the end, it was won by Lightning Speed Motorsport by on the scoreboard by a lap, but in reality, it was about 30 seconds, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think there was an extra pit stop in there that I think Mustafa should have taken fuel on for, and it was I think it was during one, he had a penalty for track limits, and he should really have taken fuel on, but because he didn't, he had to come into the pits again, and I think that is effectively what cost them the race victory. But considering they started from the pit lane,
and it was their first race,
yeah, it was a cracking effort.
Yep. So the podium was Lightning in GT300 was Lightning Speed Motorsport in the Mazda, second Race on Oz Racing in the Subaru, and third Swift Autosport in another Subaru. In TCM1, it was Scar Honda in their Honda, and they had a rookie driver in the car as well who did a fantastic job for them. Prytech Motorsport second in the Volkswagen Scirocco, and third was Dragon Razor Racing in the Lexus CCSR. So looking ahead to this weekend, we have the Japan 12 hour at Motegi. It starts at 10 o'clock in the morning and UTC. So in Japan time, I'm not quite sure what their time zone is called, but it's 9 hours ahead. So the race starts in the evening, goes through the night and into the dawn. I mean, that's an interesting concept, Farron.
Yeah, and I really do like the Motegi track, which is one of the reasons why I'm going to be driving it. So one of these nice opportunities to double up as commentating and driving. But yeah, the driving to dawn thing is it's something different. You usually have with longer endurance races, you drive until the sun sets, or you drive right through 24 hours. But driving through the night until the sun rises is something different.
And with both Super GT classes, GT500 and GT300, this is really classic Gran Turismo stuff, isn't it, Jordan?
Absolutely. There'll be a lot of famous cars from the series will be on track, at the same time. So it's definitely going to look good on the broadcast. I know that much.
Yep, we will be broadcasting on YouTube again live for the whole 12 hours. A large commentary roster of Jono, Andrew, Bo, Dylan, who's a newcomer, Dom, another newcomer, and Tom Brooks, of course, fan favourite, and Famin as well, who will be jumping in the car and out of the commentary box. Are you looking forward to that then, Famin?
Well, if you want me to commentate while I'm driving the car, then I will have to remember not to be particularly effusive with my words when I take evasive action. Yes, which shouldn't be too often.
Multitasking might not be the best idea in that situation.
I think with a GT300 car driving through, I think I'll be taking the final stint. So driving until the sun comes up and taking the checkered flag. So I think maximum concentration for that one.
Looking at qualifying, which happened last weekend, it was another ridiculously close session. I mean, I don't know what it is about the GT500 class and the balance of performance we've got, but the times were outstanding. Jordan, the top 14 drivers in GT500 were separated by 0.9 seconds, which equates to less than 1%.
Yeah, I was just looking at those qualification results, and I mean, this is so competitive. This is just fantastic stuff. I mean, do you think the balance of performance efforts have sort of paid off here and have contributed to these close results?
Well, there hasn't been too much work on balance performance for this class because obviously the cars are meant to run with each other normally and are quite close to their real world performance. So there hasn't been too much to do. But I think this is also a testament to the teams and the amount of work they put into the setup and the tunes of these cars. It's quite astounding. I mean, the difference between first and second was 0.029 seconds. First to third, 0.062 seconds. I mean, these are... We even had two drivers set the exact same time. This is just abnormal. And then in GT300, I think it was second to fourth was separated by 0.030 seconds. I mean, this is sets it up for a great race. But of course, the fastest drivers, Famine, won't necessarily be racing against each other.
No, with it being a 12-hour race and teams of 3 and 4 drivers, it all depends on the tactics of the team manager, whether they want to get their fast driver out early on, get some track position, or get them to do the sprint to the flag.
So on pole position is Reaper Online Racing in the GT500 class, and in the GT300 class it is Race on Oz Racing, who of course will be looking for their first win after their first race last weekend. The broadcast starts at 10:30 UTC. To convert to your local time, type 10:30 UTC into Google. It will show you what that is in your time. We will be broadcasting live for the entirety of the event. So, and on next week's podcast, we'll bring you all of the analysis and results from the race. Any final thoughts on that race, Jordan?
Well, I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, as Andrew said, I mean, Motegi's a really great track, and it's with these qualification times this close, it's just going to be fantastic. So we've got a great track, great racers, we've got a great broadcast team for this race. Could be one of our more enjoyable streams that we've had. So I hope a lot of people tune in for sure.
Okay, so that's about it for us this week. We'll be back next week with more news and opinion. But for now, thank you very much for your time, gentlemen. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Catch you later.
Hello and welcome back to the 2015 24 Hours of the Nürburgring with the GTPlanet Endurance Series. My name is Hayden. I am back with you people here after those that interview with GT Academy winner Matthew Simmons and that episode of the GTPlanet podcast. I'll go straight into our most recent results update. This is from hour 17. And thank you again for joining me here. Okay, so currently our overall clarifications by the team. Currently leading the race is the number 44 TNR Nismo entry of the Bomb, TNR 5 Ziggin, TNR Philo, and TNR Pfeiffer. That GTR is currently in first after completing a total of 122 laps. In second, we have Reaper Online Racing, driven by Glenn Owls 81, GTP Kane, R. Clark 83, and Ronno Thomas. That SLS is currently in second after completing 121 laps, estimated to be 7 minutes and 31 seconds behind the leader. Bitter Rivals Racing is in third, with Greasy, Lionface, and The Flash piloting their SLS to 120 laps. In fourth is Avalerion Racing with DEPR, Friday GTRP, GTP PASM, and Skyline CA TT 1683 piloting their R8 into 119 laps. In fifth, we have WRS North America, whose Audi R8 has completed 2 less laps at 117. The Green Hell Heathens, car number 88, is leading GT Cup with 116 laps. In seventh overall was Venator Racing. Their BMW Z4 GT3 car has also completed 116 laps, below the slower class car there. Scar Lotus is in eighth. Their release has done 115 laps. They were right in the hunt with the Green Hell Heathens boys, but they had a bit of bad luck earlier. GTR Blackhawks are next. Their Renault Megane GT Cup car is done 111 laps. They're quite a fair ways behind the leaders, but they're still running their own race and looking pretty good for a podium. The Honda NSX of Team Dart, that has done 109 laps, 2 laps behind the Renault of the Blackhawks. The Green Hell Heathens entry for GT3 has had an absolute nightmare with disconnections this race. Unfortunately for them, they've only done 108 laps, right down the bottom of the grid behind all the Cup cars now. So you've got a feel for those boys. But yeah, 14 laps behind the leader. And we have had a retirement from the Well Racing team. Their Lotus Elise pulling out after just 16 laps into the race. I'm joined now by HP. Thanks for coming back with me, mate.
That's no problem at all, mate. I must apologise to everybody if there was a brief delay there at the start of that. Unbeknownst to all of you, I was giving you all a what I thought was an excellent intro. Turns out nobody could hear me, so not sure what happened there. But yes, look, thank you very much to everybody for staying with us. We've got some diehards in the YouTube chat that I'm pretty sure have been with us pretty much all race. So that's good to see. Thanks for sticking with us. It has been so far. Well, it's been I guess an excellent race, but it's been just absolutely chock filled with all sorts of events, disconnections. And as I say that, we've got an off, and it is the number 88 of Green Hell Heathens that I'm watching come off and getting significant damage. Unfortunately, that's David B at the wheel. We have just had a driver change. He's got full engine damage and front and rear right tyre damage as well. So he is a lap in front. Not sure what happened there, but there were 2 cars with him. So I'm not sure if you can see that on the delay there, Hayden, but I'm looking at this from in the room. Are you watching that unfold as we speak?
I believe we're following. Was that the YouTube car, HP? I'm sorry?
No, that was ours. That was our...
the Heathens. Nah, unfortunately, we're following the wrong vehicle here.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what happened there, but there's definitely significant damage there. David's having a little bit of trouble keeping that car on the track, so I'll just have a look and see. It's a good idea to have a look and see where Good Wolf is on track as opposed to David. Looks like they have unlapped themselves, so Good Wolf has unlapped from David and is about a minute up the road. So it looks like a difference of about 8 minutes, 7.5 to 8 minutes. So David's got a little bit of a way to go. He's just approaching or getting near the carousel. So Good Wolf and the Scar Lotus guys are going to get quite a bit of their... they're going to knock some off that deficit by the look of it.
And they will be quite happy with that. It's You're not having a lot of luck with your team there, HP. The Heathens have they've had a pretty tough run of it this race.
Yeah, look, we've had, well, we don't really need to go into the 7 disconnections that we've had for the GT3 guys, but the GT Cup guys have done all right, done very well actually, but there was definite, I looked up at my screen and essentially saw 3 cars on track, and one of them was the 88 being removing itself from the track, but there were 2 cars next to it. I don't know what cars they were, so I'm going to have to go back in the stream and hopefully they were on the camera at the time, but yeah, not 100% sure. I'll ask my driver when he comes out.
Very good. I did run down the current standings. Things seem to be pretty much the same as where we left them. Do you have any more insight than that?
No, I'm just looking at them now. In fact, no, that's the wrong one, so I just need to bring them up. I believe that the TNR guys had lost one of the laps that they were ahead. They were ahead by 2 laps. Now they're only ahead by 1, is my understanding from when I had a look at it just before. I need to go into it a little bit more in depth. But if that's the case, then, with 6 hours to go, that could be telling because, 1 lap, anything could happen, and you can lose that lap easily, as they've found out. So it looks like the TNR guys 1 lap up on Reaper Online Racing, who are 1 lap up on Bitter Rivals, who are 1 lap up on Avalarion, who are 2 laps up on WRS. No, that's not right. That does not appear to be right. Look, I think maybe just the GHH count on that one is wrong, but it seems to be 1 lap. Each of the top 3 have, or 4 have lapped themselves. So a bit of space between the teams, but yeah, anything could happen. Definitely up the top there. As far as the GT Cup guys are concerned, looks like... Actually, no, that GHH team is the number 88. So, yeah, it looks like they've unlapped themselves. The Scar Lotus have unlapped themselves from GHH, and they've got a little bit of work to do, but they're now on the lead lap. So that's a good thing for them. So if there's a red flag or an early track yellow flag, then that could see the gap closed significantly. So definitely not over in GT Cup.
They will be hoping for that very outcome. Just watching this this blue GTR here, is this the Heathens car, HP?
Just let me jump on that stream there, mate. Just bear with me. No, well, ours is black, so it's not going to be ours. Well, that is ours, but it's not blue. Not sure what they've done to your colour. Your vision might be a little bit off. It's been a long race, but yes, that's the black 45.
Yeah,
that is ours.
It has seemed to have been having a few issues. It was a little bit sideways earlier on in the lap. He's keeping it under control, but just looking at it now, he's battling that car.
Yeah, that's not accurate. I was actually talking to Jono earlier about this because I noticed in the comment in the stream that it seemed to be all over the place. So, and when Caden was driving earlier, and I asked Jono about this on the phone, and he said it was fine. So that's some of those network issues there. It's not quite lag, but maybe a little bit of lag, and it looks like it's not entirely under control. Is so that's what I would suspect is the case there. But they were reporting that it just seemed perfectly fine on their end. And I will say this: apparently, there's been some significant storms in Jono's area today. Significant storms, and we suspect that that's the reason for the issues that they've experienced today.
Weather playing it hasn't rained at the Nürburgring, but weather's still playing its part in our race here, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's rained on GHH, that's for sure. No doubt about that. And I can confirm that our final driver will be TRL Bow. So we'll be putting him back in the car. He had a horrendous first stint. First race with us, has travelled quite a significant distance to get to the rig that he's racing on. So he will be racing the final stint for us. I suspect he's going to go over his stint limit, but like how many laps down, I don't think that's a penalty that we're just going to take anyway. So I just want to get him to get as much time behind the wheel as possible. So
and let him close the race out and have a bit of a highlight from it after
exactly
those troubles.
Exactly right. And also as well, hopefully he can make some progress in the grading system as well. Hopefully get him out of rookie. He's a platinum driver. I've got no doubt about that. So the idea is to as well get him enough time in there to hopefully show everybody what he's capable of without a disconnection.
So the sun is well and truly up here at the Nürburgring for the GTPlanet 24 hours of the Nürburgring, of course. Do join us on the YouTube chat. Throw any questions or comments or anything you'd like to say really into that. We will respond to you. We'll talk back to you and we'll answer any queries you have the best we can. HB is the genius. He'll be able to get any complex in-race answers back to you. No worries at all. And I'll field pretty much anything else you have to say. So don't be afraid to speak up and let us know what you're thinking.
I think genius is a bit of a stretch, but fair enough.
You haven't failed us yet.
More like larrikin Australian who's winging it half the time, but that's my secret. If you make people laugh, they'll forget everything you do wrong. That's my motto in life. Seems to work sometimes. Hopefully, the GTPlanet community is enjoying the stream and enjoying the commentary. So, what I'll do now for you guys is because we haven't been on for a while, we'll have a look at some fastest laps. No surprise in that De Bomb's 8:12, 8:57 certainly hasn't moved as the fastest lap. But as I said earlier, you could probably expect that if it is going to be beaten, it won't be just yet because the track's still a little bit cool. You can probably expect that to happen in maybe in the next few hours, maybe with a couple of hours to go in the race. And probably even then only if De Bomb is in the car. As far as everybody else is concerned, no PBs on the last lap. A couple of not so notable mentions in previous lap times. We've got a 10:46 from David B in the 88 of GHH. That was obviously in regards to the damage that I mentioned, and a 10:15 from Tex 36. Maybe that had something to do with David's damage. I'm not sure if both cars ended up with damage after an incident there, but that might make a little bit of sense. As far as everybody else is concerned, not too much has changed. D. Griffin has ripped out an 8:13.961. I think he's the closest to De Bomb's 8:12. So he's moving at a fair pace. Five Zygon has a 8:14.317. And Glenn Owls for this stint his quickest is an 8:19.441. I think we all know he can go a little bit quicker than that, so watch for him. An 8:21 for the GHH with Jono at the wheel. And in the pits at the moment, we've got the Flash for Better Rivals Racing. He's done an 8:17. In terms of the GT Cup cars, we've got Stiggs TC with an 8:51. Good Wolf in the Scar Lotus has done an 8:9. No, he has not done an 8:19. Yes, that's it. The timing screen has glitched quite a bit today. So, the other times don't look too. They look a little bit glitched. So I'll probably leave the timing there. But that 8:12 doesn't look like it's going to be beaten, mate.
That's a soul lap. The Bomb really is probably one of the top drivers we have here. I think it's fair to say.
I don't think he's fallen off either today, has he?
Nah, he's just he is a rock solid driver in every race. He never seems to let his team down, and just goes out there and sets blistering laps.
I'll have to see if he wants to get on the payroll for the Heathens. I don't think they'll let him go over there, though. It's at his team, so probably a lost cause. But as we've done previously, any of you guys in the YouTube chat have any comments or questions, let us know. We'll just go through what you've been saying recently. Don't see any questions here. Quite a bit of banter there. Obviously, you guys having yourselves a good time. We've got 33 watching now, and that's pretty much been a static number. It hasn't really gone below that, but we've had it up to near 60, I think, from earlier. No, not really any questions there that I can see. So if you guys have any further questions, do let us know.
Just watching the 85 Scar Lotus enter the straight here, just behind the Renault.
Looks like we've got a yellow flag as well. I'm just going to try and find that. It's in the west section. That is D. Griffin. D. Griffin has got extensive damage, and that's actually the east section, so I'm not sure what's happening there. Maybe there was just a spin, but D. Griffin has got extensive damage and no fuel. He hasn't run out, but gee, that was close. He's just coming into the pits now, as is Stiggs TC. So both of those cars are in the pits, but looks like D. Griffin may well have lost a bit of time there. Not 100% sure when that incident occurred, but hopefully he wasn't drifting around the track for too long in that condition, because that would have cost him quite a lot of time. I'll see if I can find that out for us, Hayden.
Good work, HP. Good work. The genius is at work as always. And yeah, so don't mean to barter on it, but the YouTube chat is starting to move again. Everybody's woken up to the fact that we are back and we are live and we are not pre-recorded. So we've got a question from a Steve Lake, HP. You'll be able to field this one for us. Do driver ratings roll over to the 2016 GTPlanet Endurance Series?
Interesting. I believe so. In fact, I can't imagine why they wouldn't. The correct answer to that question is I don't know that 100%, but I'm 99.9% certain that they will indeed roll over. I can't imagine why they wouldn't. Can't remember seeing it anywhere that they will, but surely they will. You go through an entire season. In fact, from memory, I can't even remember if they were in place at the start of last season. I think they were. So, yes, I'm going to say yes. AJ can correct me if I'm wrong. GTP Bambi has said that the Heathens and Reaper Online Racing expect an inbox from me on GTPlanet. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, Bambi. I mean, I always like hearing from you, but that does seem a little bit ominous.
The capitals, I always read capitals as shouting, so
he's got stars there as well, so he's not only yelling, but he's emphasising it with asterisks. So,
don't know what that could possibly be about, but I'm sure he'll enlighten us. Just 5 hours and 40 minutes to go. 21 and nearly a half hours into this race. What's been your highlight, HB?
Well, that's a little bit hard to get, I guess. Look, I guess the consistency of the TNR guys is.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have a major issue for, I believe that's the number 89. Currently third place in GT Cup, Renault Megane. He is all over the shop. He had a big hit with the wall. The camera just changed on me. But, he's in all sorts of trouble in the first third of the track there.
That would be Stig's TC, I believe, because I'm reporting large amounts of, in fact, it is Stig's TC. He's got compass damage, as I like to call it, so all four corners of the car, and he's in trouble. He's on the grass as I'm watching in the room. So he has just pitted. This is his outlap from the pits, so
Oh,
a lot of time. They will need to pit at the end of this. We've got a warning for the number 45, Greenhill Heathens in the GT3 have incurred a warning for track limits. So naughty, Jono. Keep it to the black stuff. Just a warning though, no penalty, but he will need to keep his eye on the track limits there. But yeah, not looking too good for the number 89. There's a lot of lawn mowing going on from Stig's TC. He is driving up past Adenauer Forst into Metzgersfeld. In fact, up into Adenauer Forst, and he is mowing a lot of lawn out there right now, unfortunately for him.
it's a long way home from there too. That's only a couple of minutes into the lap, and if he gets put into limpo mode or if he can struggle back, either way, he's not going to make it home for a very long time. That's a big moment for them.
Yeah, that's going to definitely take a little bit of time to get back. And, if he can control it, it'll take a lot quicker to get back. He'll definitely get back sooner. But AJ will be watching him very closely, and the stewards, because if it's deemed that car's not in control, it will be ordered into limp home mode. And from where he is on the track, that will be probably 13 minutes added onto their time, because roughly that's probably how long that'll take to get from the Exmuller area. He's currently in the, I guess that's the west area of the track. So the northwest, if you're looking at it as the crow flies, guys, northwest of the track near Exmuller. Definitely not good. Hayden, I just need to do a little bit of team management here, so I'm going to leave you with it just for about 1 minute, if that's okay.
That's fine with me, HB. I'll do my best to keep these folks entertained. We are riding along with the 88 leading GT Cup Renault Megane. Beautiful purple with green wheels, track monster there. Absolutely rumbling around. They've had a very good race, the Heathens. They have had a little bit of unfortunate luck with their GT3 car, but that number 88 GT Cup Renault has ran pretty solidly all day. And we just saw a glimpse of that number 89 damaged Renault. We saw that crash earlier. HB was just talking about it. He estimates it'd be about probably 13 minutes to make it back to the pits under limp home mode. So it's a long way home, and you've really got to feel for those guys. Mistakes happen, but this is the worst track in the entire world to make that sort of mistake. Speaking of the Heathens, this is their GTR. This is the car that has had all the disconnect issues. Some 7 separate occasions of the internet dropping out, reported to be caused by storm activity in the area. You can understand that the team and its manager and the drivers are pretty gutted with that outcome. All the work they've put into this race, preparing for this race. HB mentioned earlier that at least 5 months of preparation goes into a 24-hour race for him and his team, and to have it come down to something like this due to something you simply cannot control, you really must feel for these guys. Just a reminder that you can chat with us with the YouTube chat. We like getting your questions and your comments. We like having a banter with you guys, and ask anything you like and don't expect an answer. If it's something crazy, if it's something weird, we'll do our best to get it back to you. But And this is actually a shot of the two Heathens cars together. So if you're a Heathens fan, probably get your camera out about now and hope to hell they don't stuff this up.
Sorry, Hayden, there. I'm back, mate. Just a little bit going on there in GHH HQ. Thank you, everybody, for patience there. Yes, just a little bit of action here for, as you said, any fans of GHH as we see the 88 let through the 45, although I suspect the commentary is going to be a little bit out on that because I'm looking at the YouTube chat, so that's probably already occurred. Stiggs TC still having some problems. He's been ordered to slow down from AJ. Hasn't been ordered into limp home mode, but he has been ordered to slow down. So he'll need to gain control of that car. As long as you do have control of the car, you won't be ordered into limp home mode. So you can go from 160 kilometres an hour to 90 and not have to drop into limp home mode as long as you've got control of the vehicle. That's the key thing here.
Big moment for the Green Hill Heathens, number 36 GTR. I believe he just went into the wall. I'm not entirely sure on that.
That wouldn't be us, the 36. I'll just go to...
I think it's...
I'm just going through the drivers here in the room, so just bear with us, folks.
It's on the grass again. This is the car that we are watching is having all sorts of issues. Unless this is down to that internet issue we discussed earlier.
I would suspect that that's the case. There is no damage that I'm looking at currently for the number 45. No damage in room at least. Definitely looks like it's off the track there though. That could have been a slight wobble, but I can confirm that there is no damage for the number 45. The number 89 has entered limp home mode, Stiggs TC, and he is currently in the area of the mini carousel. He's just approaching it right now, so he's going to lose a few minutes at least. He'll definitely lose, I would suspect, maybe 4 or 5 minutes from there. He's got approximately a quarter of the track to go. So well done on him for making it that far around, but obviously his position became untenable and he's entered limp home mode. And indeed, he got a warning for lack of car control, so that has prompted him to enter limp home mode.
It's something you want to avoid like the plague, even though you can't go as quickly as you would like to under damage. That 60 kilometre an hour limiter of limp home mode it's pretty rough.
Well, it's probably one thing that was mentioned earlier was asked of me, and I didn't mention it in regard to preparation. And one thing that I highly recommend is to get your drivers, and I've said this before, to practice when damaged. Get them in a session, drive it into the wall, and deliberately drive it into the wall, and then do laps. Drive the car while damaged, because the worst thing you can possibly do is enter limp home mode. And like I said, as long as AJ can see and the stewards can see that you have control, you won't be ordered into limp home mode. But the second that it appears that you're not in control, then you're in trouble. Number 89, I'm seeing, has a penalty. 5 warnings to car, needs to pit at the end of this lap and hold in the box. So he's exceeded the amount of penalties that he's allowed, and unfortunately will have to pit, which he would have been doing anyway, but will suffer a penalty in addition to that. But like I was saying, all those team managers out there and prospective team managers, guys who want to race next year and even in the races to come this season, get your drivers to drive it while damaged. Have an entire session of just damaged driving. We have teams that do rain sessions and dry sessions and and just in general to try and get better times in better conditions, have a damage session. Do that regularly because it will help you, because most teams will get damage and everybody needs to drive in those conditions as well. So that's a bit of a tip. Certainly what I get my guys to do, and it helps.
And that's the thing. Even if you're the best driver out there, there's nothing stopping you getting tangled up in somebody else's incident and getting damaged. So it's not a case of, oh, I'm too good for that. It's you've got to be prepared for this, because the best drivers do make mistakes. And even if they don't, someone else will.
No, look, that's exactly right. And, there's I think a lot to be said for a driver who can take especially a heavily damaged car and get a good time. I love getting a good time with a heavily damaged car. I think it shows an understanding of the conditions and an understanding of the vehicle. If you can do a good job, if you get damaged, and then observers of the race can turn around and say, well, wow, he got a great time with that car. I can't believe he went that fast in that car. And that's what you want you guys to do. Get them driving in the rain. You want good rain times, but you need every driver to be able to drive a damaged car, especially on this track. It's if you're driving in Tsukuba, it's not as important. But in this track, longer tracks, especially Spa, as we see, the number 89 has given the instruction to leave the pits. But these longer tracks, it's key. Limp home mode will ruin your race. It's as simple as that. It's just that much of an impact.
It will more than double your lap time. If you hit that first wall, if you make that mistake early, 60 kilometers an hour is very slow. That could make a lap take nearly 3 times as long as it's meant to, probably.
Exactly right, Hayden. And it'll ruin your lap, unfortunately. So, like I said, guys, get out there and practice when damaged. I wonder how many of our listeners have actually considered doing that, because it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant driving while damaged. I guess a lot of the guys, when they are using heavy damage conditions in their practice, if they get heavily damaged, I wonder how many of them walk back to the pits and try again. When I do that, I finish my lap, sometimes even do another one. Yeah, I've done a couple of 4-hour races where I've been heavily damaged and I stay out there, because the benefits of driving while damaged versus me doing well in the race, they were just outweighed by the benefits of me being able to practice while in those conditions.
And that comes down to smart and preparation. It's one of those things. In a series I used to compete in, we used to call it driving with the egg beaters on. You'd know that feeling from the wheel going da-da-da-da-da-da, and it's a fight, but you can control it. You can learn to deal with it and just make it easier on yourself, and it can save you in a race like this. It's worth its weight in gold, that practice time that you talked about. It really is essential.
No, absolutely right, mate. It's like a machine gun too, especially if you've got one of the I think it's the DFGT wheels. It's really difficult. And here's another tip as well: if you're incredibly damaged and you're using a DFGT and you find it almost impossible to control, you can actually take out it's the power adapter. I think it's a little AC plug that comes in the back, and that removes all the force feedback. So it's still hard to control, but you don't have all the force feedback. So you remove that egg beater or machine gun feel. You don't have all the shaking. So you won't wake up everyone in the house if it's 3 a.m., but also it does make it a little bit easier to control. It's not easy at all, but it's easier than what it is when it's when your teeth are rattling because your wheel's shaking so much. So here's another little tip for anybody who you find yourself halfway into the green hell and your steering wheel is going crazy. If you're unable to take that plug out on a DFGT, you increase your chances of being able to get around without limp home mode. It's not guaranteed though, so still needs a lot of due care and some skill.
And of course, it probably increases the life of your wheel too, because there's no way that egg beater effect is good for the long-term health and safety of your steering wheel.
No, not at all. But what you want to do is you want to make sure that you don't hit that start button. If you're told to do it, if AJ orders you to do it, or one of the stewards, then there's nothing you can do about it. But it's all about minimising that. I'm giving away trade secrets here. I'm giving away vital information. So probably lose a race next season because of this. But it's something that people need to think about, and managers especially, get you guys doing it.
And just addressing the YouTube chat, it is incredibly hard to drive damaged on a controller or in the wet on a controller. That's it is, again, it's something you can get better at, but it's just incredibly challenging, especially when you've got damage on one side or the opposing damage, as we've had a few times, say a front left and a rear right. It's very hard to control that on a controller, because on a wheel you can just hold it at, say, 9 degrees, but that constant effect of trying to keep it straight on a controller can just make it an absolute battle.
Absolutely. Sorry, just a little bit distracted there. What I will do right now is just have a look and see if we've got any new info. We have had a driver change. D. Griffin 28 has left the room. He's done an Elvis, but Zero Duck 1 has entered. So we do have a little bit of movement there. We're going to go see if we've got some live timing updates. We've got what appears to be a session fast lap for R. Clark 83, who's done an 8:18.612 on his previous lap. No other PBs from any of the other drivers at the moment, but we've got some consistent fast sectors from the Flash 05. So keep an eye on his next lap, because he's just he's ripped out 3 consecutive fast sectors or PBs on sectors 13, 14 and 15. So he's about to knock his lap off. In fact, if I see where he is, he's just coming through the carousel now. So expect to see him probably in the next 4 minutes. Vipond as well has knocked out a PB. A couple there for David B, 165. Good to see him. He's done 3 PBs in a row. His PB so far is an 8:56.798. Hopefully he's looking to go one better on that. His last lap was a 9:10, so that wasn't the best. Stig's TC's was 13 minutes, 13 seconds. Unlucky 13 in his instance. Zygen has done an 8:17.033. He was 3 seconds slower, so I'm assuming he may have run into some traffic on his previous lap. But that's probably it as far as timing is concerned. Hopefully looking for an update relatively soon from AJ. I might go and see how that's coming along. So hopefully we've got one coming for you soon, guys.
As we watch the green 86 Honda taking the carousel there. And thank you again for joining us for the GTPlanet 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, hosted by the GTPlanet Endurance Series. My name is Hayden. I'm joined by HP. Would like to thank you on behalf of AJ, all my fellow commentators and all the competitors for joining us for this event. We are 21 and a half hours into it, 5 hours and 23 minutes remaining. And the complexion of this race is pretty well set at the moment. There is still a lot of position up for grabs, and anything can happen in endurance racing. So stay tuned, folks.
Sorry, Hayden, just got that PM from Bambi. I'll read that in a minute. It should be a good read from everybody's favourite fawn. Still waiting on an update from AJ. So let me see. Let me just ask him right now if we have an update and how well that ticker's going. If we look at the ticker as it stands, or the tower on the YouTube stream, we do have the number 44 in front, number 42 coming in second, and third we have the 43. Leading GT Cup, we have the number 88, and second we have the number 85. So keep your comments coming in, guys. Just going through the YouTube chat now. A lot of talk about the Z4. A very nice car. Seems to be popular with everybody in the chat. Certainly one I'm familiar with. And just letting you know, AJ, I wouldn't have minded that car for this season. So that would have been nice. Certainly drives a little bit better than the boat. Yeah, it's definitely a good car for this track, but you have to get it right. If you don't tune that thing properly, you're in trouble. Certainly on this track anyway. What's your favourite car? Not so much to drive, Hayden, but just in this particular race, or even this season. What's your favourite car? Not necessarily the one that's the fastest either, but do you have a pick? What's Hayden's number one car out of everything we've seen, I guess, in this race, but also in the season so far?
Well, if we if we go to just this race, we'll start on this race. The GT3 cars, they're all pretty nice to drive to a point. Of course, the R8's got those handling issues on the controller. The Kaz boat, as you call it, has its own certain little ways about doing things that make it a bit of an interesting drive. But I'm a Nissan guy, and I think I'd still take that. The BMW Z4 is a fantastic GT car. Like it looks great. It just handles quite nice as well. It's one of my picks, but I don't think there's any going past the GTR for me. And then for the season, if we look at the wider terms of the GTPlanet Endurance Series and the other classes, I would like to get into one of those Audi R8 LMP1 cars. They're just hitting a bit for me.
No, that's fair enough. You mentioned interesting in relation to the boat. It's probably the only word you could use without certainly swearing. What we do have, AJ's been kind enough to send us through the latest update. This is current as at 9:37 UTC. This is the latest update that we have. Instead of just running through the overall classification first, I'll do that last, or indeed just make any note of that last. We'll go through the classification by team. T&R Nismo, the number 44 in the Nissan GTR, they are 127, or were 127 laps, and 2 laps ahead of Reaper Online Racing on 125 laps. And those guys are on the same lap as Bitter Rivals Racing, who have made up a lot of time. Now, what I suspect has happened here, I don't think it's so much a case of them making up a lot of time. I think it's a case of Reaper losing some time, because T&R Nismo is still 2 laps up. That's reflective of the time that Bitter Rivals lost at the start of the race. So I think Reaper have lost quite a bit of time along the way, but they are still 4.5 minutes up. About 4 minutes 40 seconds up on Bitter Rivals Racing in third, but they're both on the same lap, which is key there. So if we have any form of suspension of the race, we could find second place getting very interesting. Fourth place is Avalerion Racing. Again, had those issues at the start. They are on 124 laps, so there's 3 laps between first and fourth. Then we drop back to WRS North America, who are on 121 laps. So they're a few laps down. They're 1 lap ahead of Venator, also a team that had some issues early on. And then we have what can only be described as the disastrous GHH number 45 car. They're on 113 laps so far. And just on the number of disconnections, they have disconnected 7 times, but there's been, I think, 4 or 5 official ones. Because a couple at least were in the pits. So they're on 113 laps. They're 14 laps behind the leader. So you'd need three or 4 days to make that time up. So unlucky for those guys, but it is what it is. It's the nature of this sort of racing. We move into the GT Cup. Sitting on 120 laps is the number 88 of Team GHH. Now, I believe that they have been, or that the Scar Lotus, who were on 119, have unlapped themselves. So I will wait for confirmation from AJ, but I believe that those two are on the lead lap. Followed in third by GTR Blackhawks, who were significantly 5 laps behind GHH on 115 laps. So there's a massive gap between the guys in first and second to the guys in third, and there's another 2-lap gap to Bart, who were on 113 laps at the last update. And of course, we had the retirement of wheel racing after just 16 laps. So that's the wrap-up so far. Having a look at that, Hayden, it looks like we do have a 2-horse race possibly. I mean, it's hard to see Blackhawks getting back into it, being 5 laps down. It definitely a 2-lap race, I think, in the GT Cup class. Certainly not over there. And as far as GT3 is concerned, it will be very difficult to overhaul the 2 lead that TNO and Nismo had. They probably have a 2 or 3 instances very heavy down. It'll be okay. But I think the main point there, the main battle will be between Reaper Online Racing and Big Rivals Racing, who, let's just say, if they can come from where they were at the start to a podium, well, that'll be huge. And I've just been disconnected from the race server. I don't know if that's a mass disconnection. Let me just have a look with just a message here. Sorry, go on, Hard.
Yeah, I do apologise. I'm not sure if it was only me that heard that. I'm guessing with your disconnection, I think the viewers might have caught that too. But you were Mr. Roboto for a while there, HP. The internet can be a funny thing, and sometimes it decides it wants to turn you into an alien for a few seconds. So I could still make out what you were saying, and all the rankings came through nice and clear, so there shouldn't be any question about that. But one thing you did say that caught my interest is it would take a few days to reel that lead back in. Has anyone actually ever done an endurance race on Gran Turismo or any other game, or maybe not even a race, maybe anything, that goes for longer than 24 hours?
Not that I'm aware of, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. I will say this, I have floated the idea before. I floated the idea for a 36-hour race before. I didn't get too many interested parties, but certainly something I'd like to see done. 36 hours would be great, I think. Probably a lot of people swearing right now and thinking I'm nuts, but yeah, I'd like to see it done.
I would happily participate in that, because I reckon it would probably nearly get you a Guinness World Record.
It'd get close. I probably wouldn't want to commentate on it. It'd go. So yes, I do not have any eyes on the lobby at the moment, so I'm just attempting to get back in. So the stream is still going, Hayden? Looks like
the stream is still up, rock solid. Yep, we're just following along with the YouTube branded GTR, of course. And the speaking of YouTube, those on the watching on YouTube can, of course, join us for the chat. Ask us any questions, say any comments, or talk about your favourite drivers, and we will address it. And speaking of you sounding like a robot, HP, I'm guessing it's made it through because quote, IMD, Stephen Hawking is on the commentating panel. That sort of speaks for itself.
Brilliant. I'll have to take a note of the time and check that out. 5.5 hours to go. I'll make sure I have a look at that later. Should be funny.
Apparently there is a couple longer than 24-hour races too. So yeah, if you know of anything like that, do link us, do show us, and yeah, maybe we could rattle AJ's cage to see if we can try to get GTPlanet Guinness World Record.
Sorry, I'm just being advised that my internet is definitely having issues on my end. That was Mrs. HP letting me know that, so she's got some instability as well. So if I do drop out, guys, apologies. I'll try and get that rectified as soon as possible.
It's just not happening in the internet world for the Green Hill Heathens today at all, HP. Not even the manager can stay in the room.
Well, that's all right. I'm looking to get back in right now, so hopefully it won't be an issue. Normally my internet's rock solid, so hopefully it starts behaving itself.
All sorts of super long endurance races coming in through the YouTube chat. The 25 hours of the Fun Cup Spa 25 hours is apparently a thing. A Marvel Marathon is 28 hours long. And apparently Project Cars does a few 25-hour races. So it's very interesting to hear.
I've got a very slow loading bar. It's entirely possible I may need to do a hard reset of my modem. So we'll see. Unless, in fact, no, I'm just going to take that to AJ in the Skype chat. So, Hayden, if you don't mind, I will try and sort this out. So give me a sec. I'll be back as soon as possible.
No worries at all. Thanks for that, HP. So thanks everybody for joining us again for the GTPlanet Endurance 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Please do send all your comments and questions to the YouTube chat. I will address them all. I'm here by myself for the next little while HP shakes his fist at the internet gods. So, give me something to talk about. Any questions or comments about this race? Anything you'd like to see in the future of Gran Turismo? Anything you'd like to see in Gran Turismo's rivals? What's your favourite car out here? What's your favourite track in the game? Have you got any funny Nürburgring stories to tell me? Hit us up on the YouTube chat and we'll keep everybody informed. I will just quickly run us through those standings once again. I know it was done quite recently, but just to keep you all in the loop and to give you some time to send in those YouTube comments. Currently leading the race, as they have been doing pretty strong for quite a while now, is TNR Nismo. The bomb setting rocket ship laps, as he always does. As of last count, they had done 127 laps. That's two more than both Reaper and Bitter Rivals Racing. Their SLSs both having completed 125 laps to round out the podium of GT3. Avalerion Racing in their Audi R8 has done 124 laps, followed by the WRS North America entry that has completed 121. The Venator Racing entry of the BMW Z4 GT3, we discussed that car a little bit earlier on. That's one lap down on them, with the Green Hill Heathens Nissan GTR Nismo GT3 having done just 113 laps. Internet issues have been plaguing that car, apparently down to storms in their local area, so it's just unfortunate for those guys. And you've really got to feel for them with the amount of preparation and practice that the Heathens put into a race. You've got to feel for them when it all goes askew. Leading the GT Cup field is the Green Hill Heathens, funnily enough. The Renault, I think I just saw, might have just seen a little incident with an Audi R8 on the screen there. But it seems to be back to race pace. The Renault Sport Megane, of course, leading GT Cup, having done 120 laps at the last check. The Scar Lotus, we believe him to be back on the lead lap now, within about 8 minutes, inside of 8 minutes of the leading Renault. The GDR Blackhawks Renault Megane has done 115 laps. That's a whole 5 laps down from the leader. It sounds like it might be out for them, but anything can happen in these races, and they will be more than satisfied with the podium finish, I would imagine. Dart Racing's Honda NSX, it's the only NSX out there. It stands out quite a lot with that bright green paint, but they have done 113 laps at last count, and they're at the point of sort of running their own race. And, of course, we did have that retirement earlier of the Well Racing team. JSO Greeno, Midnight Rider 32, Mitch Behaven, and Ning Dynasty, unfortunately, barely even got their Lotus out of the trailer, having to retire after just 16 laps. It's the unfortunate reality of this kind of sport, and I'm sure they'll be back out here next time, trying to get trying to get some payback against whatever did ail them. Turning to the YouTube chat, I am not personally aware of any changes for the GT3 series for 2016. I'm not the right person to be answering that, to be honest with you. I will pass that on to HP as soon as he gets back. Hopefully that's very, very soon indeed. Yeah.
Sorry, mate. Yes, no, I'm back now. I heard my name mentioned. There's a question. Is that
There
right?
is, sir. Are there any car changes for GT3 in 2016?
I honestly don't know. I'd like to see the boat removed, but look, it is a GT3 car. So look, I don't know. I think the car list at the moment is pretty competitive. I think the BOP is pretty close. I think it just gets down to the level of driver. Obviously some drivers are far better than others. But I don't know. I don't think so. But you never know what's going on in AJ's mind. He could have anything in store for us, as we've already seen in the announcements for next year. So I guess watch this space. One thing I do know is that he does want to get everything nailed down a lot sooner than what it was for this season. So you can expect to have things like the BOP and the car list done pretty quickly. In regards to the BOP, if a team wants to have a franchise, it is an absolute requirement that every team has input on the balance of power, because what we saw at the start of the year was only a few different teams having input on the balance of power, and then some other teams who weren't really involved in that were, they obviously had an issue with the balance of power. So what AJ's doing, it's a requirement this time round, which is fine for me. What I did at the start of the year was I was happy with everybody else. My stance was, look, I've got a lot on. I'm just happy with the balance of power. Bring it out, and I'll take whatever we get. But that wasn't the right thing for me to do. I should have been more involved, because I didn't realise that would just be left to pretty much 2 or 3 people. I think there wasn't the entire all of the team managers weren't involved actively. So AJ's done the right thing, and we do need to get all of the teams involved. So that will be a requirement. So if you do want a team, and if you do apply for one, just keep that in mind. You will be required to take part in the balance of power procedure. BOP, sorry.
It's an important thing, the balance of power. For those few, I suppose, most people know what it is, but basically it's just the art of taking all these cars that are competing against each other and making sure they can set comparative lap times and just be pretty much even with each other in most ways, so it's a fair race for all involved. Even the cars that are the same class as each other, there can be huge differences in performance and lap times, and it's a tricky process. It involves a lot of testing and a lot of fine tuning to get all the cars just right. But it's it's very, very important, because if a team feels that their car has been underpowered, or it's too heavy, or it's uncompetitive, then it can really, really make waves. And it's important, like HB said, to get them all the team managers, all the teams involved in these BOP decisions, because it's very vital, so everybody feels like they have a fair crack at the championship, and that we can have a competitive field and good close racing.
Absolutely right. And look, it's been relatively close this season. I think it'll only get better as we go along for next season. I'm still having issues in the room. I can't actually view the race. So it's actually very strange. I'm in the pits for some reason. That's hilarious. Apologies, AJ. Fixing that for you right now.
And we will see the
Really
Green Hill
Australian.
Heathens receive a receive a penalty for that by taking their leading car in GT Cup and dropping it to the back of the field, of course.
Just add another disconnect onto the 45. Yes, Bo's right. It is balance of performance, not balance of power. That's fair enough. Did think of that after I said it, but you could also say it's balance of power. It's probably nearly as relevant. But yes, thanks, Bo. Also, you're out of the next race for pointing that out.
Dropped.
Donald Trump, you're fired. We'll just have a look now. I've managed to get into the room, so we're going to have a look and see if anybody's done any purple laps. And, well, I do have purple showing, but that's only because I've just re-entered the room, so it's all green and purple on the timing screen, so it's a little bit inaccurate there. We go through the last laps. TNR Philo has done an 8:21. Obviously, he's a little bit quicker there, so maybe some traffic has come into play for him. The Flash has done an 8:25. So either damage, either an on-track incident or some traffic, probably traffic in that regard. Pasm's done an 8:45 and 2 pit stops out of 9 laps, so maybe he's got some damage. We're just going to go on board with him, at least in the room, and see what's happening with Pasm.
Five hours remain in this race, ladies and gentlemen. Please do hit us up in the YouTube chat. Talk about anything you like, really. What is your favourite corner of the Nürburgring? That's what I want to hear. Do you like the carousel? Do you hate the carousel? Let us know, and we'll discuss it, and we'll relay it, and let's see what the community thinks is the best and worst corner of this track.
What's yours, Hayden?
I hate the carousel. just for the record. That would have to be my least favourite. Tend to have a habit of spinning on it a lot. When you get it right, it feels unbelievable, but when you get that one wrong, it's just a complete kick in the teeth. And I have to say, I really like the. I don't know the Nürburgring corner name, so I have to apologise for my amateur commentary on this aspect. But the uphill, I believe it's Flugplatz, after the some cars get air, and it's that high-speed right-hander. That is a very difficult but very rewarding corner, and that would have to be my favourite.
Yeah, that is Flugplatz, I believe, mate. Mine would have to be toss-up between Carousel, which it's definitely an acquired taste. You either love it or you hate it. There's no middle ground with the Carousel, but I love it. I think it's great. I think it's a key moment of the track for me. It's a little bit past halfway, and it's that point for me that I look forward to. I get to the Carousel, and it's almost like my lap starts again. I get there safely and navigate it, and then everything's good, and then go through, because that corner, if you can call it that, is if you don't get it right, you're in trouble. You either go long and you're in the wall, or you get oversteer and you spin. You got to get it right every time, and I love getting it right every time. And if you do, you it's a build up for a good lap, for the rest of your lap, definitely. So that's one of my favourites. But I reckon Whipperman, if you get that right, good fast corner, great section of the track. That whole section of the track after the carousel, between the carousel and the Doddinger Who straight, love it. That's my favourite. And if you nail it, that's actually where you make a lot of your time up in a lap, and where a lot of people lose time. So for me, that section of the track, if I get that right, I find that I make time up on everybody else almost every time.
And yeah, I can relate. You say like you get to the carousel and that's like the end and the beginning of a new lap. For me, it's if I make it through, it's like sweet. I don't have to worry about it again for a whole nother lap because it really does play on my mind that corner. It's got the sight game on me.
I think you just need to drop into it a lot more, and that's the key. Drop into it. It depends how you take it and in what car, but for me, it's just a case of drop in, get your braking points, yeah, and that's the key. If your braking points are wrong, yeah, that might sound like I guess entry level stuff, but it's even more key for the carousel. You have to get it right, and sometimes, depending on what time of the day it is on track, the shadows move. And if you're using your shadow as your braking point, you have to be mindful of what time of day on track it is, because then, you'll end up going long and you wonder why. It's because the shadows move because, the time of day on track has changed. So you have to be mindful of that when you're using your braking point, if you're using the shadow of your braking point. As we see TNR Philo navigating the carousel, doing it pretty well too, I might add. So, as we talk about that corner, he's managed to do it with style.
Just looking at the YouTube chat here, my favourite comment out of these would have to be this one. The straight is my favourite, so I can have a drag on my cigarette. That's from Greasy. Not a smoker myself, mate, but I know a lot of people that the only saving grace for the Nürburgring is that you can have a nice drink of water or beer or whatever your poison might be before you have to tackle it again.
That's why I call it beer straight. I actually don't call it the Dottinger. I call it beer straight. Have a bit of a beverage and have a bit of a relax. As long as you don't have too many cars around you, it's generally a little bit of a time to relax and get you in the mood to start your next lap. It's little things like that. It's the straight to have just relax a little, and using that for me anyway, using the carousel as a point to start my next mini lap. Little things like that help break down this monster of a track and help you get through each and every lap, especially if you're out there for up to 4 hours. You need things like that to help you get through.
Yeah, you really need to take it into bite-sized chunks and tackle each one as it comes, I think, because if you look at it as one big track, it's a very big track.
Yeah, massive. Easily the longest on GT6 and the most demanding.
Oh, absolutely. Just seeing a little bit of discussion about how the balance of power is figured out. There's some references to B-Spec Bob being used for the job. Is that how it works, HB?
No, not even close. I'm not sure what's going on there. We got here. I think maybe they're looking at possibly getting B-Spec Bob. I'd need to go back and have a look at these comments, but he's certainly not used in the balance of power process. I certainly didn't think we used real drivers for that.
Yeah, I think Bob's a little bit. I don't think he's up to the task, to be honest. I reckon he showed up late to GT6, so just from the get-go, me and him were on bad terms, especially after how he treated me on GT5. But yeah, no, he's very well sat in his closet and hadn't really done much for me in this release, and I wouldn't be taking him out to her.
You got me millions of credits, so.
Yeah, I won't be. I wouldn't trust him to do that job. That's a very important job, and a lot of people put a lot of time into making sure it's done correctly.
No, absolutely not. It's a mention here of Bambi saying, I believe it's Friday GTRP using Pasm's wheel at his house. Didn't think they were a local team. Possibly. Let me have a look. Alrighty. Well, we'll get to that after Bambi. We do have another announcement in relation to announcement relating to next season's events. Now, for those of you playing at home, we have had announcements regarding the 24 Hours of Daytona in January 15 to 24, Bathurst 12 Hour 12 to 21 February, both VLNs 1 and 2 on the weekend of between 4 and 6 of March, 18th to 19 March, Bathurst 6 Hour, 18 to 20 March, we've got the 4 Hours of Monza. The two Silverstone races being the 4 and 6 hour. They will be between the 8th and 17th of April 2016. 29 and 30 April, you have the VLNs 3 and 4. 13 to 15 May, the qualifying and the race for the 6 hours of Spa. The big one is the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, which is the 14th and 22nd of May. And the next announcement we have is race number 13. It is between 10th and 26th of June. And some of you might regard this as the big one as opposed to the 24 Hours of Nürb. But it's fair to say we have the two big ones back to back. You've got the 24 Hours of Nürburgring in May, and in June 10 to 26, you've got the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Big announcement. 2 massive months. Hayden, what do you think?
Very, very, very exciting. I imagine the teams are they're going to be quite busy practicing and testing and tuning and working their fingers to the bone to get ready for both of those races in such a short succession. But, a month between them, it's probably, very hard races. It's going to be a couple. I think a lot of people's other halves are going to be sick of them saying, "Oh yeah, I can't do anything this weekend. I've just got to play PlayStation for a while." So it's going to be a very interesting couple of months for those people, and I'm really looking forward to it. I would actually not mind driving in one of those races next year. So you might be getting an inbox later on HV, and we'll see how we go.
You'll have to pass the stringent GHH selection criteria. Happy to have anybody that can lend, I guess, some skill and some good-natured banter to GHH, though. But another announcement has come through. I bet nobody was expecting this. So we've got 24 Hours of Nürburgring in May. We have, as we've just said, the 10th to 26th of June is the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And rounding out 72 hours of racing in 3 months. That's not including qualifying either. The 15th to the 24th of July is the 24 Hours of Spa. So book your leave now, folks. Get in touch with your employer. You're going to be busy between May and July.
That is almost excessive, isn't it? That's going to be incredibly challenging. I really look forward to that period of time right there. That's going to be some fantastic racing. Oh wow, that's a very, very interesting scheduling decision there. But wow, it's
challenging. Challenging is key. Challenging is exactly right, because you could practice for 5 months for one of these things, really, and it probably wouldn't be enough. If you have cars, if you're racing in at least 2 of those races, for example, and we don't know what classes are in what race, but if you're in Nürburgring and you're in Le Mans, then your lead up to Nürburgring is going to be mainly racing Nürburgring and practicing for that. But you have 2 choices. You can either split your practicing and do both, or only have a month to practice for Le Mans. So really have to decide how you're going to allocate your time. Now, if you're in all 3 of those races,
that's a nightmare.
It's going to be good, but you're going to have to be on top of your game. You have to be to enable yourself to get in readiness, and even your team in readiness as a manager. You're going to have to be on your A game to get in readiness for that, because that's 72 hours of actual racing in 3 months. That's massive, absolutely massive.
Yeah, I do not envy you, sir. That's going to be a lot of fun, organising everybody to compete in that and doing all those backdoor managerial business that you do. But I'm sure it's going to be worth it because that's going to be 3 very good broadcasts to watch and hopefully 3 very exciting and very close races out of it.
I think that'll have the forums quite busy in that period of time. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, having things like if you look at March and April, you've got Bathurst, Monza, and 2 Silverstone races. I mean, even that's not as crazy as those 3 in a row. I love it. I think it's great. I think AJ's setting the bar. It's going to be just as tough on him as it is on everybody else. But I
Tougher.
think,
I honestly think AJ's got the toughest job of anybody. Like not just in this series, but I envy anybody online to rival what he does for this series. It's unbelievable the amount of time and effort he puts into this. It's really admirable. It's amazing.
let's hope he doesn't go on holiday. Just having a look for any damage in any cars. Can't see any on my screen at the moment. Possible problem for Good Wolf, although I think he will be fine. He's running pretty low on fuel. His fuel light is just about to come on, and he's just at the halfway mark. I think he'll be fine, but I'll be watching him. What does everyone else think about that schedule, especially the last 3 24-hour races? Let us know in the YouTube chat, guys.
Ryan B has pointed something out, and it's a little bit that's a bit of a worry because I'm sure AJ would have looked at this when he was doing it, but that is actually probably going to be in prime time of GT Academy as well. So it's going to get very interesting for those 3 months next year from May through to July. We're going to have some very, very busy sim races on our hands between GT Academy, the 24 hours of Nürburgring, 24 hours of Le Mans, and the 24 hours of Spa. I can see a lot of toasted wheels and broken PlayStations as we have people feverishly trying to prepare and compete in all those massive, massive sim racing events. It's probably the 4 biggest sim racing events of the year in 3 months. So that's something else.
I think the key there is your team managers get some more drivers because every team's going to have drivers that are seriously competing for GT Academy. I mean, let's face it, you've got probably 3 categories of GT Academy aspirants. You've got those who have a realistic chance of making finals. You have those who want to put as much time as possible into it, but they believe they probably won't make the finals, but they want to do as well as they can. And you've got guys probably like me who are, maybe too old and just want to see how they go and do it for the prize, I guess, the paints and the credits in game, that sort of thing, and just to see how they go. But they probably don't jump on every day. So you've got those, I think anyway, those 3 categories of drivers. So as a team manager, what I would do now, knowing that that's happening, GT Academy is on at the same time, I want to make sure that I've got enough drivers to cover that period of time. It's all about the management. So if you've got 4 drivers in your team and all of those drivers maybe are platinum drivers and they all want to do GT Academy, you might want to look at doing some recruiting for that period of time. And even if you just tell people, just say, look, we need team members, but probably not for the entire season, probably just for this period of time, if you know what I mean. Or maybe you can drive and do GT Academy, but it's something to think about.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe those ring-ins might impress and get themselves a permanent seat on a highly respected team. You never really know. Like it actually does provide up an interesting opportunity for some people to step into those roles where there will be a lot of people that will drive and compete in GT Academy. They'll try to balance it the best they can and go out of their way to try to do the best for themselves to get their slot because it's GT Academy is a huge deal. It's not every day you get a chance to change your life forever, but they're not going to forget about their teams and they're not going to forget about the GTPlanet Endurance Series. So a lot of those guys are, they've got a lot of pride and a lot of teamwork goes into this stuff, and they won't want to let their team down for their own aspirations. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out for each individual team and each individual team member.
No, that's exactly right. But some good management will sort that out. No doubt about that. And there's pros and cons to having a big team. We've got a big team. Most of our guys probably won't be pushing, and indeed they aren't. I've only got one guy and that's Bo, who's pushing for an overall championship. Personally, myself, I'm not about the overall personal, single driver championships. I'd like to get my team up. It's all about my team and hoping to get us up into the winning podium. But if you've got a big team, then you've got less chance of your drivers, because they're spread out across the races, of actually getting those overall championship points. So that's one downside. But the plus side is you get coverage if drivers can't race, things like GT Academy, that sort of thing. So it's all about weighing up how you structure your team. And if you've got 10 guys who don't mind if they don't race every race, then you're laughing, you're fine. Whereas if you've got 4 guys who want to race every single race, then something like GT Academy could pose a problem.
Yeah, you're in a pretty good situation with the Heathens, I think. You've done it, you've built the team in such a way that you're probably one of the best prepared, if not the best prepared teams for this this shower of hell that's coming. But it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. It's very, very interesting indeed.
Well, there's plenty of notice as well, so everybody else has got plenty of time to work that out. But yeah, we are lucky because we have a good solid stable of drivers as it is. I think I was looking yesterday, we've got about 13 at the moment. So, but even so, I will be looking, as I said earlier, definitely looking to recruit probably a couple more. Obviously, we've lost Matt. For bigger and better things, he's not looking back. I was on the phone to him about probably an hour and a half ago. He'll race with us again, like I mentioned earlier. But so he's one I need to replace. I don't think you can have too many, to be honest. But like I said, if you're a driver who's looking to race every single race and get figure in the overall drivers' championship, then probably not the team that you want for us, unless you're already in another team. And that's why you won't see too many of our drivers sort of in the top 5 or top 10 of those individual drivers' championships, for that very reason, because they're spread out. We share the load, so.
Yeah, it's
just having a look at track position too. Sorry, there, Hayden, for.
No, you're good, mate.
For some of these drivers here, I was keen to see where we were at for the GT Cup 2 leading teams, and looks like we've got Goodwolf, who's just coming on to the Nordschleife now. He's just gone through Hutzenbach, and David B, who is leading for the for Team GHH in that class. He's just on the back end of just coming under the Bilstein Bridge. Actually, no, sorry, not the Bilstein Bridge. He's just coming onto the final straight and about to cross the finish line. So still quite a bit of a lead there, but they're still on the lead lap for the Scar Lotus guys. Don't see anybody with damage either at the moment. Having a brief look. Clark will be pitting at the end of this lap. He's got about 5 litres of fuel left, so if you're listening, Clark, probably don't go for another lap, mate. As far as everybody else is concerned, don't see too much in the way of any damage. Everybody seems okay. Nobody's in danger of running out of fuel.
It's all very smooth sailing by the sound of it for the most part.
So far, yeah, not too bad. Haven't had any further disconnections either, which is handy. Probably get a good idea of some of lap times now. Clark's still running on his PB of 8:15. Viponder's done an 8:26. 8:27 for Stiggs TC. David B's done an 8:57, but as I haven't been in the room that long after disconnecting, a lot of those times are a little bit skewed. But everything does seem to be running smoothly so far for everybody. There's not too much action on track. Most of the cars have got a fair amount of track between them and the cars in front and behind, possibly with the exception of Pasm and Goodwolf. So Goodwolf will be under blue flag conditions probably in the next 20 seconds or so. We'll see that notification come up.
Just 4.5 hours remaining. It's how long have you been commentating today, HP?
Oh, I've done a few different stints. I had a brief nap, which was unexpected. Didn't mean to go to sleep, but I did. Woke up with a very sore neck. That was about 4 a.m., I think. So I've been sort of on and off since then, since waking up at 9 a.m. I think we've had, obviously, the podcasts and the interviews that have played a couple of times since. But, yeah, pretty much been a constant, I think, since we started.
You are the voice of the GTPlanet Endurance Series.
Oh no, I'll give that one to Tom and Andrew. I'm no commentator. They're definitely better at commentating than me, but I'm happy to fill in the gaps when certainly when people aren't available. But I think everybody would agree that Tom and certainly Andrew are definitely right up there. I think there's a difference between commentating and, I guess what us other guys do. I mean, they clearly have either formal training or I guess just this natural gift to commentate. And to all you guys that are listening, and you might come across instances where you think, I could do better. By all means,
Feel
give it a
free.
go. It's not as easy as you might think. It really is, because you have to be. There's so much to think about, so much to go through. If you want to give it a go, get in touch with AJ, because there's always instances where we need new guys. But certainly, Tom and Andrew, I think, just leagues above everybody else. And I don't think there are too many people that will disagree with me on that one. Those guys have got a gift for sure.
Absolutely. HP is Gran Turismo. That's coming through on the chat now. So I wonder if we can make that a hashtag. Trending worldwide.
HP's been Elder Scrolls lately. It's really done much on Gran Turismo. I've got to get into it now, though, with this schedule that's come out. I absolutely fully intend on racing as many races as I can next year. So I have to make sure that I get up to the standard as the rest of the stable of GHH drivers, because I won't put myself in the car otherwise. So I've definitely got quite a bit to catch up on for sure.
What's your opinion? And I'm opening a can of worms here. I know I am, but I don't think I care. What's your opinion on GT7 HP? Do you think it's going to be announced anytime soon?
I think the key, and look, I might be wrong. There are other commentators out there. I don't mean GTPlanet Endurance Series commentators, but I guess video game commentators, those in the know in the industry, they could probably give you maybe a better opinion, one more informed. But I think that the key for me when I look at GT7 is the course creator for GT6. Well, we haven't seen it yet. It was advertised on the box, or it was mentioned on the box. It's been widely touted, and we simply don't have it yet. Now, if we don't have that yet and they fully intend on bringing it in, then how long are they going to leave between that and GT7? So if you ask me my opinion, I don't think we're going to see it until Christmas 2016. That's my opinion. I don't think you'll see it this year.
I think that's very accurate. My personal prediction would have to be, I expect for next year's GT Academy there will be a PS4 mini game, as there was, I believe it was 2012 or maybe earlier. There was a GT Academy mini game that you downloaded to your PlayStation to compete. I believe that's the way they'll go for the next Academy. I'm not entirely sure. I think getting something onto the new console would help draw people in. I'm not sure how they'll go about it. I know a lot of people out there will be hoping and praying that's not the case and that it stays on PS3, but I get the feeling that maybe they can incorporate both, but I get the feeling they'll be wanting to move up to that new technology.
I reckon that you might be onto something there, dude, to be honest, because but the PS4 is an amazing machine, and it could well be that Polyphony Digital have enough to do something like that on the PS4, but not yet move into a full-scale GT7. But if you look at the historical releases, you're looking at around, I don't know, certainly in Australia, near the Christmas period. I think September might be the release date for other parts of the world. I just can't see it being this year, but hey, I'd love to be proven wrong. They might surprise us and say, look, your course creators in GT7 here, have it in 3 months. That'll be great.
It'd be great, but I reckon it might cause a lawsuit, to be honest.
I think you'll find. Yeah, I think you'll find next year towards Christmas for GT7. But look, who knows? Who knows? That's my prediction, at least.
Just had a question come through with what cars are in GT Cup. Well, I'll tell you exactly what cars are in GT Cup, and while I'm at it, I'll give you the latest rankings that we have for them. The Green Hill Heathens car number 88 is a Renault Sport Megane. They are leading on 120 laps on our most recent update. Followed by the Scar Lotus, which is a Lotus Elise 111R. They have completed 119 laps. GDR Blackhawks Renault Megane has done 115 laps, are in third. Dart is running a Honda NSX LM race car. They have completed 113 laps. And the unfortunate retirement for that class is Whale Racing Team, who their Lotus had some issues, might have caught fire or something. I'm not actually sure what happened there. HB might be able to enlighten us, but they unfortunately retired after just 16 laps.
Yeah, I think that was more to do with disconnections. Pretty sure they just decided that it was best to remove themselves because of I think they had 2 disconnections in half an hour. But I'll wait to be corrected on that later. I think that'll come out in the wash in the post-race.
Apparently, there's some interesting battles going on between the car number 45, 33, and 43 HB. Can you zoom in on that for us?
Sorry, mate. Number 43 and?
45, 33, and 43 are apparently just past the Nordschleife and starting to get a bit close together.
Yeah. Yep, we do. They're just going through Arenberg now. So Pasm, the Flash, and behind them we have the 45 of the Green Hill Heathens, which I believe has got TRL Bow in it. I'm pretty sure there was a driver change affected for them. Yeah, looking at that, that's the case. So TRL Bow's we're going to get a penalty. I'll throw that out for you now because he will see out the race, and obviously that will put him over the 4 hours in any 6 hour period rule. So that's fine. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. So you heard that right here, a GHH managerial discretion accepting a penalty. So we'll take that. That's no problem. But yeah, Pasm, the Flash, and Team GHH with TRL Bow on board. And they're just coming up now through the area of Kallenhard and Verschiffen. Not too much action at the moment. There's obviously a little bit close together. You've got the Flash, who's probably 0.2 behind Pasm, and I reckon Bo's probably a second behind. So he's there just lurking in the background, but not exactly bumper to bumper with the third car.
So just a reminder, you can join in on the YouTube chat. Any questions or comments or anything to say at all really about this race or in general, we will address them to the best of our ability. Always helps to have a lively YouTube chat to help keep us going and help us see it through to the end of this race. It'll be quite a ways to go, but anything can happen, and a lot of teams will be hoping for miracles, but in the world of Gran Turismo, miracles are possible.
Probably a couple of teams that won't have a chance at a miracle now. I think the window's closed on that. But I think the main focus will be on the 88 and the 85. So Scar Lotus and Team GHH and GT Cup. Certainly those guys are still in the lead lap, I believe. We'll wait for AJ to confirm that. But also TNR, Nismo and Reaper Online Racing and Bit of Rivals Racing as well, who were on the same lap as at the last update. So both of those guys would definitely benefit from some good focused driving and making sure that they minimise their mistakes. And not 100% sure with Chasm sitting in front of Bit of Rivals at the moment, whether he's unlapped himself or whether he's at risk of being lapped again. So I'll try and find that out for you guys. But if he's unlapped himself, then that could benefit him in the event of a red flag. Obviously, that'll put him right behind Bit of Rivals in a restart. Speaking of Avalerion, looks like Bart has just come online in Skype, so whether that means he's going to be joining us in commentary or whether he'll be going on track. Actually, no, he's on track.
I believe that he's
local?
actually got a visitor at his house, HP. I'm not sure who it was, but their wheel broke, so they drove 200 kilometres to Pasm's house to use
during the race, mid-race.
I believe the night before the race. I'm not actually sure.
So you get with the program, HP. You're commentating and you don't know what's going on. Brilliant.
If Bart joins us, we'll be able to get details on that. But I believe I read something along those lines a bit earlier. So,
well, he is due to commentate. He is due to do a final commentary stint, but not for a while yet. I didn't think. I guess we'll find out soon, won't we? It is Friday driving, Bart has just confirmed. So thanks for that, Bart. We do now. So I believe Bambi told us earlier.
During the race. Wow. So he
drove there during the race. Brilliant. It's dedication. I like to see that.
200 kilometres. That's something else. That's unbelievable. Congratulations, Friday. That's really impressive, mate.
So that will be a total of 420 kilometres that two members from two separate teams have driven to do this race. Because we've had TRL Bow drive 220 k's to drive it, and it looks like Friday's done 200 as well. So not just putting down the lap times, the kilometres in race, we're doing it before and during the race in our real cars as well. So.
The virtual miles and the real ones are ticking away.
Yeah, exactly.
How many laps down is the number 89 to the GT Cup class leader? I can give you the most recent news we have, but I can't give you a precise update right now, mate. The most recent update we have is that the number 89, they had all sorts of issues with the crash early on in their lap. They did a 14-minute lap about an hour ago, I believe it was. But the number 89 at last check was 4 laps down on the Scar Lotus and 5 down on the lead car. So that's the most recent information I have. I can't see it having changed too much since then, but it might have varied a little bit.
Had a driver change as well, guys, for the Bit of Rivals Racing team. We've had the Flash 05 has left and Greasy 07 has entered the building. So looking at the time left in race and doing some calculations here based on the... Yeah, well, that'll be interesting because there's 4 hours and 21 minutes left. And if this is the last stint for those guys, then they will incur a penalty. But they may well be doing 2 2-hour stints. So yeah, keep an eye on that one. But there is 4 hours and 20 minutes. So any driver changes that occur in the next 10 to 15 minutes is worth bearing or watching because if you go over 4 hours in any 6-hour period, that is a penalty. So definitely we'll keep an eye on that for you guys.
How long have you had your PS3, HP?
I got it on release day in 2007. I think it was March the 27th, possibly. Yes, got it on release day. Paid $1,000 for it too, which was possibly not my smartest financial decision I ever made, but I got a lot of mileage out of it. So yeah.
So that's still your original system, and it's still going strong.
Well, actually, no. My original system died probably maybe 5 months ago. But I plan on getting it fixed because it's. I upgraded it to 750 gig, and it's just a beautiful thing. It's a great entertainment unit. It's perfect for my home entertainment needs, I guess. But my actual one is died. What I'm using now is my son's second edition, so it'd be or second generation, which would be the I guess the 80 gigabyte one.
Yeah.
With the 2 USBs in the front. So I'm using his. As it is, but I have to get my other one fixed. But yeah, it was still going as of sort of 5-6 months ago.
It's impressive, like that. They tend to last a very, very long time. If you've got a good one, it will go for years and years and years.
It did die. It did die once. Not long after I got it, and then they sent me a reconditioned one, and the reconditioned one only had one issue, and that was because it needed cleaning. So I just needed to get it cleaned and cleaned and checked basically, and then it's worked fine ever since. But yeah, up until 5 months ago, of course, when it just died. Not sure what's wrong with it. I'm a bit scared to find out, to be honest, because I suspect it'll cost me a few $100s to fix. But with the amount of money I've put into fixing it, plus the original purchase, it's probably $2,500 all up that I'm into it. So I may as well get it fixed again.
That's the thing with your game saves and everything on there. It's worth that back to you anyway. Like it's.
Oh well, that's right. But also, Blu-ray player, use it for streaming media. It actually does a lot of things that the PS4 doesn't. So there's a lot of arguments to be made for having both units. You have one to do all your media and that sort of thing, and use your PS4 for gaming, or your PS3 if if you're using older games. Yeah, definitely worth having.
Thank you once again for joining us for the GTPlanet Endurance Series 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We have about 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. It's been absolutely fantastic joining you guys here. I'm not sure exactly how much longer I'll be with you, but that will play out as it plays out. Just a reminder that if you have any questions or comments, do put them in the YouTube chat. Anything at all you'd like to say, put it in there. We will address it. We're happy to talk about whatever you want to talk about. So, put it up there. I'm joined by HP. And, what's your thoughts of the rest of the race, HP?
Well, I think it's, to be honest, I think you'll see the race will finish, look, barring any, red flags or disconnections. I think you'll see the T&R guys take out the GT3, and it's hard to see the Heathens get beaten in the GT Cup. But look, if there is a red flag, the T&R guys will probably still win, but that will tighten up the GT Cup field. So the Heathens certainly won't want to see a red flag. The viewers probably will, because that'll obviously mean a more exciting finish, at least for one of the classes. But I'm pretty sure that you'll see both T&R and GHH just finish the race off as it stands, barring any catastrophes.
So a question is, what conditions facilitate a red flag? What has to happen? How many cars need to be damaged or what have you for a red flag to occur? Or is it only during a mass disconnection?
No, I think it's. I'm pretty sure we've seen them in relation to caused by very, very, very poor driving conditions, where the conditions are causing cars to, most cars or a lot of cars to be uncontrollable. So there's one instance, and that's no different to real life. Again, mass crash, mass disconnect. There's a few different reasons that we've seen them, but certainly a last resort. There's nothing better, to be honest, than having 24 hours of uninterrupted racing. Even if it is, I guess, a case of one team winning by a couple of laps, you've still got, I guess, a victory for the event organisers, where they have 24 hours of uninterrupted racing. And to me, that's a victory in itself. It's I think something to be proud of if you can hold an event and race a full grid of teams for 24 hours. That's huge.
It's certainly impressive that it's, this series has come a long way, and it always seems to run very, very smoothly, even from the get-go. There's always going to be teething issues with something like this. It's a new idea, and it's in its infancy, but the future looks so bright, and we've gotten so much out of the way early that I can only see it getting better and better in leaps and bounds as time goes by.
Oh, absolutely. I think the lessons learned from this one, like I touched on earlier, maybe a couple of different teething problems here or there, but all in all, this has been a massive success. So I don't think that it's not going to go backwards. It's going to go forwards, and it's going to improve. Every race next year there'll be an improvement, and I know AJ's got some things that he wants to improve on, and maybe some things he thinks didn't work, and that's all about having when you start a series, it's pretty much anything in life, really. I mean, the first time you do it, you learn the lessons, and then you move on and you try again. And so a lot of successes from this year. I think a lot of drivers have got a lot of positive feedback. I think there's probably going to be some negative feedback, or some constructive feedback's probably the better word, on what they think could probably work a little bit better. And I think you'll find that process in the off season is what's going to help construct a much more rounded season next year. And hopefully that then leads into a following season for 2017 and then beyond. I mean, I'd love to be able to sit here in 10 years time and say that I was there when we did the first season. That would be be amazing. And having drivers and having some drivers celebrating their 5th or 10th anniversary of being in the series. I think that's something that would be excellent. Just really cool, I guess, to look back on.
Cool. So we've got another announcement just came through. Do you want me to handle this one?
Go for it, mate. Absolutely, yeah. Go for it.
So we'll just run back through the events we've already announced for next season. Our first race of next season will be on the 15th to 24th of January, which will be the 24 hours of Daytona. On the 12th and 21st of February will be the Bathurst 12-hour. Cars screaming around Panorama for that one. We'll be back to the Nürburgring on the 4th and 5th of March for VLN1 and VLN2. On the 18th and 19th of March, it will be returning to Bathurst for the 6-hour. The 18th and 20th of March will be the 4 hours of Monza. March is very busy next year, but if you haven't heard the news, it's it's just getting started. The 8th and 16th of April sees us at the 4 hours of Silverstone, and the 17th of April will see the 6 hours of Silverstone. 29th and 30th of April, we'll see VLN3 and VLN4. And then the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps is on the 15th and 13th of May. Then it gets very, very interesting for all teams and races involved because we have a huge 3 months. The 14th and 22nd of May, 24 hours of Nürburgring. The 10th and 26th of June, 24 hours of Le Mans. And the 15th and 24th of July is the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Those 3 months of next year will be very hard work for the drivers, but it will be very entertaining and very much worth the wait. New announcement now is that soon following those races, on the 12th and 13th of August, we'll see us at the 6 hours of Nürburgring, and the 12th and 14th of August will be the 4 hours of Spielberg at the Red Bull Ring. So the calendar is shaping up very, very nicely, HB. I don't really have much more to say about it than that. I'm just really looking forward to next year.
I think as far as the racing calendar goes, that's pretty much as full on as it gets. There's no doubt about that. And that just takes us through to August. So don't forget, folks, we're in August now and we still have some races to go. So don't think for a second that that's the last you'll see. I'll be very surprised if that's the final race of the year. Why don't you guys let us know in the YouTube channel? Maybe there's some tracks, some races that you think could probably be announced. It won't affect the outcome, but maybe some of you can guess maybe some tracks and some races that we've still got to come this season. And look, if you're not involved in this season and you think you're going to get a team together, let us know in the chat. Don't forget to send your application into AJ by sending him a private message on GTPlanet with just 2016 in the message subject. But let us know if you fully intend on competing, if you've been inspired by the drivers, the organisers, the YouTube streaming, and then and everything that this series has become. So if you're inspired and you want to, you think you've got what it takes, I guess, to match it with the current lot of teams, let us know. We'd love to hear from you.
It's the top echelon of console-based sim racing, that's for sure, and maybe even sim racing in general, depending who you ask. So, this series incredibly well organised, well supported by GTPlanet, and where else can you get commentated while you race for 24 hours? Like it's hard work getting your team up there and getting a place in a race like this, but you can do it. And nothing's stopping you. I'm sure Matthew Simmons woke up one morning and said, "Oh, I bet you I can't win GT Academy." I bet he never thought that would happen. So anything is possible, folks. So get those resumes into AJ. Just have to send 2016 in the subject, get your team together, and give it a shot.
He certainly isn't thinking that now, that's for sure. A very busy period for Matt. He will be flying out in just a little over a week to begin his journey. So, and I do know that he will be popping something up on GTPlanet, where he should be in the next, probably the next few days. So expect to see something from Matt on there. Just letting everybody know where he's at. He's had a busy few days. I know he's been at the V8 Supercars this weekend. So yeah, you'll be able to touch base with him in GTPlanet very, very soon.
What's your opinion of...
sorry, mate, we'll just check the live timing just before you go on there. Not a lot to report. I know that Tasm's done a best of 8:24, 8:04, and Stiggs has just done a PB 8:45, 2:15. So he's dropped his time a little there. Otherwise, nothing much going on in terms of personal best lap. Sorry, Hayden, carry on there, mate.
What's your opinion of using fictional GT tracks for these endurance races, HB?
You know what? There's 2 points of view on that. If you're looking for absolute realism, which I know AJ is, then you probably wouldn't use them. However, because the series because the series is so closely linked with GT6 and GTPlanet, honestly, I can't see a reason why not. I really don't. I think that I think it's something that would be embraced, but you'd have to choose the right track. You just have to. I think if you chose the right track, and it could probably just be a one-off. I wouldn't have more than one. I think definitely just one. I guess GT6 specific track. I think if it was just one once a year, I think that would be very well embraced. And if it was the right track, to be honest, I can't see any reason why that wouldn't work. I think that'd probably be well embraced. I would welcome it. But then again, if you look at the full calendar we have, then one of the tracks would have to, I guess, move aside.
Yeah, and that might cause some controversy. Like, everybody's got their favourite race for the season, and no one wants to see it get cut. And what you said about choosing the right track is absolutely vital. It's got to still portray. Gran Turismo does do a very good job of making their tracks, for the most part, seem very realistic. But you have to have a realistic racing circuit, because if you have, say, our mutual favourite track, Trial Mountain, which, let's be honest, has a cliff face halfway around the track, that's not exactly ideal for an endurance racing situation. It's not quite the realism AJ is chasing, I don't think.
Yeah, look, I guess I'll let AJ comment on that at some stage, but like I said, I guess it just depends on the track. I think if it was going to be done, I'd like to see one of the original tracks. So, I guess a Trial Mountain. I mean, to me that would work, but like I touched on earlier, I'm heavily biased towards that track. I just love it. But even one like Midfield. That would probably be a little bit more popular than Trial Mountain. It's relatively new to GT6. It's incredibly popular. It's a great track. So a race there, I think would be. I think that would work. It has the same sort of free-flowing but technical aspects of some of the, I guess, GP style tracks. So There's no real reason why it wouldn't work. You wouldn't do a 24-hour race on it. I think you'd probably do maybe a 1,000-kilometre race or a 4-hour race on it. But I can't see any reason why it wouldn't work.
I think midfield would be my pick too. It's a very nice track, and being new, well, not new to the series, but new to the game. I think it could really, throw an interesting dimension back into it. So, that would, if I had to choose one, that would definitely be it.
Well, we'll see what AJ thinks about that. But you never know. I mean, we could see it announced. There could be a race on one of those tracks announced yet. So I guess we'll wait and see if there are any further announcements to come regarding that calendar. But I suspect there are at least a couple more races to be announced there. I hope I'm right, because that calendar looks amazing. I'd love to see another couple of races added to that.
Just seen a comment that's made me laugh on the YouTube chat. The 24 hours of Autumn Ring Mini. I think AJ would rather shoot himself in the face with a harpoon gun, to be blatantly honest. That sounds like a nightmare to organise.
It'd be like a 96-hour race of Tsukuba. Not my cup of tea.
No, thank you. I think the drivers wouldn't like it. I think trying to keep on track of who's on what lap would be, oh dear God, I can't even imagine trying to do that. That's I can't see the 24 hours of Autumn Ring Mini coming anytime soon. But who knows? We could be announcing that later on in this broadcast, for all I know. So.
Sorry, my headset's in the process of dying and I missed that. So just give me a sec while I deal with this real-world problem of charging my headset, guys.
1 week of tank cars in GT Arena. I think if you could get everybody to actually make it through a lap with tank cars in GT Arena, it would probably take about a week. So, if you want to host such an event, Seth Hill, I'm certain that AJ would not be willing to do that. But if you want to make Seth Hill's 1 week tank car challenge, please do host the event in the GTPlanet forums. And if you manage to get it going, I promise I'll sign up and I'll race it. I'm not going to enjoy it, but feel free to prove me wrong, mate. To all those watching, thank you once again for joining us for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring 2015, hosted by the GTPlanet Endurance Series. My name is Hayden. I am joined by HB. He's currently dealing with some technical difficulties. We have, as I mentioned, 4 hours to go. We've travelled 20 hours in this race, and we will have an update on the standings for you shortly. Please do join us in the YouTube chat. Any questions, comments, thoughts you might have, we will relay and answer those for you as we ride along that GTR. Look to have some issues, but we have had the reports that some lag is causing what looks like problems that aren't actually isn't actually the case. It's actually smooth sailing, so we can't be sure on that. What is your idea of an endurance race for this series? We've seen the announcement of most of next season's events so far on this broadcast, including 3 action-packed months from May to July next year, featuring the 24 hours of Le Mans, Nürburgring, and Spa in succession. So, is there any you are hoping to see announced yet? Is there any you would create? Is there any you would like to participate in? Please hit us up in the YouTube chat, and we will address it.
Sorry, mate, I'm back. Headset sorted. All good. Now I've got some on-the-fly managerial stuff going on, so I'll deal with it as we go along. But what I'll do is let's have a look at the 4-hour mark. 4 hours to go, guys. So 20 hours down. I'll have a look at some live timing here. Nothing new there. We only touched on that recently, so that's no problem. Having a look at anybody who might have any significant damage or is running the risk of running out of fuel. Somebody has to do me a favour and run out of fuel, because I did say that I reckon that might happen. Nobody's really looking close. Stiggs TC is running on a quarter of a tank, so he should be fine. So is Goodwolf, but again, he should be fine as well. He'll have enough for one more lap. So no one's going to run out of juice by the look of it, Hayden.
No, you might be forced to eat your words on that one, I think, mate.
As long as it's not us. Oh, no, yeah, I said no. Sorry, I see what you mean. Yeah, well, I might. We'll see. Maybe we will run out of fuel. Who knows? It's the only other thing that could get worse. But the 45 run out of fuel.
I'd be touching wood right now if I were you, sir.
Yeah, already done.
It's got some suggestions of endurance races people might like to see, not necessarily in this series, but just in general. What would you think of a 2-hour race at Daytona featuring the Shelby Cobra, the Shelby Daytona Cobra, and the AC 427 HB? Would you be up for that?
You asking if I'd drive it?
Yeah, would you participate?
Not on your life, but that's just me. Can't drive the Shelby Cobra, and I like Daytona as much as I like. I was going to say something inappropriate, but yes, I'd rather. Well, no, not for me. Definitely not a big fan of Daytona. And look, the Shelby cars can be okay, but it's just not something that I would race in an endurance race myself. So if the race was presented, I agree, it would absolutely be an interesting race. But yeah, it's not something I'd put my hand up for. Lionface has asked if, well, he said he'd like to see the Vision GT cars run at GT original tracks. Find a few Vision GT cars that could make a field, balance them, let them run together in Vision Endurance Series.
There's an idea.
Tell you what, Lionface, I'm not so sure if AJ would pick up on that, but you've put it out there on the internet now, mate, so why don't you go and drop that on GTPlanet and see how many people sign up. I think you'll find you'll get a few people that would be keen, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. That's something, if you could balance them, I think they are extremely different to each other. A lot of cars just simply could not be put on the same plane as each other. But if you could get a field of, just only 4 or 5, maybe more cars that could run together with the differences with drivetrain and everything else that those cars have to each other, if you could get X amount to be somewhat even, it would be very interesting racing to watch, I think.
No, I agree. The key's in the balance. You got to get them balanced. If you get them balanced, that would be an amazing series on original tracks, fictional cars, fictional tracks. Perfect.
Ryan B says he's excited for the 2015 Spa 24 Hours. I think it is great to end the season with a 24-hour race. Will 2016 end in a 24-hour race? Well, the big three are all within a quick succession. So unless AJ is going to announce another 24-hour race to finish us off with a bang, I wouldn't put my money on it.
I also wouldn't put it past AJ to do just that. So, well, he might stretch and go for 4 in the last half of the year. That would be very interesting, actually, because if we look at that calendar, we've got all of with the exception of Daytona, which is the first one. So it's not like there's anything before that. It's just the off season. Then we've got a 12-hour, the VLN, a 6-hour, a 4-hour, a 4-hour, a 6-hour. Then the 2 4-hour VLNs, then a 6-hour. And you got 3 24 hours. So I would not be surprised at all if at the end of that season you find a 24 hours of something. So I guess watch this space.
Geordie Velmulian. Sorry, I cannot pronounce your name to save my life. Do we have any retirements or big smashes this race? I believe we had a big smash early in the race. I'll let HB comment on that in a second. But we have had the retirement of the Whale Racing entry after just 16 laps. We decided that their release caught fire. So that's what happened. I don't know what actually happened, but HB, can you reiterate on any big accidents that might have occurred?
There's been more than a few crashes, but also we've seen the 45 of GHH overtake the Evalerion Racing Audi, and indeed just now coming up through the approach onto the approach to the carousel, and both cars having slight issues, no damage, but they slightly just come off track there. But so we've the GHH car has overtaken Avalerion Racing, and Avalerion's now dropped back probably a second. So quite a bit going on there. It is not for track position, so we do need to be clear on that, but still a good battle nonetheless. But yes, the GHH car obviously some laps behind. Probably more laps than I've got fingers, actually, given all the disconnections we've had, but definitely a good battle. And don't forget that the drivers that are racing for GHH today definitely are up to speed with the rest of the guys in most instances, but unfortunately just been hammered with those disconnections today.
Yeah, it's I do feel for all the GHH guys, including their humble manager that I am sharing the booth with today.
Yeah, it's okay. Look, we've had a bit of a mixed season with the GT3, and like I was telling Jono earlier, there's nothing you can do about this. It's the internet, you know. If you and he's been final season, hasn't had an issue. He's raced many races, has had no problem whatsoever, and not just with GTPlanet Endurance Series either, but with the Ruse Series, just every day generally online. Never really has a problem. But today just wasn't his day. His internet didn't want to play ball. So it's just not much you can do about it. So we get back out there. If you disconnect 20 times, get back out there 20 times. You know, just keep trying. That's what we can do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's nothing else you can really do. You know, you're here. You've set aside the day to do this. You know, anything can happen. Might as well get out there and give it a shot. You know, the world can push you around as much as it likes, but if you push back, sometimes you might get something back from it.
No, that's exactly right. And there's only a very small percentage of the population can say that they've participated in a 24-hour race, whether it's real or whether it's online. So, and everybody involved can say that they've done that. And they'll definitely be back. I know that this will stir the hunger more. And now that we have a confirmed series for next year, you bet your bottom dollar that if we get a franchise or hopefully two, then we'll be back. Absolutely, and we'll be hungrier than ever.
Another suggestion on the endurance racing front: a 2-hour Le Mans support race of the XJ13, 2D Chaparral, the Ford Mark IV, and the Ferrari P4, and the Ford GT40. That would be, I believe, quite a few people have ran series involving those cars, but as a support race to AJ's 24 Hours of Le Mans, that would be an interesting prospect. Or just as one-off event. What do you think of that, HB?
I've actually run in one of those events. I didn't really go too well. I went out all night, had a few drinks, came home, raced it at 5 a.m. I think I started at 5 a.m. and, well, I didn't do too well at all. I was in the Ferrari, I believe. It was some years ago. Yes, Le Mans, full damaged, no sleep, few drinks. Don't ever do that, folks. It'll end badly. I was some laps behind, but it was a good race, for everyone else, and for when I managed to stay on the track, it was good. And I like seeing those races, to be honest. I mean, those cars complement each other very well. Get them on the right track. It's great fun for the spectators, and they really are a pleasure to drive, but also a challenge. You can't just jump in them and point it in the right direction. It's not like that. You really have to work hard to get those cars not just at their optimum ability and performance, but to keep them on the tracks, another matter entirely. So, don't think you'd probably see that in this series, but who knows? Maybe he likes the idea of a support race with these cars. You never know.
I'll just get you to check up on the gap between the 88 and 85 cars, HP. Someone's just... Lionface has gone a little bit further with his Vision DT idea. He's thinking he could use the Subaru, Mercedes, Toyota, Lexus, and the Mazda as a multi-class event. Definitely put something about that up in the forums if it hasn't already been done, or even if it has, and see how much interest you can create with that Lionface, because I think a lot of people will be interested in a Vision GT series. I think it's a great idea you've got there.
So just get back to the stream for you guys. We're currently on board with the Scar Lotus, and we've got Soka GT on board, and they're currently sitting in second place in the GT Cup class. I'm just going to have a look and see at the track position and where they're sitting at the moment. He's currently on the approach to Galgenkopf, and he is on the same lap as David GT, but he is some way behind, with David just coming around the Hedwigso area of the track. So they have unlapped themselves, but they definitely have some work to do, to take over first position in the GT Cup class. As we've seen, we've had the stream switch there to the 88 of Team GHH, and they're currently, as I just said, moving at with the back half of the track down through Stefan Beloff S, and shouldn't be too long now before they're hitting the mini carousel and then through Galgenkopf and onto the Dottinger Who, as we heard earlier, is the correct pronunciation for that.
It's an interesting colour scheme on the Heathen's car here, HV. Were you behind that?
Absolutely not. No, I gave Famine, GTP Famine. I gave him the the honour of choosing the colour scheme for that, and he went for his obvious favourite colour, and we all know that's his favourite colour. Anybody who's seen him post in GTPlanet will notice that it's always indigo. I don't think we can call it purple. And in homage to the Green Hell Heathens, and also to the Green Hell itself, we've got the rims in green. So some people find it pleasing to the eye, other people find it quite horrendous. I like it myself. I think it's great. I like being out there in a garish car. I think it paints a statement, lets everybody know that we're there, we're out there. I mean, you also see us coming. A little bit difficult to miss us in a car like that, so...
So we've had a question, HP. What would you think about running a DTM class with the next season, using the Lexus ISF Racing concept as the only contender?
I think if there's going to be any move into sort of different classes, different areas, and we probably need to wait maybe a couple of seasons. I think that for this, certainly for the first two, and this is just my opinion, by the way. I mean, if AJ and his team feel otherwise, and obviously then they can make that decision. But I would just wait just a little bit, just let this one settle down. You've got a good season behind you. You've got another season that's coming in. Had an announcement of races. I would leave it. Any major changes, I'd wait. If I was going to consider those, I'd wait until the end of next season. And that gives you that time as well to get feedback from the community, from the drivers, team managers, stewards, and your team behind the scenes. So that's just how I would play it.
Yeah, I've got to agree on that. Let it settle before you don't rock the boat before the boat gets to float, if you know what I mean. Just let it settle, let everybody get comfortable with it, and then slowly make changes, bring in new classes. And the way the series is going, it's only going to get bigger. It's only going to expand. So more events with more classes could happen down the track. Ryan B has pointed out that DTM races only tend to go for about 60 minutes, but ignoring that, I do like the idea. It is a very good car. It's paintable, different numbers, all that sort of stuff. But you know, I believe AJ would be of the mindset similar to us, HB, of just sort of letting it sit for a while.
Yeah, I think that's the case. He has just let us know not to expect anything crazy, and he has said that if you look at the announced events, you should have a good idea of what the classes will be. So combined with his following up statement there of don't expect anything crazy, I think you'll find that the classes, whilst there may be some differences, I don't think there's going to be anything too crazy. So watch this space on that one, guys. But I think you'll find that, and this is a random number that I'm throwing out, but it's a well-educated one. I think maybe 85 to 90% of it is probably as it is now. If there's going to be any changes, won't be too much.
3 hours
Looks like
and
sorry, mate. Looks like we have another commentator ready to join us as well. That is Jono. We'll introduce him in a moment. So just letting you all know that we will have a fresh voice in the commentary box. I believe Hayden, you might be leaving us at the end of your stint, and that's quite an epic stint as well, mate. So thank you very much for that. But we'll wait for Jono to get in, and we'll do that handover. But yeah, what I guess what comments and thoughts do you have before he joins in and you head off there, mate?
well, yeah, first of all, I'd just like to thank everybody for joining us for this. It's been a great event. I'd like to thank you and of course, I'm sorry, it's been a long stint. My name escapes me. Yeah, my commentating partners. It's been it's been great commentating with guys. Yeah, Dylan, that's him. Yep. Sorry, Dylan. I seriously am sorry about forgetting your name, but no, it's been a great event. It's been absolutely great to be a part of it again, and it's an honour to represent GTPlanet on the wider internet like this. You know, it's great that this series exists, and I really am honoured and feel quite special for being a part of it. So I'd like to thank everybody in the YouTube chat and all the competitors for making it happen. If I had a takeaway from this race, it would definitely have to be that, you know, it's just amazing how good a racing can still exist after, 24 hours. We saw it, earlier on between the 88 and 85 GT Cup cars, where there was 40 seconds separating them after a good 14 hours of racing, and with still a ways to go, anything can happen, and that battle could get back into it. So I'll be intently watching, but my voice is about ready to give out. So with that, I'll just introduce Jono, and I'll be stepping out. Thanks for that, guys.
Thanks, Hayden. Thank you, mate. So, Jono, I believe you're with us, mate. How are you? You've done some driving. You've obviously had what could only be described as a horror run today in the number 45. We've all seen how that's unfolded for you. How are you holding up?
Tired, very tired. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun to race, but very somber, as you know.
Yeah, look, it's obviously not easy, mate. But it's not like it was anything that was within your control. So, whilst it's disappointing, not a lot we can do about it. Unfortunately, technology killed us today, I think, mate.
Yeah, technology did. one particular phone and internet company isn't going to be very pleased when I name and shame them. I'm looking at straight
Probably
at you,
don't do that
Telstra.
here.
No, stop them. But yeah, it's not good. Having so many disconnections in the space of less than 2 hours. Poor old Keaton here, aka TRL Bo, had basically half of his first stint slashed because of the endless disconnections. And yeah, when we eventually got up and running without the disconnections, we were still running at a very good pace. Thereabouts within the top 3 cars. So it's another case of a particular race that I'm in where it's a case of what might have been.
Yeah, look, and I think, a lot of positives to take out of it. Started a minute down, got up to trading the lead, some very solid performances from the CB and Pedro EOL as well. Look, it's one of those things, I guess, and there's a lot of positives to take out of it, and the only negatives were not within our control. So, there's
Definitely.
not a lot we can do about that. We move on. Got another race to go yet, and the rest of this one as well. So, look, thank you for your efforts in the race so far, and what we can do now is settle in and commentate for the rest of this race. Definitely.
Yeah, it should be good. As TNR Philo's in the pits in the TNR Nismo car, he's just exited pit lane there. That car's well and truly in the lead, isn't it, HP? I've honestly not kept a track of the current positions apart from how many laps we're behind.
Yeah, no, he's a lap up at last count. What are you like? You've been out there, so you've got a unique perspective on this. Give us an idea of some of the drivers that you've encountered out there, and their pace and consistency, and I guess in general as well, what it's like being out there, because you are the first commentator to come in that has actually been out there in that race. Aside from Bart, of course, but yeah, how's it been out there, mate? Aside from the disconnections.
Well, it's a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be honest. I knew it was going to be mentally taxing, but I could still do really fast laps at the end of the 4 hours. I mean, my fastest lap was on my penultimate lap, but it's very mentally draining, and it wasn't really till about half an hour after I finished it I started to feel really tired and thinking I need to sleep. So I think you can hear it in my voice now. I'm a bit tired, but with the other drivers, it was this race has probably got the highest ratio of gold and platinum drivers since Le Mans, to be honest, and it's a real credit to the rest of them how they can be one step ahead on pace and consistency than someone like myself who can be quick for about 1 or 2 laps but then make a silly mistake there and lose a couple of seconds. Whereas these guys like the Bomb and R. Clark, they're fast for an entire 2 stints and make 1 or 2 mistakes. So yeah, they're the top-notch drivers in this series, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely all about all about that consistency, and if you can make that consistency and keep it whilst maintaining a quick pace, then you're definitely going to do well. But look, no,
Yeah.
you've done well. It's not easy out there. I know that. I've been there. I've done that, and it is mentally taxing. And for those of you out there who haven't done one of these races, I urge you to do it if you can get yourself on a team for a 24-hour race. Not just on this track. This one's probably the toughest, but any 24-hour race is definitely it's an ordeal, but it's probably the most enjoyable ordeal you can have in any online environment. So I highly recommend it.
Yeah,
Just looking, John,
def-
having a look to see if we've got any damage for any cars. We see Vipon come into the pits. That's for a scheduled stop by the look of it. He's not. He's got some small damage on the right rear, but it looks like he's been carrying that. for some time, so obviously not affecting his car at all. Nobody else has any real damage to speak of. Track position, we'll have a look at the GT Cup guys just again because they are the ones really that it's probably at the moment with only I guess a few hours left, don't really have too much unless there's a massive issue with TNR. That one's pretty much wrapped up, I'd say. So if we bring up David B, who is racing for the Greenhill Heathens in the number 88, he's just coming through the approach up, or actually just Flugplatz. Actually, he's just come through Flugplatz and Soka GT, who is his main rival. He is well behind. He's actually just gone through Callanhard. Coming up into Bergwerk. So David's probably a minute and a half behind him on track, but looking to be about 7 minutes ahead of him all up. So not exactly sealed, but if the Heathens stay on track and keep it consistent without any disconnections or red flags, then there probably won't be any issues with him. They do have a driver change to come up. I'll reveal that for you guys now. Choco Chip will be coming into the car on the next scheduled driver change. And that's actually not too far away. You can expect that probably in the next 20 minutes. So there's a little bit of team insight for you. So if Team Scar are listening, letting you guys know that we will be changing roughly in the next 20 minutes or so. And Choco will be coming in.
Yes, it's probably crucial. It's definitely crucial that that driver change goes smoothly. I mean, like you said, you've got roughly a 7-minute lead, but that can be quickly whittled down if there's an incident or a failure to join the lobby. Touch wood, that doesn't happen. But as we've seen, we went from basically having the leader in our sights to falling foul by about 8 or 9 laps through disconnection. So anything can happen. I mean, it's been we're at the 20-hour mark, 20 and a half hour mark, and there's still a lot of driving to be done, a lot of mistakes to be made, and a lot of pit stops to be made. So it's not over yet, regardless of how big your lead is. I mean, we could end up seeing TNR Nismo having the same sort of issues we had, and the victory falls to a Mercedes or an Audi. So let's just hope that kind of thing doesn't happen, because what we went through, I mean, it was very, very poor. It was very stressful and very upsetting, but that's racing. That's online racing. You just got to take the hits and get on with it.
Well, that's exactly right, and I think everybody sympathises. I'm sure there's a couple of teams out there that, whilst they're not jumping for joy that the number 45 car isn't up the front, I'm sure they're probably a little bit relieved, because we were definitely up there looking for, looking to take the lead and to push through and hopefully win the race. So absolutely, mate, you guys were mixing with the best of them. And that's another of those positives to take out of it. So, hey, that's the nature of online racing. That's just the way it is. And unfortunately, today we were the victims, which is unfortunate, but that's how it is. Now, speaking of the Mercedes, Jono, a bit of a shout out to the guys from Bitter Rivals who suffered real early on. And I did say in that first lap that if you're going to have an issue, it's best to have it real early on, and whilst it's probably not called capitalising on it, they certainly have benefited from, and I use that term loosely, they have benefited from having issues early on, because they're now in a position where they're in the top 3, and that they were 2 laps down, and 20 minutes they lost, and now we look at them now and they're looking at a podium. So they're a team that have fought back, and a lot of credit goes to those guys for taking a situation that looked all very grim and turning it to their advantage and pushing through. And if all goes well for them, they will finish on the podium. And I tell you what, if that does happen, then I'll give my I'll give my moment of the race to them. I think because that's huge. That negative moment of them getting all that damage and then turning it around. I think that'll be one of the stories of the race for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all three of the drivers have driven well. Greasy, Lineface, and the Flash. That's remarkable to be fighting for a podium after that disastrous first lap.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, that was a catastrophe. 2 laps down, with a couple of laps into the race. That's the worst possible scenario that you can have, aside from disconnecting and not being able to rejoin. So, yeah, for them to get back to where they are now is not only a testament to, I guess, their driving ability, but also their tenaciousness and their desire to get back up there. So, that's one of the stories of this race, definitely, because it was all pretty much all over for them early on. I think a lot of people wrote them off early on. Certainly wasn't looking good. So it's good to see them back up near the top, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would have been nice to try and get the GH double, but 1 out of 2 ain't bad if things continue how they're going.
And that's hopefully that'll be the case. The guys are doing very well. Soka GT is in the Scar Lotus, so unfortunately for us, if we do bomb out, they've got their best driver finishing off the race. He's very quick. He's been proven to be quicker than our drivers all race. So our guys definitely need to be on the ball, because if if we fall off or if we lose a lot of time, then Soka will be there to mop up the pieces. So our guys definitely need to be on the ball, maintain a good consistent pace, and see out the race. But if there's any issues, I guarantee you Soka's going to be there to mop up.
Yeah, let's not forget also that Choco Chip's a quick peddler, and I'm sure he'll be able to weather the storm no matter what the Nurb will throw
He
at
is.
him.
He's fresh as well, Jono. He's had some rest. It's early in the morning for him now, but he's had some sleep. So hopefully he can finish it out for us, and also the final drivers for all the other teams as well. Whether you're coming in last place or whether you're pushing for a podium or a win. Yeah, good luck to you final drivers as well, because quite often it's the hardest stint to finish off one of these races. Some of these guys might have been awake for 24 hours or more. Don't forget that. So it's definitely business end of the race, but it's around this time where a lot of drivers hit the wall as well. So it'll be interesting to see if we have any major mistakes from any of the key players in this race, and that might be why.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, what you said about the hardest stint being the one to finishing off the race. I mean, you saw the VLN4 broadcast, you would have seen how badly I stuffed that up, but, if you just get the car to the end, no mistakes, you've done a good job in that final stint.
Yeah, it's definitely an important one, and it's one of those things, when you go into that car, into that final stint, and you do well, you come out of it feeling pretty good about yourself, because it is that hard. And what we'll do is we're going to throw it open to the YouTube guys, all you lovely people. We've got 39 of you watching now on the channel. It's hovered between 39 and I think we got up to 50 earlier on. And speaking about the final stint, I know we've got some managers in there, and certainly some teammates of the current drivers that are in there. Let's have some comments on not just where you guys think the rest of this race will go, but also your thoughts on the race so far. It's definitely been eventful. It will go down. I'll certainly remember it for a very, very, very long time. Especially the first few laps, definitely. But this whole race has been definitely exciting. So you guys in the YouTube chat, let us know what you think. Give us an appraisal of the race so far. Give us any questions. And if you think maybe, just maybe, but the class victory is not sewn up yet. Let us know how you think it might unfold.
Yes, exactly. All the cars are relatively spaced out at the moment. My teammate Keegan here, aka TRL Bo, is currently at the Schumacher S on the GP circuit. His fastest is an 8 minutes 17.6, which is fairly fast, but still off the pace of that awesome lap de bomb set earlier in the race. I think that was an 8 minute 12.4 in the night. That was an incredible lap.
It's off the pace of De Bomb, but it's Keaton's pace there is on pace with the fastest guys in this race. So that's encouraging to see, definitely. And just highlights what he's capable of as well. What sort of fuel load has he got at the moment, Jono? Is he sitting on a full tank?
He's got roughly just over a third of a tank. So he's got more than a quarter, but less than half.
Okay. Was that his last lap, that final? I'm just going into the timing screen now.
No, that was about 4 laps ago. He's on lap 11 now, and that was on lap 6. So, yeah, the pace has been good for the both of us. We were testing hard into the morning. I think we were up until about 3 in the morning while Pedro and Brian were still racing. And we tried different tunes, tried them in the wet in case it rained, which it hasn't rained at all throughout the race, which is very surprising. And we decided that we should try a particular tune, and that one worked the best for both of us. So it was good. We could save a bit more time on the local driver changes, not having to switch cars. We could just exit and then enter the track straight away. But yeah, we've both been very close on pace the whole time. I mean, I'm probably a little bit slower overall, but the pace between the both of us was strong. I mean, his fastest in his first stint was I think a 2 minute 19.5, and then just at the end I got a 2 minute 18.1, so I was at 18.2. I'm not sure, but it was a good competition, and he said he would go out and try and beat my time. I encouraged him to do it, and when he did on his 6th lap, which is an 8 minute 17.6, and yeah, it's been a good little friendly inter-team rivalry this time. It's been good fun.
That's
regardless
the benefit
of the race result. Yeah,
it's one of the benefits of doing the local team races. You can have those little rivalries. But just looking on the best lap so far for TRL Bow, he's sitting on that 8:17.646. And to give everybody else just a perspective on that, we all know how fast Pasm is, and I believe he's in the car now. If he's not, he'll let me know in the Skype chat there. I believe he's in the car now, or it could be Friday. But there's an 8:18.335 from the Avalarion Racing, and an 8:18.867 from TNR Philo. This is his session best so far as well, with Greasy at an 8:20.997. So it is TRL Bow's first race, and he is a rookie driver. But if you look at that time, and if you look at the fact that he's less than 2 seconds on this big track behind RC Clark's 8:15.974, that would indicate to me that he's definitely right up there. So happy to see that from a team manager point of view. Happy to see that from his perspective as well, because it gives him some validation as well that he's not just a time trial driver either, because as you probably all know, as I mentioned earlier, his internet's terrible, so he doesn't get to race these races at all, really, and just generally does the time trials. So he's definitely right up there, and that's really good to see, Jono. Happy for him there. And, like I said before the race on the forums, fast laps really don't mean too much, and we have seen a few. We've got this 8:15 up from Mark Clark. We've seen a couple underneath that, and we've got the 8:12 from De Bomb. But most of the GT3 teams have been hovering around, the good ones around the 8:17 and the rest around sort of between that and 8:20. So, that is, I think, indicative of the conditions, but also, the fact that you can go as fast as you like in the race lead up. When it comes to the race, everybody sort of slows down just a little. I like those paces. I think they're indicative of everybody's ability, and certainly shows how much of an alien the bomb is. That's for sure, Jono.
Yeah, I don't think in 1,000 laps I could get anywhere near that lap time. That's an astonishing. Even if I did have the tune he's running, that's an unbelievable pace.
Yeah, look, he's definitely a cut above a lot of other drivers. One thing I will let everybody know, we do have a driver change coming up. We'll do some real live driver change commentary here. We have David Brooks coming in. He's currently sitting on the Dottinga Straight, and he will be coming in for a driver change. Coming into the rig, will be Choco Chip, who is ready. We'll just get on board with him in the room here. It certainly shouldn't be too long before this one is enacted.
And fingers
David
crossed
has
this
just
one's
come
out
into
as well.
Yeah, he's just come into the pits, David, and for Soccer GT is coming out through Arenberg. So, barring any major catastrophes, as long as this driver change goes smoothly, and David has posted the driver change note, so we should see him disconnect from the room shortly, or leave the room shortly, which he has done. And very shortly we see on the stream there, David B165 has left the room, and expect in a minute Choco Chip to enter the room, and he will then look to finish this race for the 88 of Team GHH. Choco Chip 5 has joined the room. He has entered, and looks like he's definitely in the room. So he'll be joining the pits. He'll be entering the pits shortly and then exiting, hopefully taking his stint photos, Jono. We know how important that is.
Oh no, that. Sorry to take your mind off that, but Heaton's into the wall right at the end of the lap, right at the end of Dottinga, so we'll be having a pit stop. Just been pushing a little bit too hard, but that's the mistakes that can be easily made towards the end.
Yeah, I noticed he's on a quarter tank though, so he would have had one lap left, so pretty close to a scheduled stop.
Yeah, if you're going to have a crash, that's the place to do it.
Yeah, probably on your last lap before your pit stop, but I guess it's not the worst. See a driver change here for WRS as well, with GTP Vipond warping out of the pits. I'm only assuming that's a driver change. Indeed it is. GTP Vipond has left the room. So it looks like they're on strategy with one of the GT Cup teams. So we'll see who's coming in for them. It's GTP Bambi in for WRS North America. GTPlanet's favourite fawn to see out the race, you would think, for WRS. But don't get stuck in the headlights, Bambi. That should get some laughs from the YouTube chat.
Yeah, it's good to see some swift driver changes too. Fortunately, a lot of teams can lose a lot of time where they exit the lobby and the other driver isn't ready and they're stuck in limbo for several minutes, and that is a huge cost in time and position as well. Track position is everything at the Nürburgring, and you can't afford to give that away, especially when there's virtually nowhere to overtake apart from the entry into Arenberg and a few other places around the circuit. You just can't afford to give away track position with a sloppy driver change.
No, look, that's exactly right. And as our GT Cup team found out, Jono, entering the room early is not an option either. couple of teams have found that out. Actually, I've had a couple of penalties for entering the room early. So you can't come in too early, and if you leave it too late, then entering the room, and you've definitely got problems. It's almost an art form, and I think you'll see in the off season and even between now and the next race, teams will be working on their changes. Sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. One driver might hang when he's trying to get into a room. There's nothing you can do about that. But the communication aspect and making sure you communicate your driver change, that's something that some teams will be working on for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we do have a... Sorry, no, Jono, we do have another announcement from AJ. Now, we have kind of spammed everybody with the entire list of races starting from Daytona and working our way through every time we have an announcement. So I won't go through the whole announcement, but what I will do is I'll start from the 6 hours of Spa, which is in May. For everybody else, I won't go through the dates, but you've got 24 hours of Daytona, 12 hours of Bathurst, VLNs 1 and 2 at the Type V circuit or Type 5 circuit, Bathurst 6 hour, 4 hours of Monza, 4 hours of Silverstone, 6 hours of Silverstone, and then we've got the VLNs 3 and 4 on the 29th and 30th of April. After that, we have the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, 13 to 15 of May, 14 to 22nd of May, the 24 hours of Nürburgring. So just for all those playing at home, you don't have to wait 12 months for this race to happen again. It's coming in May. So get practicing now, folks. 10 to 26th of June, the 24 hours of Le Mans is the second of a trilogy of 24 hours. We've got 72 hours of racing in May, June and July. After that 24 hours of Le Mans, we have the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, 15 to 24 of July. So 3 epic races there, guys. I've already had a lot of comments in the YouTube chat there. There's bound to be a lot more on the GTPlanet.net forums about those 3 races. I think they're going to be a shining light in this calendar. Following on from Spa-Francorchamps, we have the 6 hours of Nürburgring on the 12 to 13 August 2016. 12 to 14 August, the 4 hours of Spielberg. And then the next announcement that we have, is it a 24-hour race? We actually don't know. It's on the 26th and 27th of August. It is the Monterey Sports Car Championships at Laguna Seca. I've asked AJ about the length of this race, and he says it's not stated. So he's being very coy. We don't know, Jono, how long this race will be, but we do know it'll be Laguna Seca. It is the 26th and 27th of August, so it's 12 months from now. And it is at Laguna Seca, Monterey Sports Car Championships.
Yes, and it's interesting to see. Sorry,
he's saying it could be 2 4-hour races. I interrupted you there, Jono, because I did get that come through as you were talking. Could be 2 4-hour races. He's also saying it could be 2 2-hour races, 1 4-hour race, 1 8-hour race. So he's just playing with us now. Thanks, AJ.
Yeah, it could be 300 10-minute races too.
Well, it has been run as all of the above, so it could be any of those. So expect 2 4-hour races, 2 2 hours, a 4-hour, an 8-hour. Could be a 403-hour race. I don't think that'll be the case, but that's the latest one in the calendar, folks. This year it was 1 4-hour race, but it won't be next year for us. So the GTPlanet Monterey Sports Car Championship will not be the same as it was this year. So you can rule out the 4-hour race.
What do you think, interesting to see if it was if it will be run similar to how the Silverstone 12 hour was run this year, where it had the split 6-hour periods with that compulsory red flag. That caught us completely by surprise, if you recall.
Yeah, to be fair, I knew about it and I think I forgot to tell others, but that I had to do with the time cycle. But look, in the end, it benefited me because from memory, it let me sleep. Having that little bit of a time gap was handy.
Yes, there's a few new events there that have caught my eye. In particular, the 6 hours of Bathurst. That's intriguing. Is it? Do you think it'll be similar to the Bathurst 1000?
Well, it wouldn't quite be 1,000, would it? That'd more like be a Bathurst 800. What time does the Bathurst 1000 kick off, Jono? That kicks off at about 12? Is that right? 10 or 12 o'clock in the morning?
No, it starts at about 9 in the morning, I think. It
Oh,
goes
the
for
actual
about
race
6 hours.
at
It
that
goes,
time.
yeah, it goes for about 6 hours.
There
Usually
you
ends
go.
around 5 in the afternoon. So that's what's intrigued me. It'd be similar to the Bathurst 1000.
There you go, AJ. Could market that as a Bathurst 1000, mate. One of the key races in the Australian racing calendar. Either way, it's due to be a belter. Absolutely.
Yeah. So although it could be similar, there's a race that happens in Easter. At Bathurst, it's a 6 hour race, so it probably won't reflect the Bathurst 1000 with V8 touring cars, but most likely it'll be an event such as the one held at Easter. And AJ's confirmed that in the chat, so there we go.
What the hell? Have you set the ticket past the time?
Okay, guys, as we see, Avalerion Racing have entered the pits. I believe that's Pazin in the car. Although if they do conduct a driver change here, then it is Friday exiting. But no, it looks like that's just a scheduled driver stop refueling. So, yeah, that is Pazin. I'm pretty sure of that in the vehicle.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see if Passam can drag that car up further on. It's currently fastest on the track at the moment. I don't believe there was a driver change there after that pit stop.
Looks like Soka GT has made up some time with the driving change for GHH, but he's on the approach to the carousel, and Choco is about a third of the way around the GP circuit. He's just approaching that bottom hairpin, which I actually don't know the name of. What's the name of that hairpin, Jono? That bottom hairpin right at the bottom of the circuit. What's that one called?
That's the Dunlop hairpin on the
There you
Grand
go.
Prix circuit.
It is, yeah. So that's the Dunlop hairpin. Brilliant. A bit of a mind blank there, but yes, that's where Choco is. And just to give you an idea, Soka GT, who is second in that class, is just coming around Hohucht at the moment. So he's quite a little bit behind, but he has made up some time. So, yes, look, if there's any issues, if there's any red flags, that GT Cup race will definitely be wide open, Jono.
Absolutely. I mean, he's like you said, he's certainly closed the gap. It's about half a lap difference now as Choco Chip enters the Nordschleifer, exiting the Vidal chicane. So the next car in front of Choco Chop is actually the other Green Hell Havens car, which is at Arenberg at the moment. But obviously, the pace difference between those cars, that GT3 car, will be pulling away from Choco.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be looking at that one for too long.
Yeah.
Just going to do a quick damage check here. looks like everybody's okay. We will have a pit stop from Greasy 07 pretty soon. Actually, Greasy 07 is just entering the Nordschleife now, and his fuel light's about to come on.
Oh, that's going to be tricky because that red light,
Now,
I believe, indicates 10 litres.
I know I've said this a few times, and I have, every time I've said that it could be close, this one's going to be close. It's a GT3 car, and he's just on the Nordschleife, and he's literally got about 11 litres of fuel. Greasy, you're pushing it, son. If you make it, it'll be a stroke of genius. If you don't, you might have some questions to answer with your teammates. I think you might get there. But wow, yeah, he's running it fine, definitely. Keep an eye on Greasy, everybody.
Now, is he approaching Arenberg at the moment? Because I'll keep my eye on him on the circuit map.
Yeah, he's just hitting Arenberg now.
Okay,
He's just
there's a car
exited
in front of
Arenberg.
him.
I'll let you know when his fuel light comes on, but he doesn't have a lot left. Like I said, I think he'll make it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he runs out halfway up the Dottinger either, because he's got a long way to go.
Yeah, so in terms of other fuel gauges, TRL Bow's fuel gauge is at exactly halfway, so no problems for fuel for the GH GT3 car at the moment. Yeah, so Greasy will be arriving at his pit box under the smell of an oil rag, it seems.
Yeah, please don't run out of fuel, Jono.
No,
Gracie's fuel light has just come on, and he is just going through Callanhard now. So he's running it close. I think Lionface and the Flash might have some confidence, and they might, because I know those guys know what they're doing when it comes to fuel strategies and that sort of thing. But knowing the GT3 cars and how much fuel they consume on this track, I'm a little bit worried for Greasy. But I suspect he might get there, but he's going to be close.
Just confirmed with AJ, there's a good fight between what will end up being the 45 and the 88. That'll be the two Green Hell Heavens cars, as AJ's now confirmed both cars are now on the same lap. So it'll be interesting to see if my car, which is being driven by TRL Bow, aka Keaton at the moment, he is currently at my favourite section of the track, Wittmann, Eschblach and Brünchen. And the 88, driven by Choco Chip, the other car, whereabouts is that on the track? HP, can you see? Your other car.
It looks like, I'm just going to double check here, but I suspect that you guys passed Choco Chip whilst the driver change was being effected. So Choco is now going around the carousel. And if we look at, they looks like you guys passed on the driver change, mate. So no problem there. You guys are coming into the mini carousel now, then into Galgenkopf and onto the Dottinger Who. So it looks like you guys won't have any issues. Won't have any issues in that regard. But wipe some sweat off the brow there, mate, because if the GT Cup team had beaten you, you never would have lived that down, let me tell you.
No, I'm sure Bo would have a few funny things to say at my expense.
Absolutely. We're getting some confirmation here in the YouTube chat. We've got SLS. 406 Miller said SLS 16 litres per lap. Yep. Agree that that can absolutely be the case, but depends how it's driven as well. So let's go and check in with Greasy, who is coming around Brunchen, I think that's pronounced. It's coming around Brunchen now, so he's right at the top right of the circuit if you're looking at the map. And he's got a sliver of blue left in his fuel gauge. He's got about he's probably just on about 5 litres of fuel, maybe 6. So look, I think he'll get there, but geez, he's like I said, it'll be a stroke of genius if he doesn't run out of fuel.
Yes,
Got some
and the
engine damage.
44.
Sorry, no,
The
you go.
44
No,
has
no.
engine damage. Like we both saw it at the same time, mate. The number 44 TNR Nismo has engine damage.
Let me just flick to the number 44 on my screen. Gee, it's taking a lot to load up. He's definitely got a whole bunch of engine damage and sitting on just a little over a tank of fuel as well. So, sorry, a little over half a tank of fuel. So this will be probably 2 to 3 laps earlier than expected. And he's just coming out through Caselchen. So he's got quite a bit of way to go around the track, and now he's got compass damage, Jono. He's got all 4 points and engine damage. So this is where TNR Philo can really come into his own. If he can keep that car under control and maintain that pace and not go into limp home mode, then he'll be okay. But it's not looking good. It's kind of all over the place at the moment. So we'll wait and see how that pans out. But if he does go into limp home mode, then that may affect the race standings as we see it.
Well, let's
Greasy, we
fingers
see
crossed Philo can keep it on the road.
Greasy's come into the pits with the barest sliver of a blue left. So stroke of genius there, guys. Like I said, they know what they're doing. But gee, that was close. If they'd have been caught up in traffic, that would have been interesting. So well played. My hats off to the strategic minds behind Bitter Rivals Racing. Excellent stuff. Making for good viewing there, guys. But gee, you're cutting it fine. Good stuff though. Love it.
Yes, fastest lap update for Mr. TRL Bow. He's now set an 8 minutes 16.175, which is comfortably his fastest lap of the race. And with clear air and a low fuel and fresh tyres, that's a very, very good pace.
Yeah, that's it's just under 2 seconds faster than Philo per lap here at the moment, and closing in on R. Clark's 8:15.320. So yeah, look, he's definitely doing very well. Sounds like he's settling into a rhythm too after his horrific stint to start with, which one would argue is not worth driving that long for. 200 k's drove to get there, and yeah, definitely disappointing start. But let's hope he can finish it off and stamp his authority, Jono, as potentially one of the drivers to look out for next year.
Yeah, definitely. And I already hear he's been recruited by some other teams for some future races, despite his disastrously poor internet. So it'll be interesting to see. Might have to keep an eye out for him at some future events, whether it be later in the events of this season or next season.
That sounds like he's in high demand already, mate.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not surprising when you're this fast and this consistent. It's also, with the localised teams, it's also a good indicator to compare driving styles with one another. Like, if you compare myself and Keaton here, I have a lot more wheel work. I move the wheel around a lot more, whereas Keaton's a lot more smooth and easy going with the wheel. Despite that, he wears his front tyres a lot more than I do when we're comparing at different points where the tyres were changed from 10 to 9 and 9 to 8. The differences were very stark, that's for sure. Whereas theoretically, you'd think my style, where I'm moving the wheel around a lot, making many different corrections mid-corner, that my tyres would be going a lot faster than Keaton's here, but GT6 works in funny ways.
I think that's down to, I guess what I'm trying to say is the aliens amongst us, the really good, the guys that are obviously next level. They do things differently to the rest of us, and it sounds like that's a classic example of that. And if you look at his times on just about all of the time trials that you see his name in, he's definitely up there with some of the quicker drivers. And it's good to see him out here in a real live racing environment with some of the other really good world-class drivers, which this series and this race has.
Absolutely, as he just made a move up the inside of Zero Duck 1 in the BMW at the carousel. That was a very hairy move. Zero Duck not taking the banking, and Heaton took the banking. Got a bit of a slide coming out of it, but got the move done. Very risky move, that's for sure, as Philo makes another pit stop. Now, did he just make it to the pits to repair his damage, or is it another pit stop?
No, he's come in to repair his damage. Actually, it looks like it could be a driver change, mate, because he's just disappeared off my screen, so I just want to double check that. If he's done a driver change... No, he's now come back into the pit, so I think he may have changed his... He may have changed his setup. He may have switched to a different setup because he disappeared off my screen, indicating that he left the track, but he didn't leave the room. So I think maybe that could have been a strategic switch to a setup there. So obviously when drivers do that, a lot of the time it's a wet setup to a dry or dry to wet. But maybe he's got either a more stable or a looser setup that he wants to get more time out of that he's switching to. I think maybe it's probably the former, but yeah, it looks like he might have changed his setup there, Jono.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all about feeling comfortable in the car, or in Philo's case, in your hands. After all, he's a controller user. He doesn't use the steering wheel like most of the drivers in this series. But if you're not feeling comfortable, as Keaton makes a mistake coming onto the Dottinger, but no harm done. Yeah, you got to feel comfortable in the car, and you can save yourself a lot of time by taking the punishment of exiting the lobby to change setup, to finding something that's going to help you in the long run, just so you can avoid making silly mistakes, or as hitting a curb and spinning, or understeering into a wall. So there's plenty of beneficiaries to be had by changing your setup midway through a stint.
No, look, absolutely, and it's something we haven't seen too much of. When it hasn't been dictated by the weather. So something to learn for some of the other teams and team managers out there that weren't thinking along these lines previously. Look, I'll be honest, I hadn't thought of potentially switching up setups when the weather was fine. I'd only done it to accommodate the weather, so that's something that I'll certainly be taking into consideration, that perhaps drivers might have multiple setups for the same weather conditions. Interesting.
Yes. Now the clouds are really setting in over the Eifel region, but I don't think it will rain for the remainder of this race. It's still going to be dry, I'm predicting. That being said, the weather can change in an instant at this circuit.
I can confirm that it's only going to rain if we have any form of red flag, because the room is set to fixed. So we should have clear skies to the end of the race, unless there's, I guess, some form of disruption to the race, and then I guess the weather decides to kick in. So it should be fine until the end.
Speaking of things changing, Passam's now into the pits for, I presume, for a tyre and fuel stop. Don't see them doing a driver change at this point in the race.
No, he's just refueling. He's just refueling at this point. And he's just exiting the pits now, so nothing untoward there. He's probably dropping onto a reduced... he hasn't put in as much fuel as I thought, so interesting there.
Yes. One thing we have missed, HP. AJ's updated the results, or the current results, up until the 20th hour. So, would you like to run through those with me? I'll run through the GT3 category, if you wouldn't mind.
Absolutely, mate. Go for it.
Yeah. Well, in first place, we have the TNR Nismo team. They are leading by a lap and 7 minutes 38 seconds. So it's almost sewn up for them if they can just keep going and not run into any problems. They've done 145 laps so far. In second place is the Reaper Online Racing team. That's currently driven by R. Clark 83, who should be coming to the end of his stint fairly soon, I'd suspect, by the next hour. They are a lap ahead of Bitter Rivals Racing in third place, so they have now officially moved up into third position with Greasy at the wheel. They are also a lap ahead of Avalarian Racing with Friday at the wheel in the Audi R8 LMS Ultra. In fifth place is the WRS North America car that's being driven by GTP Vipond at the moment. That car is about 4 laps ahead of, well, we've moved up into 6th place there, HP. We've moved ahead of Venator Racing.
Yes, no, I've seen that. Now, just to confirm, John, have you guys had any disconnections in the last 2 hours? There hasn't been any, has there?
No, we disconnected about 40 minutes into my stint, but from the rest we've had no problems. We've had no problems with lag, we've had no problems with disconnections, so it was just unfortunate. There was this one period of the day where we were scheduled to drive and we got disconnected 5 times.
I think it was 7, mate.
It's just, you just can't. 7. Oh, I'm not.
I think it was 7.
Disconnected
it was
while
5
waiting to rejoin.
I think we stopped counting at 4 or 5, but yeah. So if that's accurate, so if there's been no disconnections in the last 2 hours, and in the last 2 hours, then that should be accurate. In which case, it should see Team GHH ahead of Venator Racing as it stands. But we will, I guess, put that as a tentative. We need to wait and see, I guess, for the next lot of updates, which I'm hoping there'll be another lot of updates before the end of the race. But that pretty much rounds out the GT3, doesn't it, Jono? That's all done for them. So we'll move on and we'll have a look at the GT Cup. And as you guys know, there are 2 cars that, well, at the point that I considered that I last thought, we had both cars on the lead lap, but as of this update, we have the Green Hell Heathens a lap up. I still suspect that they're both on the lead lap now, so we'll take that one on notice as well, John. We'll wait for that that next update to come in. Sitting in third place as of this update, we've got 5 laps behind the Green Hell Heathens is GTR Blackhawks, who their race was looking in doubt, in the final lead up to this race, with a couple of drivers that withdrew and a couple of drivers that stood up and helped them out, being Stiggs TC and WTF Man. They're sitting in third. They are 3 laps up on the Dart NSX with Euclid, Nail 27, Tex 36 and White Eyed Driver, who are on 129 laps, and they are 123 laps ahead of Wheel Racing Team, who did retire after completing 16 laps. So that rounds out GT Cup. Like I said, though, I believe both lead cars are on the lead lap.
Yeah, so it's all shaping up for an exciting finish to the Nürburgring 24 hours. Now, that's one thing I've wanted to know all race. Why did the Wheel Racing team retire so early on? I can only presume from a lack of drivers and being unable to see out the whole race. I mean, I can't imagine two drivers sharing it, doing 12 hours each. That's very taxing.
Well, if we look at their list of drivers, well, they've got 4 there, but my understanding is the disconnections played a massive part. 2 disconnections in half an hour. That was my last understanding of it. So if it was from a lack of drivers, I don't know. That to me, look, that would be weird because they've only done 16 laps. So if they'd done 70 laps or 80 laps and both drivers were tired and couldn't continue, I'd sort of understand that, or maybe 100 laps. But 16 laps, now I wouldn't think that's enough for two drivers to throw in the towel. So I did remember saying something about the disconnections. They did disconnect 2 times in half an hour. I thought that was it. I thought that was the reason.
Now, HP will be seeing the number 45 come into the pits now, as our fuel is into the red, coming through the final corner, so we'll be into the pits. This is our 15th lap of this stint, Keaton's stint. This has been a very, very good stint. Lots of very fast and consistent laps, so just filling the tank up to around 3/4 for another go.
So, looking back on your race so far, Jono, we won't go over the disconnects again. What are the positives you take out of this one, mate? Not just for the team, but for yourself and Bo as well, or TRL Bo. It's got to be some positives here, mate. Yeah, give us I guess, a recap and where to go from here for you guys.
Well, on a personal note, I guess it's positive I got to drive in the ultimate race, I guess. That was the main reason I joined the series, so I could do this race. And while it hasn't disappointed in terms of the experience and driving the hardest track in the world with probably the hardest car to drive, I don't like this GTR one little bit around here, but result aside, it's been a great experience to drive the hardest event in the world, basically, and see what the Nordschleife basically does to your mental health, give you a bit more grey hairs, a bit more wrinkles on the forehead, basically. But yeah, it's been a wonderful experience, and looking forward, I think from this race, from the adversities, from the disconnections, and basically, if you can get through a series of laps around here without crashing or making a mistake, you can do it anywhere, basically. It's a real... Doing a few laps around here is a huge confidence boost to take to any other track, because there's no track tougher than this one.
No, look, that's exactly right. There's no doubt about that. What about looking forward to next season? Assuming you get a drive next season, obviously you manage your own franchise, as it is. In fact, I think you've got 2, don't you?
Yeah, I managed 2 Race on Oz racing teams, one in GT300 and one in LMP P3.
Yeah. So assuming that either you get a drive with Ruse or, which I'd hope you would, it's your team. So assuming either Ruse or GHH get a franchise, what sort of car would you like? I mean, if you had the choice of car next season, which don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, cars do get allocated. So if you had a choice, though, which one would you take, assuming that they're all the same? And they may change, obviously. Which one out of the current cars would you choose for the classes that you're in?
Oh, geez, that's a tough question. I mean, if I could pick any class to be in, from a personal driving perspective, I can't see myself driving anything other than what we've got now with the Subaru BRZ GT300. That's an amazing car. But for a class I'd like to be in, it's definitely LMP1. That's the ultimate test with the most complete drivers and packages of the entire series. It's the fastest. It's the most intense and the most exciting. With probably the greatest race in the world, the Le Mans 24 Hours being the main prize. So I don't know. Maybe it would be nice to get a Race on Oz entry for LMP1, but if we don't, I mean, I'm not going to turn my nose off. I mean, there's so many different good categories in this series. I really enjoy the LMP3s with the Mazda LM55s. But yeah, it doesn't really matter what category you're in. You're always guaranteed of good racing, no matter what.
No, look, that's exactly right, mate. And look, well said, I guess. Look, if I was going to choose a car, there's a couple out there, but I do like that Z4. I started off hating it, as I did with the boat, but I can't imagine it actually liking the boat. But I do love the Z4, so that would be my choice. But we do have, and I will say, thankfully, we do have company now in the comms box. As you know, I've been around for a little bit, and Jono's been driving, so some fresh. I don't know, would they say fresh lips, a fresh voice is always welcome. We do have Famine, who has entered the comms box. Famine, how are you, mate?
Well, I'm not entirely comfortable at being described as fresh lips for a start.
I did correct myself in a fresh voice. We'll run with the latter, shall we?
Yeah. No, yeah, it's been interesting. I've been hopping in and out and listening to you guys and taking part in a little bit of the chat late at midnight last night. So yeah, I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Tired.
Yeah, I'm not bad, Famine. It's good to commentate alongside you once again.
And once again, we're doing the commentary from literally opposite sides of the planet, which is still a bit mind-blowing, but there you go.
It's the comms box, but it's not really a box.
Yes.
But no, so you've caught up a little bit. You mentioned that you'd been catching up with the race earlier. Have you caught up on everything that's been happening lately, or have you been away doing real life stuff?
Mainly the real life stuff. You know, it's Sunday and I'm a dad, so you know. But yeah, it looks like we're going quite well.
Yes, well, it's a mixed bag for us, as all our viewers know. But you know, the team that you drive with is doing pretty well.
Yep, I'm obviously interested in the purple car because purple. Yeah, it's a car that I've elected not to drive today because I'm terrible at the Nürburgring and I hate it. So I decided to leave it to someone else.
And indeed, I did want you to drive, but I wouldn't want you to drive a track you don't like, especially when it's this one. I think that's important.
Yeah, I mean, lots of people really, really do like the Nürburgring, and obviously our team is called the Green Hell Heathens. But my strong point, if I actually have one, is consistency, and I cannot maintain consistency at the Nürburgring. I will. The only thing that's consistent about it is I will probably fall off the track every lap, but it'll be in completely different places.
Whilst we are called the Green Hill Heathens, it's not a prerequisite that you know this track to be in the team. Look, it helps, but no, you make a good point there, Famine. But no, look, it's been a great race. We've seen a lot of action very early on, as you'd know if you were checking after the race started.
It seemed mental in the first couple of hours.
Look, it was, and it just seemed to be shaping up to one of those races that you just wouldn't forget. And to be honest, I think a lot of people watching this, they won't forget it. Next year, we will be talking about this race and the drivers that are in this race now, especially the ones that hadn't done this race before, they will definitely take a lot from this, whether they've done well or whether they haven't done so well. What they learn here today will shape them for the next race to come, whether it's Brands Hatch, whether it's the 24 Hours of Spa, or whether it's, one of the races next year. They will definitely learn so much.
Yeah, I'm much more of a fan of the larger and more open tracks, it has to be said. So
there's not a lot of overtaking space here, is there?
No, 6 yards wide on average.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And look, to be fair, everybody's pretty much done as well as they could. You're always going to have issues. You're always going to have contact in this race. But I think, as a whole, it's been exceptional. I think everybody in the slower classes who are being overtaken and the faster classes who are doing the overtaking, for the main part, have done exceptionally well. And yeah, I don't think really there's been too many big problems. Looks like we have some announcements left. Now we have 3 announcements to go. We're just waiting on what they're going to be. But we will be announcing, everybody. So don't go anywhere in the YouTube chat. We do have the next event that will be announced, then the last event or events, and after that we will be announcing the classes for next year. So we are all, I guess, waiting on AJ. We are his yo-yo, and he is playing us to his pleasure. So we will wait for him to let us know what they are, and then we can feed those through to you guys. But here's a good chance for everybody listening to throw out some guesses. What do you think the next event might be? What do you think the next maybe event or events after that might be? And I think what a lot of people are interested in is what the classes might be. What do you guys think? Famine, any idea maybe on some of the classes? You might even know, so don't give anything away.
Yeah, I tend not to say too many things that are definitive because people then go, Famine, he's important and he knows. And obviously I'm not important and I don't. So I try to stay away from definitive statements these days.
So, should we assume that even if you don't know, let's assume that you do know and can't say anything?
Yeah, that'd work.
Okay, let's do that. Jono, what do you think, mate? We know that you're not privy to the info. I'm certainly not, so we can certainly have a guess at it. What do you think?
24 Hours of Sierra. I wish. Nah, I really don't know. I think it might be a well, to be honest, when I look at the past events that have been announced, they seem to reflect the more real, where they are placed in real life on the calendar, as opposed to this year. So, in terms of events coming up in September, I'm not exactly certain. So, I honestly have no idea.
Well, let's look at what we don't have. Okay, so we've got some of the tracks announced. We've got a 24-hour of Spa. We've got a 6-hour of Spa. So Spa's out of the way. We've got the VLN and we've got the Nürburgring 24 hours. So you can rule them out. There's a 24 hours of Le Mans. We don't have a smaller race. So maybe there's a scope for a smaller Le Mans race, but that calendar is filled up in that area. So probably not. We've got Daytona, a 24-hour race. Again, probably not much scope for a smaller race there. Bathurst is taken up. Monza, if you're going to do a longer race, it won't be anywhere near the 4 hours. And Silverstone is also taken up, but I guess you could probably squeeze in a 24-hour of Silverstone at the end of the season. All depends on the dark mind of AJ and what he's got cooking, but I dare say you could rule out just about every track that we have listed. So that means the tracks that we don't have listed, and it's already been established that we're not going to see any, I guess, GT6 fantasy tracks or Gran Turismo fantasy tracks, I guess. So all of the original tracks are probably out. That does leave some tracks. What are your thoughts, guys, on potentially? Well, I guess Jono, because Faman can't comment. What do you think?
I mean,
What do you think?
I can obviously list the tracks that we don't have because
Can, yes.
as the writer of GTpedia, I can just obviously recall this stuff off the top of my head, and I am in no way booting the PlayStation up right now to check. But one notable absence is Brands Hatch.
Yes.
Which is one of the greatest racetracks in the world, with one of the finest corners in the world.
Yeah,
And we have the 12-hour coming up.
next.
So we know the 12-hour is towards the end of the year in this calendar. So it could easily be involved. So definitely. What else are we missing, Fab?
I haven't seen an event for Tsukuba or Motegi yet.
Hopefully that doesn't happen, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, Tsukuba
Certainly not
can
Tsukuba,
take a very long running jump.
Yeah. Motegi, I'd be willing to look at as a potential driver, but even then, that's one of those races where I'd just gather my team and happily manage and send them off to drive in it. But certainly Tsukuba, I agree with you there, Fanon.
Yeah, not. I mean, I sort of raced in the karting series race there earlier this year, and that was actually quite good fun because it's the tiny, ridiculous track suits karts a lot better than cars. And I did do the Motegi race, which I think we thought we'd won, but we were actually a lap down. But second was fine. So I think there's also Indianapolis, isn't there?
Good.
That'll be fun for on the road circuit for a few hours. Actually, quite like that track, and it was the qualifier for GT Academy a few years ago as well.
We've had a couple of comments from the YouTube chat. We've got Ryan B says that 24 hours of Silverstone would be good. There actually is one, but I think it's in February or so. He says.
Yes, that's the Brit car, which doesn't really suit any of the cars that we have. It's more kind of sub GT4 road based thing. I mean, one thing that would be good to have would be the 25 hours of Spa, which is this year was done entirely in sort of silhouette Volkswagen Beetles. But again, that doesn't really necessarily suit any of the vehicles that we're likely to have for this year. But it's supposedly the longest endurance race in the world, and it's done entirely with Volkswagen Beetles. 700 kilo, 200 horsepower, Volkswagen Beetles.
Wow, that'd be a blast.
We do have a VW Beetle Cup car in the game, so.
Indeed, but it is a standard, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean, a good alternative for that would be the Suzuki Cappuccino. The touring car version of that is brilliant. When you can get it to 200 horsepower. No, just less than that, and just under 700 kilos.
It's a great little car.
Yeah. Imagine that for 25 hours.
That's a very fun car. I did a league about a year ago with that car, and no ABS even. That was an absolute blast. Another suggestion from the MWM Racers Collective YouTube account, they've suggested Fuji, which is very poignant considering they finally scored they scored a win in that race a few weeks ago.
Yeah, that wasn't so long ago, so yeah.
Yeah.
It's another track you won't see Heathen Pride on, but it's not the worst track. It's just, I guess, some of the corners, I don't know the names of them, but some of the corners with the camber.
It's because they don't have any names.
Well, there you go.
There's genuinely about 4 corners on the track that have got a name.
Yeah, some of those corners just don't agree with me at all, and doesn't matter how much I drive them, I just can't get them right. So I wouldn't do that to my team and jump in a race on that one.
Yeah, it's an absolute butchering. Don't worry, HP.
Look, it is definitely. Look, just before we go on the topic of that, we do have another update. So let's have a look at that. Now, Famine, I reckon you'd like to help us out with this one. What do you think? We can look at maybe the GT3 first. I can run through those, and maybe if you can go through the GT Cup.
Yeah, sure.
Classification by team, and this is the latest update, which I think, is this hour 22?
Hour 21.
Well, actually, no, 21, yes. No, it's hour 21. So as of hour 21, guys, GT3, we have the number 44 of TNR Nismo in the Nissan GTR, 148 laps. They are 1 lap ahead of Rita Online Racing in the number 42. They're in the SLS. And they are 1 lap ahead of Bitter Rivals Racing. So there has been a shift. Both of those teams' last update were on the same lap, but I suspect maybe Stint Pictures possibly might have taken a role there. But either way, we do have Bitter Rivals Racing now in third on 146 laps, and they are 1 lap ahead of Avalerion Racing, who are sitting on 145. They're 3 laps ahead of WRS North America on 142. They are 2 laps ahead of the Green Hill Heathens in the Nissan GTR, who, let's be honest, will be very happy with the fact that they're not sitting stone cold last because of their issues today. They are on 140 laps, and that's 2 laps ahead of Venator Racing. Venator is sitting on 138. So a bit of a plus there for the GHH guys. Bit of breathing space for TNR Nismo still, and also Reaper Online Racing have opened up that little bit of a gap. So 3 laps separating the top 3 teams. Probably looking, guys, like it. Whilst it's not completely sewn up, I would suggest that that's probably going to be the final podium for today. If that is the case, big props to Bitter Rivals Racing for making it up there. But it's not over yet, so we'll see how that pans out, Fenton. How's the GT Cup looking?
Yeah, I mean, leading the way in the GT Cup is a complete contrast to the GT3 team. Is the Green Hill Heathens, the Renault Sport Megane that I graciously vacated. They're actually on the same lap as their GT3 teammates, so they've completed 140 laps, a couple of minutes back on the road by the looks of it. About 4 minutes back from them is the Scar Lotus Elise 111. They're same number of laps, but about 4 minutes back on the road by the looks of it. So that could go either way, I think, by the end. Let's hope it goes the Green Hill Heathens' way, not to be biased in any way. Then it's the GTR Blackhawks team in the other Megane. They're in third, but they're about 5 laps down on the second place car. They've got a healthy 3-lap lead over the 4th place Dart team in the Honda NSX. And then, of course, we have the retired wheel racing team who completed just the 16 laps yesterday.
So, again, it looks like the podium is all sorted, but we're not 100% sure, or it could be, obviously not all over yet. We need to make that absolutely clear. Whilst being 3 laps down, anything can happen in these races. But as it stands, probably going to look like those 3 teams on the podium. But we don't know who's going to end up in the 1 and 2 positions. If everything goes according to plan for those 3 teams, or as it is now, we would suggest that Blackhawks will end up third. But guys, pretty close between the Heathens and Lotus. It's not all over yet. 3 minutes is certainly a gap you can make up in the time we have left. So that certainly looks to be the race to watch within the race.
Yes, and your prediction was proved right. You thought that Lotus had got back on the lead lap with Choco Choc Chip. So it's going to be a very close race. Yeah.
I thought they'd be a little bit further ahead, actually, the Heathen. So it was a little bit of a surprise there. But if we look at the on-track position, Soka GT Racing is on the Dottinger Who. I'm still getting used to pronouncing it that way. Dottinger Hughes Straight. And if we look at Choco, he is coming up to Flugplatz at the moment. So he does have that lead, but I wouldn't be feeling like he's won it just yet for Team GHH. So as long as he keeps it on the track and keeps it stable, we know he's a good driver. And anything could happen though. So a good position to be in, but by all means not over there. So and Soccer GT is the driver that they would want, the Scar Lotus guys. He's been their driver of the race so far. He's been very, very fast, and I guarantee you he's not sitting there thinking that he's lost this. He's doing everything he can to get into that first place class victory. We'll just go now to the... Sorry, John, no, we'll go now to the YouTube chat. We'll have a look, see what everybody's saying in there. We've neglected them just a little. Sorry, guys, we're coming over to you right now. See what's going on over there. They've been very active. We've got 39 of them watching. They've been probably the unofficial driver of the race, I think, the YouTube chat guys. Had a very good race, a lot of good banter. So we'll just go over and see what's going on over there. Just looking for any questions here.
There are some good suggestions here for more tracks. 406 Mil says Monaco. That's a good suggestion, although I'm not sure what race we could do for that one, since the biggest race on that circuit is a 78 lap. Oh, it's Choco Chop Chip Spins. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, it looks like he gets himself out of trouble, but which isn't easy on the Nürburgring when you have a spin. It doesn't like it's collected anything.
That's that little bit of time that is lost, and that's that little bit of time that Soka will be looking at to make. And when Soka does, when he gets that information fed through to him, and he'll get that via his teammates, I'm sure he's got a laptop next to him or some such, that will give him that little bit more confidence. Keep it on the track and wait for your opponent to make a mistake. And that was one of those mistakes we're talking about, and that could easily have been catastrophic damage, and that could have easily cost minutes. So it's that sort of thing that these teams need to eliminate, I guess, going into the end of the race. So lucky there for Choco, but no damage. Let's hope that doesn't happen again, guys. Yeah, absolutely.
Just before, actually, it looked like it was just coming out of Adenauer.
Yes, coming out of the Adenauer forces, pirouetting beautifully up the hill.
Because there is one real track that we haven't named yet, and it's where the pre-season warm-up took place for this year, which is
no, we're not having a race there. No.
We'll let you name the unnameable.
No, it's okay. I'll leave it hanging there. I won't jinx anything.
We're talking about Willow Springs, of course.
It's worth pointing out that Monaco in Gran Turismo 6 isn't Monaco.
No, it's fairly inaccurate.
So, I mean, it's not an officially licensed track. It's called Côte d'Azur. It's relatively close in terms of configuration, but it's not quite the same. I don't think it'll be one of the tracks that's eligible for consideration.
I love throwing. Would you consider? Well, as in GT5, I like throwing the Ferraris around there, the Formula 1 Ferraris. That was always good fun. Can't imagine doing that in real life. That'd just be hairy. As we see Avalerion Racing coming into the pits, although that's my commentary might be a little bit out for that, but they were in the pits, and coming into the pits now we see a bit of Rivals Racing, and they're coming in for a driver change. So Greasy 07 is out, they're doing a driver change, and they will be finishing off with either Lionface or the Flash. It'll be interesting to see who comes in. My prediction is blind faith. We'll see.
That's another interesting suggestion for track is Tokyo Route 246, which appears to be a GT original circuit, but it uses real life roads and has actually been mapped out in a fairly unique YouTube video. Would you consider that a real life circuit, Famine?
No. Yeah, pretty
Fair
much.
enough.
They are real roads. There's a little bit of artistic license taken with the position of some of the curbs and whatnot, with the removal of traffic lights particularly. But it's bumped into the city track section, which is a bizarre mix of tracks that are based on real roads, tracks that are sort of based on real roads, tracks that aren't based on any real roads, like Special Stage Route 5 and Route X. Oddly, Special Stage Route 5, although it looks like it's a Japanese circuit, seems to have originally been based in Italy, in Gran Turismo 1, which is something very few people know about. And obviously Route X isn't real. And then Côte d'Azur is in the city circuits as well, rather than being in original or world. So it's not one that I would consider to be an actual track. So probably not one that will merit consideration.
Rightio, as the 85 has received a warning for contact with the number 86 GT Cup car. That is the Scar Lotus, I believe, and the number 86 is, I think, the other. No, the other Lotus has retired. That number 86 is the Dart Honda NSX. So I wonder where they have come a cropper.
They have had some issues, the Scar Lotus, in this race, and they have lost quite a bit of time because of those issues. It would actually be quite interesting to see where they would be in this race if they didn't have those problems. If all penalties were removed from both teams, and we know that Team GHH received a penalty for entering the room early, and then they lost additional time because driver McAntony exited the room when he noticed his mistake and then re-entered. Then subsequent to that, he got that penalty. So there are sections of the race where both teams have lost time. So it'll be interesting to see the mathematics when it all comes out in the wash as to how they might have stacked up had those issues not come into play.
Mm.
Yeah, motor racing's full of what ifs.
Our biggest issue is driving that boat. So.
Yes. Gee, that boat, indeed. I would suggest that a boat has better handling.
Oh, rear wheel steering as well.
That's right.
My final lap in that boat was with rear wheel steering after I had a bit of an accident. And the 85 has a penalty for forewarning, so that's going to be a costly penalty for them, that's for sure.
That should take some of the pressure off Choco Chip.
Absolutely.
So we're just getting some data coming through from AJ. We can confirm, in response to my previous comment, that GHH had a 60 seconds penalty. That was the penalty for entering the room early. 85 has had I think that's two 30-second penalties, not 2-minute 30. So the penalties are actually looking like they're even. So that pretty much means that they are essentially on where they would be if they didn't have any penalties. So it looks to be a true reflection of the race and not a reflection of penalties received. Looking at the BMW Z4, with Zero Duck 1 on board, currently has engine damage and his speed is somewhat reduced. He's coming down in the fast section on the lead up into Arenberg, and he's losing about 20 to 30 kilometres an hour, probably closer to 30 kilometres an hour in speed. So he will be losing time, unfortunately. But the car seems to be driving well, isn't all over the road, so he is just losing a little bit of time there. As we see, the number 85 has been ordered to go from the pits, so they have served their penalty. So they're back on track. And that Z4 has just come off track. So as one car comes on track, we have another one that comes off. And now, unfortunately, Zero Duck has incurred quite a bit more damage. He's got front left and rear left damage. So that car's now become a lot harder to drive, unfortunately.
Poor old Zero Duck's had a tough time of it so far. He came in at around the latter stages of my stint, and I overtook him twice. And since then he hasn't appeared in the top 6 of the fastest runners. So Sucker GT Racing's still faster than him, despite him being in the car for about a bit over 2.5 hours now. So he's had a very tough time in that BMW Z4, as he pointed out, with his multiple areas of damage. So a bit of a shame, but that's what the Nürburgring can do to you.
No, absolutely, mate. It's it's definitely not for the faint of heart, this track. No doubt about that. We're just going to have a look at some of our recent best laps. We'll see if anybody's done any PBs recently. Looks like R. Clark, not sure on what lap that was, but he has gone one better. He's done an 8:14.680. So he's got a little bit closer to De Bomb's fast lap, but still a couple of seconds off that. TRL Bo is down into 116. That would be nice. 8:16.175.
Yeah, he's not driving one of those SRT Tomahawks, is he?
Be nice.
Oh,
Can
I
we give
must
him an F1
apologise,
car?
HP. Must apologise, HP, but the number 36 car has been ordered into limp home mode.
Oh yes, I'm in the timing screen, so I didn't see that. Yes, no, he has indeed. I'm just seeing where they are on track.
I believe they're just past the floodplots, because there seems to be a slow-moving car down in that area.
Yeah, it's Zero Duck. He's just gone past. Well, on my screen, he's just he's in between Bergwerk and Klostertal, and doing some. No. It's obviously the screen I'm looking at is a little bit ahead of yours, but yes, he's finished mowing the lawn and he's back on the track. So that'll take them some time, although the car's been ordered into limp home mode, but is not in limp home mode.
Interesting.
He's just been told again, use limp home mode now. Looks like he might be dropping down. Now the car is in limp home mode. So yeah, probably didn't see that message there, but just a reminder there to all teams, you have to keep an eye on that text box. Unfortunately, it's a little bit difficult because, oh no, he's come out of limp home mode now. He's out into the carousel and has started to accelerate again. So yeah, that's probably going to be a penalty there for them. They're cranking at about 120 Ks, 130.
AJ did give him the signal to go, but he has been given a warning for not following the instructions.
Oh, so
from
yes,
race
no,
control.
there is that warning there to go.
One thing I want
I
to point
thought
out too, HP, is that Keaton here is running very low on fuel, and he's almost at Exum, I believe. Yeah, he's currently at Exum, and he's well into the red portion of the fuel gauge. So
He's not making it. I'm looking at it now. He's not making that. He's not getting around. You heard it here first, guys. I'm calling that. I know that car, and I know this track, and I know the fuel it consumes. GHH will run out of fuel on this lap. I guarantee it. I'll eat my cat if he makes it around. Yeah. Sorry, Jono. He's not making it.
There's a joke we can make at that point, but I'm not going to.
I said it earlier. I said it'll probably be us that runs out of fuel, and we're running out of fuel. Well.
Lift and coast, lift and coast.
Yeah. Limp home mode. That won't help either.
Actually, you'd be amazed by how much fuel you can save in GT6 with lift and coast.
Lift and coast, and yeah, you can, but that's if you use it. So, Jono, if you're listening,
I'm here.
It's a tactic that we occasionally use when we're doing hybrid racing. Because we have one when we do lands, we have an event called the Al Gore Eco Challenge, and we all drive electric and eco cars, and it's usually very, very close racing, very slow but very close. And obviously the hybrids will run out of battery power, so you have a choice of basically doing 5 laps flat out with 30 horsepower more than anybody else, and then coasting the last lap while they all gain on the back end of you and possibly overhaul you, or you can lift and coast. So you can save pretty much in a 7-lap race a whole lap's worth of battery power by lifting and coasting. And of course, this car and this track is the basis of one of the coffee break driving tests with fuel saving. It's an eco challenge.
That's in this car, isn't it?
Yeah,
Ironically,
you have to get as far as you can down the Nürburgring. I think it's either a 90-second or a 2-minute time limit, and you only have 2 litres of fuel. You have to get as far as you can in that time limit. And Gold, I think, is just under the bridge approaching Fuchsroer.
I've never actually done any of those coffee break tests. I think I'd tried one and it wasn't for me, so I haven't gotten to that one there, Famine, but that's definitely an interesting one.
We now have a GT6 strategy guide out, which you can buy on GTPlanet, which I think it's $6. I think $6, and it contains guides to everything, including all the coffee breaks, and we have video guides in as well. So if you're struggling with an aspect of a coffee break, you can, especially the cone challenges where you have to knock down as many as you can or knock down none. We have videos on there to show you the ideal routes through.
Is that does that come in a hardcover?
No, it's just PDF.
Just digital.
Yeah.
Yep.
We did do a very brief hard copy run of the original GTpedia, but it's been PDF for about a year now. Oh, maybe more than that, actually. But yeah, there's now a strategy guide to accompany GTpedia.
He's running it very close, but I could be eating my cat in a minute because he's just coming down the back end of the Dottinger.
He made the bridge and it's gone.
It's gone. So, okay, yeah. I'm not eating my cat, but where he ran out of fuel won't cause too much damage. Wow. That was close. He's about to coast to the pits now, guys, but yeah, he has run out of fuel. Look, good, honestly, good job. And it sounds like he was lifting and coasting there, Famine, because I would have had him running out probably halfway between... I was going to say between the carousel, but probably around Brunchen, I would have thought. So he's done very well.
Meow.
Yeah, he made it all the way to the Anton. How do you say this on the Antoniusbusch? I think that's how you say it. Or
And
I do
Antonius
have a
Buch.
bit of Antoniusbusch. Okay, excellent. I do have a bit of German in me, but unfortunately, I
Doesn't
haven't
extend to
quite.
pronunciation.
Yeah,
Yeah, the only
yeah,
German I've got in
haven't.
me is a sausage I had for breakfast. So
Was it a bratwurst?
We do have another announcement, guys. Jono, I do believe the honours for this one are yours. We do have another announcement to make. This one is for the next race.
and it has me
Yes, this.
cackling.
Well, this one, I cannot exactly remember who pointed it out in the YouTube chat. Someone said it was dropped from this year's calendar, which it has, so it won't be returning for next year. Well, that's wrong, because on the 26th and to the 28th of August, the 18th event of 2016 is the 6 Hours of Indianapolis. So there's round 18 for you. It'll be intriguing to see what classes will be run there, that's for sure.
And we'll know that soon enough because we do have these announcements coming in. So don't go anywhere, guys, in the YouTube chat. You've been with us faithfully. We're now up to 37. I think we might get a few more once word starts spreading on GTPlanet that we've got announcements coming in. Hopefully we can get some more listeners, but we definitely appreciate everybody staying with us. We are at the business end of this race, the 2015 GTPlanet Endurance Series, 24 hours of Nürburgring. We're into the final 2 hours, and what a race it's been. Definitely, we've had some highs, we've had some lows, and we've had some incredibly good driving in between. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely pumped for the finish of this one.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's definitely going to be very exciting.
I'm excited to see what my teammates can do with the car that I didn't want to drive.
R.
At least
Clark
it's
has
your
now into
colour.
the pits. He's making a driver change, HB.
Yes, no, he is. Now, important to note, guys, as per the rules, he's okay, but no driver changes in the last hour. So R. Clark's okay in this instance, but you can't make any driver changes in the last hour of the race. So wonder if all the team managers out there have remembered that one. You will start seeing the last of any driver changes, you would think, quite soon.
Yes, and Glenhouse 81 has now joined the room in a very swift driver change to take R. Clark's place in that Reaper Online Racing Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG. And on that note, with R. Clark leaving the room, it's nice to see the Green Hell Heavens car at the top of the leaderboard as the fastest car on the track at this stage. So that's nice to see on what's been a very grim afternoon.
We take the small victories sometimes, Jono.
Indeed, I had that joy of being the fastest on the track for about a lap and a half before it was taken away from me by R. Clark. But like you said, the small victories always count for something.
There's no shame in being beaten by R. Clark, mate. No shame at all.
Absolutely. Like I
I think it's
mentioned
fair to
before,
say.
this category is full of platinum drivers and the best gold drivers in the world. So you can be up there. I may be a gold driver, but I don't really consider myself to be that good of a driver when in comparison to these guys. These guys are leaps and bounds ahead of me in terms of consistency and pace on this track anyway. As Keaton makes a spin that is on the long left-hander and the north end of the circuit.
Looks like
That's
he's escaped
going.
any damage, though.
Yeah, he's escaped damage. That's at Callanhard, I believe it is. No, that's yes, at Callanhard he's made that spin. He's just entered Asphalt Breschild now. I think I've stuffed up the pronunciation of that corner as well, but no damage and just an easy 360 spin.
Just
No
doing
such
a
thing as an
damage
easy
check.
360.
How true is that? Especially not on this track.
No.
It's doing a quick damage check. We have GTP Pasm with some slight right front damage. Nothing he can't handle. I think we all know that he will be okay with that one. So nothing really to speak of there. Everybody else seems to be damage free. You can probably expect pit stops. And here's where the pit stops also come into play as well, because you need to time them for your final hour. You don't want to have to be coming into the pits on any of the last few laps. You really need to time them properly. And just looking at this, everybody seems to be doing okay so far. I'd imagine the next person to come in, barring any damage, will be TNR Philo. You can probably expect to see him coming in at the end of next lap as he's coming into the GP straight as we speak to cross the start-finish line. So I'd imagine one more lap and he'll probably be done. Maybe able to squeeze 2 out of that, actually. So we'll keep an eye on him, guys. Going back to the GT Cup track position, Soccer GT Racing is on the approach into... he's just going through Flants Garden and coming into Sprunghuget. There's no way I pronounced that correctly. But he is, for those playing at home, he's in the top right section of the track. And when we drop down into Choco Chip, he has entered the Nordschleife, and he's just going through or coming into Quiddelbacher. So still that lead does exist. Doesn't seem to be eroded too much. In fact, it looks like Choco may even have increased that lead significantly. I think that might be up to 4.5, 5 minutes.
I was just thinking we should probably release a GTPlanet audiobook of the commentary team all attempting to pronounce the various corners at the Nürburgring.
I think that'd probably be a top seller, Fabin. I reckon
Be awesome.
You release that in the comedy section of the bookshop, that's for sure. I think all three of the commentators are each looking at AJ's last race control to comms message, and
Curse you, autocorrect.
each of us have possibly had a little bit of a loss for words, but we'll probably go into that later. That's some stints from one of the cars, and quite metronomic, I think, was AJ's wording there.
Yeah. But not autocorrect.
No. No, we won't mention the what it auto-corrected from. Thanks, AutoCorrect, for sponsoring the GTPlanet Insurance Series for 2015.
Well, we still have just about a full F1's worth of racing still to do. So, 22 hours gone, and then we still have an entire F1 race to go. And F1 calls itself the pinnacle of world motorsport.
Yeah, no.
Maybe in terms of outright speed, perhaps, but certainly not when it comes to endurance. I think when it comes to endurance, you're looking at races like this, and obviously I'm referring to the real-world equivalent. Definitely a breed above and a class above drivers who can, even in an online environment, come out and participate in a race like this. I think everybody involved can agree that it's taxing and it's unlike anything that they've ever done. And I think that's part of what keeps these guys coming back for more.
I'd love to see an F1 car tackle this race.
AJ's given me the next announcement, and Okay. Well, I won't be involved in the race. Anyway, I'll announce it
Oh
for you.
no!
So
Oh
we had.
no!
No, we're going to have a lot of happy people about this one, but this heathen, I'll be planning my team to race in my absence for this particular race weekend. So just to recap the last few races, we did have, we'll start in August, the 6 hours of Nürburgring, 12 to 13 August. Also on that same weekend, the 4 hours of Spielberg, 26 to 27 August next year, the Monterey Sports Car Championships, 26 to 28 August, the 6 hours of Indianapolis. And the 9th to the 17th of September, it was touted as a desired track in the YouTube chat. We have in September, 9th to the 17th, the 4 hours of Fuji and the 6 hours of Fuji. So you've got 10 hours of Fuji, everybody, in 2 separate races, 4 hours and 6 races. Sorry, 6 hours. So all of you guys who wanted Fuji, you can have it. I'll be commentating.
Well, look on the bright side. At least it's not Willow Springs.
Yes, exactly.
This is true. This is true. But that doesn't mean that he won't put that in for a pre-season event either, Famine, so we can't speak too soon. Because that is one thing missing, is that pre-season event. So he's keeping that up his sleeve. I'm assuming that there will be a pre-Daytona event of some sort. I guess I don't know. You'd call it a rookie day or a race day, track day. There'll be something. I'm sure of it. And that, everybody, is your provisional, and we need to say that provisional. That is the 2016 calendar, as we said. It is a provisional calendar, but it is the calendar. So without going through the dates again, and you will find them on GTPlanet very soon, January is the 24 Hours of Daytona. February is the Bathurst 12-hour. Both VLNs 1 and 2 in March. The March Bathurst 6-hour is combined with the 4 hours of Monza, following in April the 4 and 6 hours of Silverstone. VLNs 3 and 4. Also in April at the end, May 6th, you'll see the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. 13 and 15 May, sorry. It's the 6 hours of Spa. 24 hours of Nürburgring in May. I think most of us in this race will be there for that one. Hopefully, in June, you've got the 24 hours of Le Mans, 24 hours of Spa following up in July to end that, I guess, triumvirate of 24-hour races. August sees the 6 hours of Nürb and the 4 hours of Spielberg. Also, the Monterey Sports Car Championships and the 6 hours of Indianapolis, followed by our latest announcement, the 6 hours of Fuji, preceded by the 4 hours of Fuji, both on the weekend, ending on the 17th of September. Qualifying will begin on the 9th. What a calendar, guys. What do you think?
I get Fuji for my birthday. Hurrah!
I get 6 hours of Nürburgring and 4 hours of Spielberg for my birthday.
And I get the 6 hours of Spa, so I could definitely do worse than that. I'll be happy with that.
It'll be definitely interesting to see what classes will be at these races. Like I said before, I'm most intrigued into the Bathurst 6 hour. That one looks like it's going to be an absolute cracker. In that race, in real life, is used with New South Wales production touring cars. So it'd be very interesting to see what class will be used for that in representative in the GTPlanet Endurance Series. My guess it'll be TCN1 or possibly matching up with the GT4 class. That's my prediction for the 6 hours of Bathurst.
Just had a question there from R. Clark asking how far behind Reaper Online Racing are. They were a lap down on the last update, but what I'll do now is check the track position for them. Now, they are currently coming through Flugplatz, and TNR Philo is on the GP circuit, and he's not too far onto the GP circuit either. He's just coming through the Mercedes arena. So, as if the previous race update is current and stands as is, then they do run the risk of being lapped again. Or perhaps they've unlapped themselves and they're on the lead lap. So one of the two is the case. Interesting times indeed, but it does appear, if everything stands as it is now, that TNR Nismo guys will take the win in this race. And we're looking currently at 1:43 to go in this race. So it's been 22 hours, 16 minutes, and a few seconds, guys. What a ride, eh?
Yeah, it's definitely been an exciting race, that's for sure, and there's still yet more excitement to come with an hour and 42 minutes left.
I'm wondering if we'll see any changes in the GT Cup. Soka GT Racing is currently on the Dottinger Hue, coming under the Bilstein Bridge. And let's have a look where Choco Chip is. He's pretty much parallel on the other side of the track, so he's got a half a lap up, probably just under half a lap. So barring any calamities, they should be okay for the win there. Still a very close margin, guys, for after 22 hours, for two cars to still be on the lead lap with not really a great deal of time between them, I think makes for great viewing, that's for sure.
Well, it's a testament to the competition of the series, to be honest, and the skill of the drivers to be that close after such a long period of time racing. It's absolutely astonishing.
I think what we can do now is, obviously, like we said earlier, the series races should be indicative of the classes, but we still don't have an actual confirmation of the classes. That is soon to come, and that will be Famine that will be announcing that.
Yeah, I can help you out with that right now if you like.
Brilliant.
So, yeah, the season will kick off the 15th to 24th of January with the 24 Hours of Daytona. That will be contested by LMP3, GTE AM, and GT3 AM. So that's a new one for you.
So LMP3.
Yep.
GTE
AM and GT3 AM.
Interesting.
Okay, so excellent. So that would be it. Amateur, I would imagine that is for.
Yep.
Sorry, Simon, go ahead.
Then the Bathurst 12 Hour, which is the 12th to the 21st of February, will be the GT3 Pro class and GT4.
Okay.
Then we have the first two rounds of the VLN, which are the 4th, 5th, and 6th of March. The first round will be GT3 AM and the TCN1 class, and the second will be the GT3 Pro and the GT4 cars again. Then 18th to 19th of March is Bathurst 6 Hour. That will be the GT4 and TCN1 classes.
Hey, I was right. I got that one right.
And then the same weekend is the 4 Hours of Monza. That will be a little bit faster. That will be the LMP2, LMP3, and GTE AM cars. And then we have on the 8th to the 16th of April, 8th to the 17th, we have the 4 Hours and the 6 Hours of Silverstone. The 4 Hours will be the same as the 4 Hours of Monza, so that's LMP2, LMP3, and GTE AM. The 6 Hours will be LMP1 and GTE Pro. Nice little difference of speed in the classes there. Then we're back to the Nürburgring on the 29th and 30th of April for the third and fourth rounds of VLN. The third round will be GT3 Pro and TCN1, while the fourth round will be GT3 AM and GT4. The 6 hours of Spa, the 13th to 15th of May, that'll be LMP1 and GTE Pro. And then later in May we have the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Yay. That will be the GT3 Pro, GT4 and TCN1 class. So that'll be a little bit different from the current race. Then the second 24-hour race in a row will be at Le Mans on the 10th to the 26th of June, and that will be LMP1, LMP2 and GTE Pro. And the third 24-hour race in a row will be Spa, 15th to 24th of July, and that will be the two GT3 classes, Pro and AM. Then we head back out to the Nürburgring for the 6 hours on the 12th to the 13th of August. That will be LMP1 and GTE Pro. Then the 4 hours of Spielberg the same weekend will be LMP2, LMP3 and GTE AM. And out to Laguna Seca on the 26th to the 27th of August. The Monterey Sports Car Championships will be LMP2, LMP3 and GTE AM, same as the Spielberg round just before it. Indianapolis on the 26th to 28th of August will be LMP1 and GTE Pro. And then the two Fuji rounds that I know you're really looking forward to there. The 4 hours will be LMP2, LMP3 and GTE AM. And the 6 hours will be LMP1 and GTE Pro.
Right, excellent. Thanks, Famin, for those updates on classes. So, over to the YouTube chat. What do you think about the variances of classes for 2016? There's a few additions and a few omissions too. I noticed there's no Super GT category at all for 2016.
Yeah, no GT500s or GT300s by the sounds of it. I know you liked your BRZ. Sorry, BRZ. I keep forgetting we have an American audience.
I do. That's a little bit disappointing from my perspective. That's my favourite car in the entire game. But as the series evolves, things change, and I'm very intrigued to see the introduction of professional and amateur classes. As we can see, the number 45 is fighting to get past the Scar Lotus at the carousel. There was a bit of contact there just before the carousel. But yes, as I was saying, it's very intriguing to see these new split between amateur and pro classes. That what do you think of that, HP? That might play a role in how drivers are selected for certain races, or perhaps what I think an amateur class could be rookie or bronze drivers, and pros could be gold and platinum drivers.
Yeah, look, Jono, I think you're pretty much bang on the money there. Just while Famine was reading that out, I was doing some thinking, projections, calculations, and all sorts of things in my managerial brain, and swiftly came up with the conclusion that I think you're dead right. I think perhaps, obviously that's no confirmation, but I think you might be right. I think the Pro and Am is going to tie in possibly with the driver classes and ratings, and it's definitely going to certainly going to have a huge impact, if that's the case, on how managers select their teams and obviously the classes as well. I mean, if my mind's reeling, I'm still trying to get my head around that, but it's a big difference. It's a lot of changes to get your head around, and I can't wait, to be honest. I'm just trying to think potentially what classes we might end up with. Obviously I'd like to race in this race again. Wow. I need to sit down with that list and have a good look at it, I think, Jono.
Me too.
Exciting times ahead, though.
Yeah, I'm going to have to definitely think about what classes I'd like my team for next year to go for. Like I said, a little bit disappointed there's no Super GT, but there's plenty of other awesome classes like LMP1, LMP2, and, well, for me, LMP3. I love the Le Mans prototypes. And back to the Nürburgring 24 hours, it appears the number 44 TNR Nismo has again received damage. So in these last few hours of the race, the cracks, are they starting to show? Is Philo cracking under the pressure to bring home the biggest race of the year for GT3?
Yeah, he did have some significant damage there leading into that stop. Interesting to note that I believe, looking at his fuel load, that they will have a driver change around the 1 hour mark, because he's filled up to half a tank. That's not a full stint. There's an hour and a half to go. I think you're going to see driver change around the 1 hour mark for one of their drivers, and I think we all know who that'll be to come in and finish off. I think you'll find that is the bomb.
Yeah, heaps of intriguing questions in the YouTube chat. Obviously, I do not know the answers to, nor would you, HP. Like, there's a few questions such as, will the Pro and the Ams use the same car specs, or will they be detuned? Obviously, Famine, you might not even know the answer, but AJ certainly does.
Yep, it's not something I'm privy to at the moment, but obviously in the real world, that GT3 Pro and AM cars are the same in terms of what they actually put onto the road. The differences are simply that AM cars have a limit to the number of higher ranked drivers they can use, and Pro cars don't.
So if running with the theme of realism that this season does run with, it wouldn't be out of the question for that to be the case for this next season.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth noting that there's no Pro Am class, so you probably won't be looking at any cars that are running a platinum or a gold driver, and then the remainder bronze, silver, and rookies. It looks like the separation will be probably maybe silver and bronze for amateurs, maybe just bronze and rookie, while the higher ranked drivers are limited to pro cars. And of course, as driver rankings change throughout the season, they might suddenly become ineligible for the AM cars.
Absolutely, and I'm sure, HP, your eyes forward to next year's Nürburgring 24 hours. Maybe you can try and get free cars for that race next year.
Not on your life, Jono. Two teams is enough for me. Although maybe, I don't know, maybe, possibly. I say no, and then I think that would be great. But
Sounds like my wife.
no, look, I think there's enough interest in this series that I don't think you'll see any teams with 3 franchises. I think there's enough interest, and yeah, I'd be surprised if we were offered one, we'd take it. But look, to be honest, I'd be happy just with one. Gladly run, 1 or 2, even 3. But it's just such a good series to be a part of. I'd just be happy with one team, to be honest. I'd need to cull some drivers, so I hope all of my drivers are out there crossing their fingers that we do have 2 franchises next season, because it'll be hard to get a drive if we only get one.
Yes. As you say that, HP, the number 45 has gone off at Callanhard again, this time with engine and front left damage. A bit unfortunate, but pushing very hard on the limit, so we'll be coming into the pits on this lap. Unfortunately, fair way left to go.
Well, we still have an entire football match's worth of racing.
I'd like to thank Fab for making an inside joke there in the comms chat, making me laugh uncontrollably. Well done, well played, sir. We'll move on. Needless to say, I've been giggling uncontrollably for the last few seconds.
Are you still giggling, HP?
No, I'm okay now, but let's just say it was definitely a worthy joke, and there's a lot of people on the forums who would appreciate that, but we won't advertise it. But it was certainly hilarious. Just going through the list, thought I'd do a check of damage, and Jono, you can probably enlighten us to the damage of one particular team because it's the one that you're in. What's happening with TRL Bow there, mate? He looks like he's got a lot of red on that car icon.
Well, I mentioned it while you were giggling uncontrollably there. Had a bit of a slide at Callanhard and just copped a bit of damage to the left front and some engine damage. But the car's drivable, but obviously with engine damage, you're going to be losing bucket loads of time if you stay out, especially on this track.
Looking at the last update, a couple of laps ahead, but you don't want to risk it really, do you? So it's up to you, I guess. Looking at the fuel load, you're sitting on a quarter tank, so it makes sense to come in into this lap and then get out.
Absolutely.
There you have it, guys. Managing and commentating at the same time. Jono, get him to come in at the end of this lap, and thank you. We've got confirmation from AJ. GT3 cars 2, 3 and 4 are on the same lap, and GT Cup 1 and 2 are on the same lap. So that's absolute confirmation from the boss that we do have at least a couple of mini races. It does seem that TNR Nismo, barring any catastrophe, they will lead the way and take this one over the line as TRL Bow does some high-level lawn mowing on my screen at least. So let's have a look and see. It was well held, yes. Didn't get any more damage, which was good. Let's have a look and see where some of these cars are on track. We'll start off with GT Cup. Now, we do know that GHH did have a little bit of a lead there. So we've got Soka GT Racing, who is coming through the mini carousel right now, on my screen at least, probably just a little bit longer for you guys. And he will be approaching Galgenkopf and then onto the Dottinger Hugh very soon. Down to Choco Chip, who is already on the Nordschleife. So quite a sizable lead there, guys. Probably would need to make some serious mistakes or suffer a disconnection to lose it from here, would Choco. So barring any craziness, that one hopefully is all sewn up for GHH, but certainly not over yet. Now we're looking at cars, well, not numbered cars, but second, third, and fourth in GT3 are all on the same lap. And we'll give you a bit of a, we'll give you the latest update while we're doing this as well, guys. It's just come through. I'm just waiting for it to load. You can blame Australian internet for me not already talking about it.
You can also blame Australian internet for the calamities of the number 45 car this afternoon.
I dare say there's a few teams out there thanking Australian internet for the number 45 car's position. Okay, so Reaper Online Racing, Bit of Rivals Racing, and Avalerion Racing are on the same lap. Now, if we go and find Reaper Online Racing, They are currently coming through the carousel for Reaper. Bitter Rivals Racing are significantly in front of them. They are coming through, and Bitter Rivals has Lion Face in the car at the moment, and they are just about to come through Schwalbenschwanz. Probably the first thing I've pronounced right on this track, but sounded right anyway. So that's, I guess, for those unsure of that corner, that is on the far right of the track, essentially leading into the mini carousel, and is now going through Galgenkopf. So Glenelgs and the guys at Reaper Online Racing do have a little bit of a lead there. Avalerion Racing in fourth. Currently, a sec here, I just need to find them. They are just coming around the Dunlop chicane. So, yeah, look, once again, probably a little bit of a gap. So, looks like the Reaper guys, again, barring any issues, probably have this one sewn up. And as far as Bitter Rivals and Avalerion, so as far as Bitter and Avalerion are concerned, in fact, Bitter Rivals have come into the pits. So they have pitted for a scheduled stop. And Pasm does have quite a sizable lead on them. So it looks like, guys, fellow commentators, that this podium slots are all taken up, barring any issues.
Yes, and AJ's confirmed the race distance record has been broken.
That's not bad, considering there's still quite a little bit to go as well. So.
As we can see on the track at the moment, most of the cars are fairly spread out, as the number 45 holds a nice drift through the flood parts. That was very well controlled. Most of the cars are all spread out, apart from two cars are close together near the Vipperman section. Not exactly sure what those two cars are. HP will be able to tell us. And there's a few cars on the GP section. There's about, I believe there's 4 cars on the GP section at the moment, and the rest of them are fairly spaced out. And Glenhouse is now into the pits. That is the number 42 Mercedes SLS AMG, I believe. He's now exited the pits for Reaper Online Racing. Update on current race lap times. TR Elbow is still the fastest man on the circuit with an 8:16.175. TNR Philo's consolidating his lead, who's currently second fastest, followed by GTP Passam and Lionface. Glenelgs, GTP Bambi, Soccer GT Racing, then Choco Choc Chip, as GTP Bambi's received a warning for posting in the YouTube chat while racing. Wasn't aware that was a rule, but that is a warning against that team.
Looks like the Nürburgring police force have been out today, and they have indeed caught him in the act of text driving. So let that be a warning to everybody. Don't text and drive. Looking at you, Bo Albert, Don't post to
Oh,
the YouTube chat. He certainly sends me messages when he's on the Dottingham Straight.
Well, it is a public road after all.
interesting to note too that the Venator Racing BMW is not in the top 8 fastest runners. So he's slower than 2 GT Cup cars, which is very surprising. HP, have you noticed an apparent lack of pace from that car?
From Venator, was that?
That's the BMW Z4.
I haven't noticed one in the recent past, but having said that, it's been a little bit of time since I've been on the Z4, so whilst my PS3 loads the screen, let me have a look. I think this PS3 might be on its way out. It's taking a dreadfully long time to load. No, I mean, everything looks clear, but they have just pitted, so they may have had damage before. But everything looks fine on my screen, so...
Yeah, I just find it a little bit strange that for a best part of 2 hours now that car's still being outpaced by at least 2 GT Cup cars, which lap approximately 30 seconds a lap slower than the GT3 cars.
Let me have a look at the live timing for D. Griffin. His last lap was in 10:58, so something's certainly gone on there.
So I've missed a driver change somewhere. So their previous drivers come in, and now D. Griffin is driving
but I
in
mean,
that
still, I mean,
BMW now.
that's an 11-minute lap, so something's definitely gone on there. That's a monster lap, really. And he's only on his second lap, so something's happened on lap number 1. Looking at the fastest lap 2, we've got R. Clark with an 8:13.787. Getting closer down to De Bomb's 8:12, but still well outside it, I guess. Still well over a second outside that, but that is that's interesting. Yeah, it's yes, it's an 8:13.787. No other PBs recently. At a 9:06.603 for Euclid, so that's likely involved pit stop. Choco's done an 8:49.440. Soka GT Racing, yet again, look, easily the fastest driver in the GT Cup class. He's done an 8:41.118, so he's really flying the flag for his team, and it's just unfortunate, I guess, that the other drivers weren't able to maintain his pace, because if they did, if they were able to do that, then this one may well have been a different story, but that man's definitely a class above in the GT Cup class.
Yeah, definitely. And in the number 45 camp, where Mr. TR Elbow is still keeping up a good pace, but he's very fatigued. He's had a very long day in the cockpit, at a very stressful stint with the many disconnections that plagued and ruined the race in the number 45, and has jumped back in for a final 4 hours, but is looking evidently tired, as it's been a very long 48 hours for the both of us, with their long trips and dedication to this event. I certainly will have a good night's sleep, and I'm sure we both will.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely have a good night's sleep, mate. There's no doubt about that. I think I've had 5 hours sleep for the whole race, so and I assure you also it's the longest longest I've gone since June without playing the Elder Scrolls Online, so that certainly is a little record for me.
Yes, as Soccer GT Racing now enters the Nordschleife, trying to desperately chase down Choco Choc Chip in the number 88 Renault Megane.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a surprise for everybody. Going to have some onboard commentary very soon because TRL Bo will be coming out of the GHH number 45. And Jono, you're going to jump in. You're going to do a little bit of commentary. I mean, you won't be, you'll be focused mainly on driving, but I guess we're going to have you on board so we can, I guess, throw some questions at you and Femin and I'll do most of the commentating, but you'll be able to at least give us some insight about being on board out there on the track, and that sounds very exciting.
Yes, well, we'll have to come in very shortly, otherwise we'll receive a penalty for doing a driver change in the final of the race, but it'll be sort of good to take you inside the driver's eye as we go around the toughest track in the world. But it's been a very long night, as I said.
No, I'm sure you'll be fine. Like I said, mate, Femin and I'll take most of the commentary. We'll have you on board just to do some comments here and there. Just don't swear if you bid it.
I'll probably
done that before.
I'll probably have myself on mute so I don't end up annoying the viewers with constant cluttering of a Logitech G27 and AC/DC in the background of my house. But
excellent idea. Excellent idea.
Yeah.
We'll let you know. We'll let you know if we have any questions for you. I'll be able to see you on track, so I'll know when you've got a bit of a clear run. So
yeah, and I'll probably do an onboard lap just to talk you through the corner. I won't remember the corner names, that's for sure. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. This should be very fun.
I think it should be. It's not like the races on the line either. I mean, but if you do lose it from here because you're commentating, then you'll need to be losing 2 laps. So you should be fine, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you need to head off because you guys need to affect that driver change pretty soon. So I'll let you go. I said I wouldn't do it again, but I'm going to have to commentate a little bit on my own because Famine is just away for a little bit, but he shouldn't be too far off. So,
or not even very far away at all.
Well, there he is. Excellent. Brilliant. All right, Jono, well, thanks for that, mate. So go do your driver change and we will talk to you very, very soon.
No worries. See you shortly.
Well, he's got good timing because, of course, you're not allowed a driver change within the last hour, so...
No, exactly right. Yeah, I frantically had a look at the time remaining. I did get a message just asking if that was okay to switch drivers. TRL Bo's, yes, quite fatigued at the moment. So, yes, there's a little bit over an hour to go. So that should be within the rules. So it'll be good to have an onboard commentator. Femin, you've done that before. I have asked Bo not to. I have asked Jono not to swear.
Yeah, that's the trickiest part. Yeah, I think I commentated and drove with the MX-5's Daytona race, the support race, and yeah, there were lots of moments during the commentary of me going "Wah!" as coming through the bus stop chicane. There was a car sideways in front of me, and I don't think I swore at any point. But it's a challenge.
It definitely is. Absolutely. We'll see how Johnny goes with it. That'll be a good thing to have somebody out here, especially on this track, giving us an insight as to what it's like to be out there on such a demanding circuit. Definitely.
As long as he's concentrating on the driving and not trying to work out how to pronounce the various corner names, I think we should be okay.
No, he's already said that the corner names can take a hike pretty much. So we'll take care of most of the commentary. But he does know. Having said that, he does know quite a few of the corner names. But I mean, I would challenge most people to know all of the corner names on this track. There's so many. What is there, 146 or something, Famine? Is that right?
It varies depending on who you ask. I think when Clarkson did his I could do that time in a fan, I think he said there were like 170 something. There's only about 40, 45, 50 named sections of the track, so take your pick. It depends on what you class as a corner. I mean, some racetracks have a double apex corner classed as two different ones. There's some, like Turkey, will have a corner with 4 apices and just call it one turn. So, depends on what your definition of a corner is, I guess.
Yeah, look, that's right. I mean, I always struggled with the concept of there being 144, but if I look at it, I would have thought a significant turn is a corner. I mean, is Tiergarten a corner, or is it a slight kink at the end of the Dottinger? I mean, it's got the name and it's counted as a corner, but I wouldn't have thought. It's more like a bend, a very small tilt.
Well, quite. I mean, the kink at the bottom of the Mulsanne Straight before you reach Mulsanne Corner, that doesn't have a name because it's not a corner.
Exactly right. But you look at just after Flugplatz, you've got that sweeping left-hand section, Cottonbourne. Not a corner, really. I wouldn't call it a corner. It's just a sweeping lefting thing. Certainly not a corner.
So yeah, we should do that as a kind of a sweep. Somebody should come up with a definitive number of how many corners there are actually on the circuit, and do it as a sweep on GTPlanet as a competition. How many corners actually are there on the Nürburgring? And then see how much arguing commences as people go, but that's not a corner.
And then you watch as slowly, or perhaps not so slowly, GTPlanet members would actually go to the Nürburgring and count them. Yeah. And they'd have the dash cams, and it would be a furious debate.
Mad Max in the chat says every over 90-degree turn is a corner. That narrows it down somewhat on the Nürburgring. There's about 6.
Really does, doesn't it? Definitely. I'm pretty sure they weren't using that formula with naming all the corners. I think it's probably safe to say that there might be, I don't know, I would like to say that there's a significant number of notable areas on track. That's probably the best way to put it. But 140 odd corners is definitely a stretch. I mean, you don't have, well, they're certainly not all named, are they?
No.
I wouldn't have thought. And we do have a driver change. Obviously, as you heard it here first, guys, we do have Jono N64, the Stig 007, is jumping in the car for TRL Bow. He will be having a well-earned rest. Obviously, he has had probably the worst experience of all of the drivers so far. He suffered multiple disconnections, and then in his second stint, he managed to tie together some good times, with his best time so far being an 8:16.175. That is faster than TNR Philo. It's over a second faster than PASM. Definitely not easy to do. Or I should say the PASM and Friday. Significantly faster than Lionface with an 8:18, 8:80. Not quite as quick as Glenelg's, and certainly not as quick as De Bomb, but you've held your own, Bo. Definitely done very well indeed. Hopefully you will be back for further races. Apparently, if we count the corners twice, they'll be different. Says Ryan B.
If you count the corners 3 times in the mirror, Nicky Lauda's ghost appears.
Exactly right. He waves a checkered flag for you.
I should just elaborate. He's not actually dead.
No, I know.
It's not go there.
Absolutely not.
It's the racing equivalent of the Candyman.
That's exactly right. Yes. Apparently, every time you have to adjust the wheel, it's a corner. Well, that's going to be more than 146 on this track, that's for sure.
Well, if you're playing Gran Turismo, you'll be on most of the straights as well.
Exactly right, yeah.
Or none at all if you're driving with a controller.
No corners. Just going to do a quick look and see if we have any damage on track. We don't. Pasm's going to be pushing the limits on fuel, but he should get home. Running on 5 litres, and he's just come out of berg work. He should get home if he uses that lift and coast method you mentioned earlier, Famine. But yeah, he's definitely low. Slight damage for Choco Chip on the left rear. Let's see if that has any impact on his nearest rival, which is Soccer GT Racing. So Choco's just come onto the Dottinger Hue. So Choco on the Dottinger Hue. Soccer is just coming around Exmuller. So that gap seems to be staying relatively consistent.
He's a braver man than I am, driving a lightweight mid-engine rear-wheel drive French car on a track that has anywhere from none to 176 corners.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's a twitchy little Hector is that car.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll just have a look and see what our friends on the YouTube chat are talking about. Ryan B says, yes, there's technically 6 corners from the last braking zone before carousel to the braking zone for carousel. I'm just going to have a look for any questions while I'm keeping an eye on the driving. We do have a little bit of action up near the carousel. A few cars close together with Soccer GT, Jono in the 45 for Greenhill Heathens, and GTP Bambi all sharing track space near each other. So we'll just keep an eye on those. And in fact, coming up behind them is Lion Face as well. So it's possibly going to get a little bit congested up there. Everybody else on track seems to have quite a bit of space. GTR Racer Maniac has got a lot of space, so he's fine. Everyone else seems to be doing okay. Probably if anybody falls off and you've got that much space, then we could call that an unforced error, definitely. But we'll keep an eye on that congested area. Been asked by Ryan B if there's any classes other than Super GT that have been removed. We need to just go back and have a look at that, but probably not so much as removed, but renamed. Yeah, I'd imagine so, Famine. You'd probably have more of an idea on that one. Probably more so renamed as opposed to removed. Would that be correct?
I couldn't say. It looks like GT Cup's not there anymore.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, but I wasn't sure.
Other than that, I think all the classes as named still exist. But whether the cars have been shuffled into different categories or not, I don't know. I mean, obviously we have the GT3 AM category now, and the GTE AM category as well. So I don't know.
I think
we can say that the Super GT and the GT Cup GT Cup categories are no longer there, but whether the cars are still going to be about in different designations, I don't know.
Yeah, I think we can. Let's wait and see. I dare say that tonight, maybe tomorrow, I think AJ may just pass out immediately after this race, but I dare say you can see an announcement on all of that very soon. AJ is generally very good at letting everybody know what's happened, so I can imagine you'd probably see just an explanation advising of classes that are either no longer there or being renamed. So I'll see what information I can find myself, but that'll certainly be up on the forum shortly as well. There is a question here from Pointless, who's asked if we can have the GT3 last lap times, please. So I'm more than happy to give that to you, Pointless. I'm sure that this information is not pointless. I can tell you that TNR Philo for TNR Nismo has done an 8:45 at 4:52. PASM for Avalerion, an 8:52 6:13. Glenelg for Reaper Online Racing, an 8:17 5:42. Lionface for Bitter Rivals Racing, an 8:23 5:45. GTP Bambi for WRS North America has done an 8:36 8:97 on his last lap. And then we go down to N64 Jono. N64 the Stig has done a 9:14 3:69. We do know that involved a local driver change. Now we do have also a warning that's popped up on screen for the number 85. Track limits in track limits T2. So it looks like they're pushing. They're trying to take back as much time as they possibly can, the 85. So that is a warning for them. So they do need to be on their toes, Famine, because if they infringe on that again, they may find themselves back in the pits.
Yeah. I mean, this weekend is also the British Touring Car Championship at Knock Hill. And that's a track so notorious for exceeding track limits that there's points where drivers can not only not have any point of the car inside the white lines, they're also in the air. And you can frequently see drivers getting 4 or 5, averaged across the grid, 4 or 5 warnings each for exceeding track limits. But luckily the stewards here aren't quite so blasé about track limits. I know there were some issues with this. Obviously, it's also the F1 at Spa this weekend as well, and there's a few question marks over where the driver should be exceeding the white lines and the curbs. And I believe they've actually shortened the curb that was at the top of Eau Rouge, a corner called Radion, because drivers were complaining that it was upsetting the car as they were cutting the corner, and they've actually removed 10 meters of the curb of the post box there, so that the drivers can cut the corner a bit more, which is just what. But, fortunately, our stewards are on the ball.
Yeah, no, they do a great job as well. It's probably a good time to give a shout out to the stewards as well. Currently, I think we have Pilster in the room, and Little Regret as well is another of the GTPlanet Endurance Series stewards that deserves high praise for their tireless work. And really, I mean, they really are the two shining lights, aren't they, Fem? And they're always here, always doing the races. And I know that stewards, are definitely wanted. So I'm sure if anybody's keen to act as a steward, they can just contact AJ and let him know. Yeah, definitely something that is worth doing, and certainly appreciated by not only the drivers but the organisers, certainly the commentators here as well, and all the viewers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll just have a look and see here. We're on board currently with the Audi. Now that would be behind that Audi. We have the bit of Rivals Racing, who we have on board Lion Face. Now that could be an interesting battle going into the further stages of this lap. Just coming into an hour force now. WRS of the Audi of WRS with Bambi on board. Not for track position, I don't believe. No, definitely not for track position, but certainly worth just keeping an eye on that particular battle there, because always good watching cars come through this section of the track, Fam, and battling it out, whether it's for position or otherwise.
I don't know, I'm always a bit heart in the mouth when I see cars battling, especially if they're in the same class on the Nürburgring.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, especially passing on that section of the track, it's definitely hard. I know as a driver, I prefer just to sit right on the back end of another car. I like to get as close as possible and really try and force them to make a mistake. It helps if you know the driver and their driving style. The closer you get, the more you need to know the driver that you're behind. But it's certainly something I like to do, is just to apply that pressure as much as possible, because passing through there is hair-raising stuff, that's for sure. We do have just an update here from AJ. The checkered flag will be shown to the first car to cross the line after 25 hours of total time. Now, you'll see the total time in the top right. Actually, you won't see it top right-hand corner. That's just been given to the drivers. But the total time currently, 24 hours, 9 minutes, 42 seconds. So we've got a little bit over 51 minutes, 50 minutes to go. So we're inside the last hour. No further driver changes will be allowed. And, it's definitely the home straight for them.
Insofar as straight applies to the Nürburgring, but yes.
It does have a very nice straight on it, one which you can give yourself a small amount of time to relax on, but there's certainly nothing straight about the rest of it.
No, although this circuit does, of course, use a GP track, which has a couple more slightly straighter bits.
It does, but you can't get much done on those, at least on the Dottinger Hue. You can at least have a drink and even stretch your legs if you
or chat to people in the YouTube box.
Probably not in this series, though.
No.
Now we will get on board. With Jono on the next lap. He's currently coming through the sector that has the mini carousel in it, and he's just coming into the mini carousel now in a minute. So we're going to jump online with him. We'll try and get him on the Dottinger straight. That'll mean that he won't have to fiddle around with anything. So I know he's listening. So Jono, we'll get you on board after you get on the Dottinger. Looks like you've got a little bit of traffic there. He's got GTP Bambi in front of him. And behind him, he has... No, he's got GTP Bambi in front of him. Behind him and in front of him he has Lion face. So are you there, Jono?
Yes, I'm here. I just let the bit of rolls racing, the WRS North America cars through so we can have a clear run. No point holding them up. They're in a completely different race to us.
No, absolutely. And yes, well played there. How's it going for you?
It's good. Had a few mini spins and just pushing the limits, admittedly. But that being said, this Audi is a bit slow in a straight line.
Oh, that's exactly right. But you have nothing to lose either. I mean, from memory, you're a couple of laps up, so you've got a bit of space there to push. So you can try and lay down some fast lap times and just I guess really have fun and yeah, let it all out in the last half hour or last 50 minutes. Don't leave anything out there, that's for sure.
Yes, exactly. Well, we've started a lap. We're under braking for the Mercedes arena down into first gear. Use as much as the curb as you can. This little tricky section here that back and always wants to step out on you. Don't touch the green ripple strip on the outside. Up into fourth gear. I'm going to brake and go down to third gear. Hug the inside curb. There's a lot of grip here. Get the car to the left-hand side into second gear. Again, you've got to be careful with the throttle here. The understeers and oversteers. Use the exit curb on the outside. Up into fourth gear and into fifth. Now under braking for the Dunlop hairpin, you want to sort of slide the car into it. You can get away with an early and a late apex here. The car gets away from you there as you apply the throttle. Now up to the Michael Schumacher S, named after the legendary 7 times world champion. We've run a bit wide there, onto the gravel a little bit, but no harm done. Now we're up to this little, I don't know the name of this chicane, but it's a fairly stock 90-degree left-hander. Get in the back end out there. Get the car to the left-hand side. Try to take a late apex into this one. Use the exit curb here onto the back straight. We're at 1 minute 18.7 through that first sector, so it's not been a good one. But it's only a demonstration. Now into the awesome VDOL chicane. I love this bit. Brake at the 50-metre board. Use the curb on the inside of these two. Use the exit curve. Get to the right-hand side. Take a little bit of paint, if you can, to open up this long hairpin. Very easy to hit the wall, and another tighter hairpin down into first gear. Up into second, into third. Now into the Hudson Bark section. This is very, very awesome in a high-speed car like this. A little bit of a lift. Missed the apex there. And now we're deep into the Nordschleife now. This particular section is one of my favourites. It's very, very cool as every corner links to another. You've got to use all the curb as much as you can. HB, what's your particular favourite section of the Nürburgring?
Oh, it's got to be the I guess the back quarter, probably a little bit over half actually. It's more than a quarter. So after the carousel, as soon as I exit the carousel, that is my favourite bit right to the finish line. I just love that part. I think it's the most technical. I think it's the hardest to master and the hardest to get right. I think there's so much that can go wrong in that section of the track, especially between the carousel and Galgenkopf. So for me, I just love that part. When I get there, I just I don't know. I just love it. I guess I feel at home. As soon as I exit the carousel, it's almost like I feel at peace. So I'm at my zen.
Well, now we're at Adenauer. Probably one of the toughest parts as we run a bit wide and sort of make a bit of a meal there, but no harm done. Now we're at the topmost part of the circuit, probably the highest point, I believe, apart from, I believe, the section you're talking about past the carousel. I'm not exactly certain. Now this section in particular is very tricky, very easy to get complacent, very easy to make a very minor mistake. Bring the car on the inside here. You don't want to be using the exit curve here too much, as just like that, you'll inevitably hit the wall every time hitting that exit curve. It's very slippery out here. And we have this very long right-hander. This is called, I can't remember what it is, Clapperman, I think.
Versailles.
What was that corner called?
I've got a number in the way, but I believe that's called Exmuller, actually, where you are, mate. You're just coming into Exmuller now, so yeah.
Yeah, so here's another corner. You don't want to really use the exit curve too much because it'll put you out of line for this very tricky right-hander, very easy to understeer into the wall or oversteer and slide out with it. Now coming up to Bergwerk, side of Niki Lauda's 1976 crash in the Ferrari 312 T2 at Fireball. That's 76 remains the last F1 event here. We're just passing the accident site now. And here's a place where the drivers can relax, sort of take a note of where the other cars, as I can see on the map. I can see there's a big train of, I think there's some GT Cup cars up ahead, and along with Lionvase. As we're coming through this section here, there's another tricky here. Brake down one gear, taking about 205 kilometres an hour, followed by another tricky dab of the brake, lift 210 through there, very tricky. Under braking for this hairpin, down into second gear. Sort of hug the curb and let the car run to the outside, use the exit curve here as Choco Choc makes a pit stop. Now into the legendary carousel. You want to aim the car using the trees on the horizon. Just let the car roll into the carousel and then accelerate out of it with a bit of oversteer. Very, very unforgiving corner, that one. And as HP was saying, this is his favourite section. Well, this section is also my favourite, the Wippermann section. Awesome series of linking bends, medium speed, lots of elevation changes. A very rewarding section when you get it right. Lots of very quick and decisive inputs are needed. Down one gear into third, using the curbs on the inside, let the car run to the outside. Brake early into this, take an early apex, miss the curb so you don't run wide. Use the exit curve here and then hit this double apex left-hander, let the car run towards the outside. Now you got another compressing right-hander. Use all of the exit curve and then some. Brake for this right-hander. You've got another corner here with lots of exit curve and a sand trap on the left. This left-hander, you've got to take a late apex to avoid running wide onto the grass. And here's a very odd section of the circuit where the road surface is fairly cambered from each side of the road. It seems to fall away from you no matter what side. It's very disorientating. We've got a very bumpy section here. So you really feel the car bottoming out at this section when you hit the curve. There we go. We've got a lot of air there. Now under braking here, this is not that difficult of a corner despite its speed. Now into the Schwanschelbahnschwung, a very tricky corner. No grip on that exit curve. Now into the mini carousel. Using a little bit of banking there. Don't want to use too much, otherwise the car will slide out. Now for this long right-hander, you can take a fair bit of speed. There's a lot of grip on the inside. Taking a little bit of curve there. Yes. And now we're on a very long straight. This is the Dottinger. This is the place where, as I said before, another place where you can relax. Take a good look at what's going around. Here we got some more cars up ahead of us, and you'll know by the time you reach the bridge what kind of a lap you're on. But yeah, it hasn't been the best of laps, but you know, not exactly going for glory at the moment. But here we are. This is the last gasp section of the circuit. Very tricky under braking. Use a little bit of curb on the inside, more curb on the right-hander. Let the car run out all the way to the edge of the wall, and that's a lap of the Nürburgring 24-hour circuit. Hope you enjoyed my rather somewhat skilled lap of the big circuit. It was an 8-minute 33, so quite a bit off the pace, but I wasn't exactly going for it.
Excellent stuff, Jono. Thanks for that, mate. No, that was great, mate. Thank you very much for that. I'm sure our viewers enjoyed that. Ryan B says best part right, HP. Great lap commentary from Steve Lake. Just going through. Ryan mentioned that it's a slow GTR, but it is a boat, so don't pay any attention to that.
It does have me
No.
at the wheel, so it is pretty slow.
No, that's all right, mate. Look, it's been a rough day. It's been it's been a hard one for you guys, and we definitely appreciate you taking the time to run us through a lap of the Nurb. Yeah, that was excellent, mate. So we'll let you get back to racing. We might touch base with you maybe a little bit closer to the end. Maybe you can take us over the checkered line for GHH, the checkered flag. So
I'll let you get back to commentating, and I'll concentrate on putting a lap on Sucker GT and the Scar Lotus.
no worries, Jono. Thank you very much for that. We'll talk to you soon.
No worries.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to manage a lap time even in the 9s, so... He's a slow GTR until you see me driving it.
He's definitely a bit hard on himself sometimes. That wasn't too bad, but definitely good to get the perspective of a lap on this track. Definitely not an easy one to drive, Fam, and definitely as we say, Jono. Certainly on my stream, I've actually lost my main stream. So on my stream, he is just sitting on the back of Soccer GT. So Soccer does have a blue flag situation at the moment. I'm sure that will be called if it hasn't already. WRS Bambi now is on the on the stream. Just coming into the Nordschleife as we speak. There's 36 minutes 50 seconds to go in this race. And Fabian, it doesn't really look like the podium will change for either of these classes.
Well, I certainly hope that's the case in the GT Cup class.
It'd be nice. I think they've, as long as there's no significant issue, if we look at Choco's track position compared to Soccer, Soccer's made up a little bit of time by the look of it, but not much. He's just gone through Arenberg, and David is, Choco Chip is coming into the carousel now. So he's got a good quarter of a track on him. So that's some minutes. So as long as we keep it on the track there, that should be okay. But what
keep
a race
it on the track
been.
and on the internet.
And on the internet, that's the important thing. Yes, yeah. I think the GT3 guys missed that memo. Maybe I forgot to send that one out. Sitting on board in the lobby with D Griffin, and he's got some front right damage. Doesn't look to be affecting him too much. Nobody else really seems to have any. Actually, no, nobody else has any. It's just the Z4 with D Griffin on board. But approaching the last half an hour of the race. Well, what can I say? It's been an absolute pleasure to call it. I'm tired and lost for words. Famet, help me out here, mate.
Well, you've done the lion's share of it, I think.
It's been a while, yeah, definitely. But
mind you, there's been so many Andrews doing the commentary that I'd be surprised if the YouTube viewers went a bit lost as to who we all are.
I think that the idea of having an Andrews team, at least for one, maybe a support race or something next season, I think we should do that. The A team.
It reminds me of the film Inside Man, where all the burglars have a name that's a variation of Steve. Steve, Stevie, and Steve-O, and Stephen. So we should all do that.
What, mate? I don't think I've actually seen that film.
It's a cracking film. Really,
it's a good film. Right?
Yeah, I can't. It's the three main actors in it: Clive Owen, Jodie Foster, and Denzel Washington. And I can't stand any of them, but it's a brilliant film.
I'll make sure I get.
We should do that. We should all have variations of Andrew, because obviously I'm an Andrew, somebody else is an Andy, somebody could be a Drew, we've got AJ, he's an AJ, so...
I think it's been born. I think the idea's been born. I think we can see that at some point, and maybe even some form of celebrity race for next season. I don't know if we can maybe get some. I don't know, maybe a couple of GT Academy finalists. Maybe get Jordan involved, and maybe some of the mods. I don't know. I mean, there's definitely. We can do a celebrity race of some sort. That could
Well,
be.
I tried to get Jordan when he was doing a commentary on the GT Academy US National Final. They did a celebrity race where they had Nick Hamann and Brian Heitkotter were there, and they got both of them racing online with the top 6 finalists. And I said Jordan should have. I tried to get Jordan to race with them, but didn't happen.
Well, get in his ear. Yeah, let's get in AJ's ear. Let's see. Well, it'd be a good exhibition, wouldn't it? Something like that. Even if it doesn't take that format, but it'd be good to have some form of, light-hearted, I guess, race with some of the more well-known people around GTPlanet. I think that'd be great.
3 laps of Spa in the Cappuccino Touring Car.
Yeah, just something a little bit quirky.
That'd be a 6-hour race by itself.
Absolutely.
We're just getting to hour 4 here, and he's on his second lap.
Schwimmenwagens at Nordschleife.
Yeah.
Heavy damage, 100% wet. I don't think nobody's got that time. Anybody, not going to work. D. Griffin's coming into the pits, guys, as we interrupt these shenanigans. He did manage to pick up a little bit more damage, so he's got full engine damage, and both front tyres are, his suspension is damaged as well. So he's come into the pits. The only one sitting in pit lane at the moment. Nobody else has picked up any damage, which is good to see. And we'll just have a look and see who's done some quick laps lately. Nobody really. GTR Racer Maniac probably won't appreciate me saying this, but his last lap was an 11 minute 50, so he obviously had some problems. Got a purple lap there from Glenn Owls, an 8:13.787. That's his best lap, so that was from earlier on. It looks like they're all just holding back just a little. Famine. It looks like they might just be making sure that they bring these cars home. It's not a lot, I don't think, that can be done in half an hour. I think the only thing that can really, cook this race for the leaders is a red flag, I guess, or disconnection. So looks like everyone's just trying to bring it home and consolidate their positions on track.
Yeah, I mean, there's two schools of thought. One is that there's not really much you can do with the last half hour of a race, and the other is that if something does happen ahead of you, you really do need to be there to capitalise on it.
Well, you do, but if we look at the track position for a lot of these guys, the main action is happening, I guess, down near the end of the start-finish straight, where we have N64 the Stig, GTP Bambi, Lion Face. They're all in that same area, but those 3 teams are significantly apart from each other in the standings from memory. Some laps might separate them, so there's probably not a lot they can do. Everyone else is really spread out, with the exception of GTR Racer Maniac and Euclid 5.8. Now they're just both Euclid's coming around Galgenkopf onto the Dottinger, and and Racer Maniac's coming around now. So everyone else is pretty much spread out. I don't know. What would you, if you were team manager, would you advise your guys to bring it home or to push in the hope that something happened to one of the other cars?
Oh, push, absolutely. I'm an eternal optimist. Or at least I hope to think so.
Not even an extra 50%. You just 100%. Out you go. See you later.
Yep.
And I'm sure there are drivers out there that'll do that. I would let my guys know, and I have indeed already. Just bring it home. That's just me. damage can do a lot in the early portion of this track, as we've seen from the very first lap, indeed.
I mean, if you're in the kind of position that Choco Chip is at the moment, you do need to just get it home safely and cleanly. But if there's positions in front of you that can be gained, then you need to be there to make good on other people's mistakes.
Absolutely. Yeah, if it's there, go for it. Can't disagree with that. Definitely.
Which I'm not entirely sure it's possible to drive the Megane conservatively.
No, that's one of those cars, isn't it? It's just it's built for pushing, you know.
Well, for crashing mainly.
Well, we haven't gone too bad this season so far.
Yeah, it's because I've not been driving it.
I don't know. You helped out at Silverstone, and as they touched on earlier, one of the other commentators said, we failed to qualify at Bathurst and haven't lost a race since. And if this race continues as it is, that'll be 4 in a row. So it'll be did not qualify, and then 4 straight. And if they can go one more, which I know the guys will be dead keen to do, then that'll be quite a turn of events from the first race, to be honest.
Yeah.
After the first race, I know that the guys were very they were down, and we had the drivers to qualify, but it was just such a close call in the end. It didn't come down to much at all. But we missed out, unfortunately, and they learned from that. Look what they've done since. As AJ tells us, the number 44 leads on track. However, actually, I need to find out if I can comment on that. Of course I can, because it's going to come out. They're going to incur a post-race penalty. Not sure for what yet, but there will be a post-race penalty for the number 44. So that will come out in the wash. I'll see if I can find out from AJ what that penalty is for.
I don't think I've seen a driver change for them, so it might be exceeding stint limits.
It could be just that, and it could be a well planned. It could be something decided to do. It's something I've done before. I've instructed my drivers to do that, and was going to do that today, but TRL Bo was quite tired, so we did the driver change in the end. Exceeding 4 hours driving time in a 6-hour window.
So yeah, stint limits effectively.
Yeah. So let's look and see. I think what's that penalty? That's it's not going to be enough to impact them, I don't think. I'm pretty sure they've decided that that's something that they're happy to wear. That's manager's discretion. He's probably just turned around and said, well, that's fine, we'll take it. Looking at TNR Philo on track here, sitting on 5 litres of fuel, and he hasn't hit Arenberg yet, so he'll be running it pretty close. But you'll expect to see him pit at the end of this lap. They've been nailing their fuel each lap for every stint so far, so you'd imagine that they will be fine. Sorry, not 5 litres, just sitting on 10. So they're no problem. Can't see any damage on track, Famine. Everybody seems to be fine.
Yeah.
So we'll look at the schedule for next year, Famine. Which one are you looking most forward to, both as, I guess, a commentator and also as a driver? Because if you're happy to drive next year and we get a franchise, we'd love to have you. So, there's a potential there for driving in some of these races, but also commentating. And I guess even as, in your role as GTPlanet admin, you've probably got some I guess, races there that that you'd like to see happen for the betterment of the community as well, because there are some there that will generate a lot of interest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bigger fan of the slower cars. I don't really, I don't mind the faster race cars. I just don't really get on with them all that well. So obviously I'm more a fan of the TCN one or the GT Cup as we saw this year. I've driven a GT300 as well at Motegi. So GT4 and TCN1 races are the sort of ones that I'd be looking at. But TCN1 looks mainly as if it's at the ring. There's one race at Bathurst, and the other three are at the Nürburgring. 2 VLN races in the 24 hours. GT4, again, there's 2 races at Bathurst and 3 races at the Nürburgring. As you know, I'm not the world's biggest fan of the Nürburgring. Bathurst, I like Bathurst, but it's one that has much less margin for error. I suppose the Nürburgring does as well, but I'm quite fond of Bathurst.
A lot more walls at Bathurst as well, and they're very close.
So I suppose what I'd be looking at most is GTE Am. And yeah, Fuji, Laguna Seca, Red Bull Ring, Silverstone, Monza, Daytona. Yeah, I'd be down with any of those pretty much. And of course, the biggest interest for the site will be the 3 24 hours in a row, the Ring, Le Mans, and Spa. Actually, they're relatively good from a commentary point of view as well, because some of the timings is quite awkward for me to manage. But with the 24-hour races, there's always something you can do at some point during it.
Absolutely, yes.
Even if it is just the last 2 hours, as it has been today.
And they're in summer for you guys, from memory, or in the lead up to summer. So
yeah, we don't really have a summer. We kind of have slightly warmer rain. But yeah, May, June, July.
Heat wave at 25 degrees.
Yeah.
Don't ever come to Australia in summer then, mate.
Yeah, we had thunderstorms yesterday. It was brilliant.
Excellent. We had our first 20-degree day in a couple of months, 2 days ago, and everyone was raving about that. It's been quite cold here recently, but I dare say you guys on the other side of the world might be hoping for 20-degree days.
No, well, 20 is all right, but when it reaches 23, 24, it's a little bit too extravagant, really. No, we're fine with the temperature. It's just the problem is it's so humid here as well, which is why thunderstorms are cracking, because the very next day there's no humidity and it's lovely and warm. But I got married in San Francisco, and we spent our honeymoon in Las Vegas, and it wasn't below 32 degrees at any point, even during the night, and that was fine because you're in the middle of a desert. There was no humidity whatsoever. Yeah. It was lovely. We could be out there all day.
You'd probably like it down here in Adelaide then in Australia, because it's not the same, but there's not a lot of humidity at all, especially in summer. Like we get up to 45 degrees down here in summer, and it's just very, very dry. There's no moisture in the air at all. So you probably won't like 40 degrees, but there's no moisture.
No, it's just wrong for the outside air to be warmer than inside your body.
Yes, and it is wrong. And I grew up in Tasmania, Famine, and that's more... it's not the same as English weather, but it's pretty close. So living where I am now in Adelaide, I struggle in summer. Absolutely. I sweat so much. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think I would probably die if I lived in Southeast Asia, where there was like constant humidity and heat.
Yeah, it's the humidity's... I can deal with the non-humidity, but if you go up to the Gold Coast, if you go up there when it's really, really hot, the humidity as well, it's awful. And I couldn't handle that. I just got sunburnt, and it felt like I was like breathing water. It was awful.
That's where the Australian GT Academy finals were this year. I
It
recall.
was, yes. It was at the right time of year as well. Let me tell you. Any later in the year, and those guys would have struggled. So they picked the right time of the year to have those finals. But certainly no later.
And Matt Simmons got through that and won the whole thing.
He did. And what a ride for him as well. I spoke to him earlier on tonight. He's leaving next week. His media commitments should be done by Monday. And the idea is for him just to have a week to unwind, sort of from Tuesday onwards, hopefully. Should be definitely by Wednesday, but just have that nearly a week. And then next Monday he flies out off on his journey.
Straight on the Nissan Drive Development Program.
Look straight on it.
I know exactly what's awaiting him as well. So
yeah, and you know something, Andrew, he is the guy for that program. He really is. He has. I'm telling you, he's ticked all the boxes, and that's what the judges have seen in him. I know he's somebody I know, and he's in my team. But all that aside, this is the guy that you need to represent this country in that program, and I have absolutely no doubt whatsoever that he will continue on that path and go down the same path that that his predecessors have gone down. He's the right guy. I can't wait to see what he does. He's going to be one to watch.
Well, I'm hoping that at some point during the autumn I'll be able to catch up with some of the drivers on the driver development program. So I might get to say hi to him.
Yeah, no, he's definitely. You'll love him immediately, mate. He's just a nice, happy-go-lucky guy who just happens to be incredibly talented at what he does. So, yeah, it's going to be a good journey for him, definitely. But we'll just duck back to the stream. We do have not long to go, guys, in this race. Just waiting for my YouTube stream to reload there. Thanks again, Australian Internet, for being just a little bit slow. Got a little bit of a wobble there from Jono in the 45 GHH GTR, but he has escaped any damage. Looking down the list here. We've got Pasm, who will be doing his final pit stop. He's just come onto the Dottinger Straight. This will be his last pit stop. You would think he has enough fuel to get back to the pits and enough time to use what he puts in there. Looking at anybody else who might be making a pit stop, possibly TNR Philo. If he does make a pit stop, it'll be towards the end, maybe with 10 minutes to go. I'm not sure if that was planned. Probably won't matter too much for their race. You could probably expect Bambi to make a pit stop for WRS North America. Jono will be making a pit stop, I'd hope, or he'll run out of fuel. Soka GT Racing may be okay. He's sitting on half a tank and he's in a Lotus, so he might be fine. As far as everybody else, Choco will probably make one. In fact, he will. And that's probably it for pit stops. So getting very close to the end of this race, guys. We'll have a look at the YouTube chat in a minute and we'll see what everybody's got to say. Let's throw it out there for the 36 people watching, and I know that we've got quite a few who have been here for, if not the whole race, for most of it. Let's have your, your driver of the race and your moment of the race for everybody in the YouTube chat. And I think we can use this, Fannin, as a good gauge. I'll certainly have input on that. You haven't been with us for the whole race, but you have seen some of the race, so you should be able to provide at least an idea on who you might think might be deserving. But we'll wait and see what our friends in the YouTube chat think.
Yeah, it's just a pity I missed the first couple of hours, which were apparently action-packed.
I highly recommend going back and watching that when you get some time to yourself, Em, and definitely go over that YouTube video, mate, because it's worth it. That was a crazy couple of hours. As we have a penalty for the 85, and I believe this is the second such penalty for 5 warnings to the car.
Track limits again?
No, their warning is for having 5 warnings.
Oh. A warning.
It's a warning, so they have exceeded the amount of warnings that they're allowed to receive, and I believe that's the second time. So that would be minimum 10 warnings for this race, which is unfortunate for them, because you would think that a car that's had 10 warnings, you would think, well, why are they there? Obviously, 10 warnings is no good, but that's not the case. These guys have driven incredibly well. Yes, they've pushed, as have a lot of other teams, but it's not indicative of, I guess, the team. It's, I guess, more indicative of circumstances of the race, and it's just unfortunate that they've had that many, but not a reflection on the team as a whole, I wouldn't say.
No.
Now, we are currently on board with the 88 of the Green Hell Heathens. We do have Choco Chip 5, or as we like to call him, Choco, because well, it just takes up too much time saying his name.
Yeah, but it is a cracking name.
It's a great name. It's fantastic. Really is. It's brilliant. So we're in the car with him at the moment. He is currently just coming through Arenberg, that most famous corner, and he's doing what he needs to do to bring this race home, keeping it on the track and driving with some consistency. So looks like he's got some relatively good pace as well. We'll have a look at his last lap, and his last lap was an 8:51.915, and that would tell you that he's not pushing. Because he doesn't need to, and that's the sort of thing that I would instruct him to do, just to bring it home. Soka GT, on the other hand, he does need to push, and he has just done an 8:38.712. An 8:38.712, I believe, is the fastest GT Cup lap of the race. Unfortunately, he has done that on a lap where he's been given that 5th penalty. So, Famine, maybe track limits?
Yeah, I suspect so.
And they've just been given another warning for ignoring message from race control. And confirmation that their penalty will now be served post-race. So that would be a penalty for them post-race, and also for the number 44. So there's at least 2 that we can expect to see in the post-race wash-up. But I wouldn't think that there's probably not going to be any change in race position, as we see Pilster 1, our tireless steward, gives us the indication that there is 10 minutes to go. Now, if we look at the race position of some of these guys, Fam, and this will give us an idea of who needs to do an extra lap. So well, let's have a look at that. Nobody really is close to the GP circuit. The Dottinger. So the closest to the Dottinger is D. Griffin, and he's coming around the carousel now. Now, from the carousel to the start-finish line is, you'd have guessed maybe 2.5 minutes. I think 3, probably closer to 3. So he will need to do one more lap. And that is it. Everybody else may need to do... Actually, it depends where Philo is. I'm just talking aloud here, by the way. Famine, don't worry about me.
I'd be worried if you were talking in any other manner.
Oh, that's true. I'm a very tired heathen right now. I think I hit the commentary wall hours ago, and now I'm just
It's easy for me.
winging
It's
it.
Sunday,
So,
Sunday afternoon. I'm fine. We've just had a safety
oh,
coffee. It's all brilliant.
I'd have to be at work in a few hours.
I'm always at work. I'm GTPlanet's guy.
Well,
Block
there you
editor.
go.
Somebody comes up
Lucky
with something
you.
about a Bugatti Vision GT car at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm there.
I need a job like that. You should get an Australian arm. I'll be here. Be a man on the ground. I can be the beer and leisure consultant for the Australian GT Planet office.
Oh, I've got the extremely arduous task of testing out a Logitech G29 this week. So
You do really excellent. So when can
hard,
we
hard
expect
job.
the viewer?
I don't know. Either this time next week or shortly thereafter.
Yep. Okay.
Got to give
But
it
within
a
2
proper
weeks.
stretch
Within
on
a couple of
PS4 and PS3.
Okay, brilliant. So it is compatible with both. I actually
Yeah, there's a little
hadn't.
switch on it.
Brilliant. Okay. Well, I think we're all going to eagerly anticipate that. So I'll be keeping an eye on the news section of GT Planet. That's for sure.
Oh, apologies, HP.
Jono, here he is.
I accidentally unmuted it.
No, that's fine, Jono. How have you been travelling, mate? We've got about 8.
I just
left
had
to go in the
another
race.
spin. I had another spin trying to go for a few tool faster slap, but that happens. I heard you mention, Famin, you're testing a G29.
That's correct.
Yes, I've already tested one a few weeks ago, and it's very interesting. I think you'll be most intrigued by it.
Well, I use a G25 anyway, so it'd be good to get it side by side in GT6, and then also give it a crack on Drive Club and Project Cars as well.
My question will be, I guess, around and what I'll be anticipating is the pedals. I've heard the pedals are not. I guess I've heard they're lightweight, but I haven't tested it obviously. So I do like to have heavy pedals. So
Yeah,
at least if there's the option to get more or to switch them up, that'd be good.
They're differently weighted. The 3 different pedals have different pedal weights.
Okay.
Yes.
And supposedly the brake pedal is more akin to what you see modded G25 pedals with the brake pedal mod.
That's certainly the case. The brake pedal's a lot stiffer from what I found.
That's good if they're stiffer, for me at least. Others may want them differently, but that's a plus for me already ticked. What about the weight of the pedals themselves, Jono?
Well, the brake is, like Fairman said, it's more like a modded G27 brake. That's essentially what they are. They're just G27 brakes with a lot more firmness in the springs, which is basically what everyone wanted.
It sounds like something I'd be keen on, so I can't wait to see that review, Fairman. I'm sure we'll see that pop up in the GT Planet news section. When it's up, hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. Although I've also got an MX-5 clutch to change in that time, apparently.
First world problems, eh?
Yeah. I let my wife take it out for one day. She says, "Oh, I think the clutch is gone." 107,000 miles on that clutch, so.
Well, that's not so bad, is it?
So all the excuse I need to start getting really silly with it.
Yeah, that's all right. That's some good mileage right there.
Oh, the clutch is gone, is it? Oh, well, we'll put a 400-foot-pound clutch in. Oh, well, since we've got a 400-foot-pound clutch in, we might have to put a supercharger on. No, you might as well. Hey, how about a brake upgrade while we're here? While we've got it apart, we'll do the suspension.
But not a holiday to the Nürburgring.
No. Although I hear there's a good steak restaurant, so maybe that.
Nürburgring and steak. Why have I not been already? That's all the excuse I need, Famine. Excellent. So, guys, we're coming into the last 3.5 minutes of the race. Looking at the cars that might need to do another lap. Jono, looking at you, mate.
Yeah, I'll be making a pit stop too, and as I learnt from Daytona 24 hours, I'll have to do that before the checkered flag flies. Otherwise, we kind of won't be classified.
No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
The gravel at Arenberg. Is it a bit of an off?
No damage for the Z4 though. No damage for the Z4.
And overcook and let the gravel trap do its job.
Exactly. The only other car that will need to do another stop is Glenel's and TNR Philo. Sorry, not another stop, another lap. Both of those guys have enough fuel to do another lap, and indeed Glenel's will probably be coming into the pits because he's got compass damage as well. All 4 points of his car are glowing an angry red. As we see Jono spinning as he comes out of the pits. What happened there, Jono? Are you coming through the S's?
That wasn't a spin, that was just a lovely little dance.
Your red arrow, the blue arrow did about 360s, so maybe.
That bit's true. Yeah, I did kind of do that.
Just getting all 4 of the tyres warmed up really quickly.
That's it. We do have confirmation from AJ that GTP Pasm, will be the first to see the flag. We'll just get a look for where he is on track. He is... Oh, wow, actually. This could be interesting. Okay, so Pasm's just coming through the carousel now. He is currently behind D. Griffin, and if he passes D. Griffin then has to do another lap, and D. Griffin's currently sitting on 5 litres of fuel. So, well, in fact, he needs to do another lap anyway. So Griffin has to stop at the end of this lap, or runs out of fuel.
Would he have
Am I right?
Would he have to make sure he stays ahead and then pit?
That's what I'm thinking. He has to stay ahead of Pasm, which it looks like. If I just go down to Pasm, I don't think he's going to have too much of a problem with that. But I mean, he has to stop. He has to stop if he stays in front, and if he manages to fall behind, then he won't be able to they won't be classified. That's my understanding.
Whereabouts is our other even car, HB?
They are on the back section near Flunt's Garden.
Okay.
So they're fine. Soccer GT is coming up to Bergwerk. He's just coming around Bergwerk. So it looks like he might have even made up even more time. So Soccer GT is definitely doing everything he can. He is not leaving a single thing out here on the Nürburgring circuit. he can walk away from this race with his head held high, because he has given this thing everything that he's got. And my hat's off to him for that, definitely.
And judging by the number of warnings, a few more things as well.
Well, it'd be interesting to see how many of those warnings he got. Certainly the last couple. But yeah, no, that is a valid point you raise, Famine. But look, even before all those warnings came into play, and I'd have to double check, but I think a lot of those were in the latter half of the race after the further behind they fell, I think the more warnings they got. But he certainly has been racing very quickly and very well. But yeah, no, fair point. I think checking on those penalties might be a wise idea before heaping too much praise. But he's definitely gone quick, whatever the case. So we've seen the checkered flag. The checkered flag has been shown to, that would be Pazin, as the first car to see that checkered flag. Now, D. Griffin appears to be in limp home mode. He hasn't run out of fuel. My understanding is he has another lap to go. Jono, how are you travelling there, mate?
I'm currently following Glenn Outs in the Reaper Online Racing car coming up near the back section of near the carousel. A little bit of a slide, to say the least. Where's our heathen cars? They're going to take the checkered flag, the GT Cup.
Just going down now. Yes, Choco has taken the checkered flag and is now on. It's just gone through the Dunlop, corner. So yeah, it looks like that Team GHH have taken out the GT Cup class of the race. And if we go and find TNR Philo, he's still travelling on the back end of the circuit. He's going through Hedwig. So yeah, okay, so you've got eyes on him. If we look for Soccer GT, he's just coming under the Bilstein Bridge as we speak. Just remember, he will have some post-race, at least one post-race penalty there.
Well, congratulations, HP. You've won another Nürburgring 24 hours.
It wasn't me, mate. It was the other guys. I'll take the victory for the team. But, yeah, look, very proud of the guys. Absolutely. I know how hard they've worked. And, look, mate, I'm proud of everybody that's been in this race. Everybody's done an outstanding job. It's been an amazing race to call. It's right up there with all the other N24 races that have come before, and each and every one has had their highs and their lows, and this one's been no different. It's just that constant. The constant is that you've got the toughest track in the world with some of the better drivers certainly in sim racing, and the track doesn't care. It will just smack you down if you don't keep on top of the track. You just have to keep to your game plan and adapt to your conditions. And every single 24-hour race has had the same thing, where some teams have been beaten and others haven't, and it's not always the teams you expect that come out on top. So yeah, another great one. I love it. Just go back to the YouTube chat and we'll see what everybody has been saying about the question that I posed a little bit earlier about move of the race and driver of the race. So let me just have a look here. Zygen in TNR for his comment in the YouTube chat for going to drop kick his co-driver for crashing, then going into the driver change and having a good stint. Apparently that's worthy of a mention from Ryan B. Thanks, Ryan. The 42 and 43 have really pulled a great race as well, says Steve Lake. Swift Autosports ask if the schedule has been released yet.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit late on that one, Swift Autosports. We're going to assume you haven't been in the YouTube chat so far. Yes, you definitely missed that one. Definitely been released. We've probably repeated it a whole bunch of times. So sure, that'll be released on GTPlanet pretty soon. So watch this space for that. But we can confirm that the next race after this season comes to a close is the 24 Hours of Daytona. So watch GTPlanet for more info. A lot of comments coming in here thick and fast. Oh, apparently D. Griffin got picked up by the safety car. I missed that because I was on the back of his car. So, okay, that's no problem. I was actually in the rear view mode on my screen. So yeah, look, no real comments there on driver of the race, guys. Jono, you've been out there, you've been in the thick of it. Who do you think might take driver of the race? And before you go, actually, anybody else in the YouTube chat, let us know. Let us know who you think driver of the race should be, and also let's go with move of the race as well.
Oh, driver of the race. Well, Pedro and Brian on our team did superhuman stints before Telstra decided, no, we're not going to let you win this one. But the TNR Nismo boys did really well, especially Pfeffer. He did an amazing job when I was driving. In GT Cup, I think, obviously, Soccer GT did well, Choco Chop Chip did very well, and I also reckon the Flash. The Flash is a definite contender for driver of the day as well. Pulling that Beta Rivals racing car all the way up to the podium after their disastrous start.
No, very wise words there. Look, I would, well, it's hard to go past the Bob's fast lap there. I'm going to give it to De Bomb. I think each of their drivers, though, could be driver of the race, to be honest. But I'm suggesting that he would get it. I'm not going to touch GT Cup because and that would clearly be biased. I think one of my guys should get that. So I'm not going to comment on that one. But you guys in the GT Cup on the GT Cup class, let us know in the YouTube chats, and certainly for the rest of the race as well. But what a race, guys! I mean, great work from all the drivers. An absolutely fantastic event. Yeah, just wow. I'm going to stop talking pretty soon. I've been talking for too long, and I'm well past tired.
Well, I think with all the cars now lining up in Parc Ferme, it might be a good time for us to all stop talking. The next race is the 4 Hours of Spielberg, which is the full circuit of the Red Bull Ring with the LMP3 cars and the GT4s. That's on the 12th of September. So it should be much less of a marathon for the commentary, if nothing else.
No, absolutely. But yeah, look, I agree with you there. It's a good time to sign off. I'd like to thank everybody that's been in the commentary box so far. Thank you very much for joining us. To all our listeners, we've had a few, I think, that have been there pretty much the whole time. Big thanks to AJ for all his organisation, to our stewards, Pilster. Little regret to all the drivers, to Jordan and Famine at GTPlanet for all your support. And yeah, again, all the drivers. I mean, without you guys, this wouldn't be an event. Congratulations to those who have taken the spoils today, and for everybody else, we will see you at the next race. So yeah, thank you and good night from HP. I'm going to go and get some sleep, definitely.
Yep, so we'll catch you all next time.